Bien, bonjour à tous. Merci d'être venus si nombreux pour cette première séance dimanche matin à 8 h pour le compte-rendu des ateliers. Et j'ai le privilège de présenter l'atelier numéro 1. Et let me shift to English. I have the privilege to be the rapporteur of the group on the workshop on finance and economics under the chairmanship of Jean-Claude Trichet. So in a similar workshop last year at the WPC, we had noted 9 points of attention, which in retrospect we found quite prescient. We had notably observed that even with the comfort of careful central bank policies, inflation prospects remained uncertain. And our jury had been out on whether the observed inflation surge at the time was transitory or would transform into sustained overheating. 1 year later, we have clearly moved to a regime of high inflation. This regime has been engineered as of last year by a combination of demand push through the fiscal expansions designed to alleviate the short-term cost of the pandemics, and of a supply shock through disorganized supply chains and logistical hurdles. The war in Ukraine created another inflationary supply shock with dramatically higher prices of energy and food products. Our debate this year has pointed to some differences between the United States and Europe, with the demand component of the inflationary shock more potent in the United States, while in Europe, inflation seems more supply-driven, notably given Europe's dependency to Russian energy. It was observed that monetary policy is a poor instrument to react to supply-driven inflationary shocks because it does not act on supply, but can only restrain demand to adjust to the new supply equation. However, the reaction to this surge of inflation has consisted of a very significant, if a bit delayed, tightening of central bank policies, with the difference in nature of inflation between the US and Europe justifying a more restrained reaction so far of the European Central Bank. Nonetheless, the core inflation in the US and Europe now seems remarkably similar. Two issues remained uncertain in our debate. One, we can expect post-COVID supply chains to work better, thus alleviating over time some of the supply chain constraints. How much this will contribute to reducing inflationary pressures remains to be seen. And second, the question is whether we are already or not witnessing a wage price spiral. Some participants argued that this has started to be the case, notably in the United States, or that it is coming soon. Others observed that wages had increased so far much less than the inflation. So the debate is still open on that ground. Clearly, however, the party is over, and we need to understand and adjust to the implication of substantially higher interest rates. Our debate covered the following issues. First, monetary policy dilemmas. Central banks face a tough trade-off. If they tighten too much, they will plunge the economies into a recession that could be unduly severe. If they don't tighten enough, that might lead to inflation out of the battle, with the risk of having to increase interest rates much more later on to correct for insufficient action. The group was overall rather convinced that central banks had acted so far with caution, wisdom, and adequate determination. Second, growth prospects. In that new context, everyone seemed to agree that 2023 would be characterized by a slowdown in growth and possibly by recession. Fiscal policies were seen as largely inoperant, given the size of budget deficits and of public debts. There had been an extraordinary situation, now over, during which governments could accumulate debt and simultaneously see the debt service ratio actually decrease, given the very low interest rates. The rise in interest rates left now governments without much margin of maneuver to sustain investment or compensate the poorer segments of the populations likely to suffer most from high interest rates and inflations. That led the group to note the political risk and the fragility of the social contracts, and these were mentioned as major concerns, with an open question of how to engineer the kind of social contract that would be conducive to a green transition. It was also mentioned that growth of GDP was not an adequate objective per se, consistent with a preoccupation regarding climate change and the green economy, nor with a preoccupation regarding social inclusion and distributional concerns, which are not included in the metrics of GDP. Third, financial market volatility. Participants noted the nervousness of financial markets, where portfolio reallocations take place and assets are driven back now to more realistic values. Bubbles will explode. This is a high-risk situation, which is mitigated by the fact that banks in developed countries are much better capitalized now than they were in earlier crisis episodes, and by the role of the Financial Stability Board and the decisions taken so far by G20 countries since the Lehman bankruptcy. It was also mentioned that the weaponization of finance through the resort to sanctions against an economy of the size of Russia had implications on the assessment of risks and on risk aversion, and could affect the possibility to meet the extraordinary demands for finance generated notably by the needs of the green transition. Fourth, ESG in the same spirit. How to allocate capital to green transition and social objectives? Should we rely on autonomous private decisions driven by ESG concerns? Our debate was inconclusive, but participants insisted on the need for transparency and clarity and on the ultimate role of governments in providing proper regulation and taxation to support the transition. Fifth, period of strong dollar, driven by the interest rate differential in favor of the US and by the exposure of Europe to the energy and war shock, and again by the safe haven effect following the return of war in Europe. This is fueling inflation outside of the United States through imported inflation, notably in Europe and in developing countries, where it can also generate credit failures. The discussion about the dollar also included questions regarding the prospects for the dollar as an international reserve currency. Sanctions could notably affect the perceived safety of holding reserve assets in dollars and in euros, and could create incentives to diversify reserve assets. However, it was mentioned that the dollar could be expected to remain the major world international currency for the foreseeable future, though no date was given to define what this foreseeable future could be, notably given the lack of alternatives to the dollar as a reserve asset. Six, the situation of emerging and developing countries, which was mentioned as a source of utmost concern. They have been subject to capital flight, linked to reassessment of risk, increased risk aversion, changes in interest rates and exchange rates, portfolio reallocations, leaving them with a lot of difficulties to refinance themselves. Their debt situation is ominous. To the difference of developed countries, their debt service had already deteriorated, and this is now compounded by much higher interest rates. How to manage that situation, especially in the context of substantial investment needs, was mentioned as a crucial challenge that should lead to strengthening the Tier 1 capital of development finance institutions to allow to bear first losses. In the face of the likelihood of a series of debt crises, the framework to manage this crisis is not in place. Given the rise of new creditors, including China, the Paris Club is no longer an effective coordination forum. The G20 has established a new common framework whose implementation, however, has been disappointingly sluggish. Coordination across donors, both public and private, and with the aim to avoid to coordinate only among the public actors and then to impose a solution on the private creditors, was thought as an urgent challenge in need for prompt actions and decisions. We also discussed whether central banks should provide swap lines to ease the financial situations of emerging countries. The debate highlighted the risk of confusion and lack of coordination between, on the one hand, IMF facilities and, on the other hand, central bank provided facilities, and a preference to rely on the IMF financing facilities seems to have emerged from our discussions. Last but not least, food security, which will be addressed later in one of the sessions in this WPC, was mentioned as a crucial challenge in developing countries, which are confronted to a host of simultaneous crises: economic, food, political, security, geopolitical, energy, climate, and so on. Thank you very much, and I'm sure that my colleagues and our chairman who were present in the discussion yesterday can complement what I just said.
Thank you very much. Let me continue on energy and climate issues, which we discussed in a panel that was moderated by Valérie Ducrot from the Global Gas Center, who is here in the room and who may, of course, then be available as well for further comments. I think we first enjoyed a very sobering, factual presentation on the fact that geopolitics are back big time, affecting energy markets and policies, and yet with a disconnect, because that needs to be fully incorporated actually into policies, especially in net importing countries in Europe, and is not yet the case. And so geopolitics matter, especially in oil and gas, as you may imagine, but also increasingly in industrial value chains. And they matter because there is an uneven split of resources and reserves globally, of course, of oil and gas. But if we mention oil, we have about almost 3 of the world's largest, or some of the largest, resource-holding countries under sanctions. And that is, of course, an unprecedented situation with Russia, Iran, and Venezuela, although Venezuela, there is some latest developments to be followed. But the point is, this leads to volatility. This should trigger policies that can ensure resilience, and this also points to a mismatch between the falling investments, for example, in the upstream oil and gas that we've seen, and the fact that demand, instead of falling and following that trend, has actually been continuing to increase. So there is an obvious problem here, and we are going to face this problem for the next years. And so do not expect any fall in prices, and actually expect quite the contrary, or at least a lot of more volatility. And so there is an obvious investment challenge on the fossil fuel side, but of course there is a major investment challenge on the renewable side. And we noted, of course, that the investment allocated to renewables is increasing year by year and is making spectacular progress. But let's not be complacent. This is still way below what is needed to put us on track for a 1.5 degrees trajectory. We then, I think, had a very interesting conversation on global governance, global energy governance, and global energy and climate governance, actually, which highlighted indeed some of the tensions that are out there between the so-called global north and global south. Indeed, there is elements of double standards that have been identified. We have also discussed some imbalances created by Russia's war in Ukraine and some of the fundamental systemic imbalances in markets, namely, for example, that a large part of the spot LNG market has been siphoned off by the Europeans at the expense of several emerging economies, which I should stress is in no way violating any contractual obligations, but it's just translating a reality where even in a world governed by contracts, you still have the market aspect that translates into, well, the ones that's ready to pay the most gets it at the end, right? And gets the cargoes and the volumes at the end. So obviously, this was part of the discussion. Another point that was raised was the issue of how do we democratize global energy and climate governance. There was views expressed that this governance is imbalanced towards the north, and that some of the leading institutions are based in the north, driven by the OECD notably, or the IEA, and that obviously that there's a need for a rebalance there, and actually we agreed, or at least there was a consensus to say that, well, that needs to be somehow democratized, and that we need more dialogue among all the stakeholders. And there was an idea to set up an energy security council, which was raised, which is quite interesting, although if you start thinking in practical terms, you immediately, of course, come up with a number of questions and issues, but still, I think, with rising India and rising Indonesia, etc., this definitely deserves to be looked at in future. Nonetheless, of course, it was pointed out that we still have, or already have, I should say, global institutions such as or forums such as, of course, COP, and which actually brings together the north and the south, and of course, so we are not here in the desert, right? Totally. So there's still there's already something in place, but work can be further done on complementing that. Then we moved on to discuss, of course, the many environmental and climate urgencies, and needless to say, there was a reminder that we are in a race against time. We are in a race against ourselves, that we are not on track, but some interesting perspectives for all of you who may not all be energy and climate experts, but it was reminded that it's not just about CO2, it's not actually about only greenhouse gas emissions altogether, but it's equally about greenhouse gas emissions and biodiversity, and that the one cannot deliver without the other. So these are the two hands which we are to work on. It was reminded that we just have COP15 in Montbrial, which of course attracts much less attention, regrettably, than COP27 or the forthcoming COP28. Another important element brought into the discussion was that we should not over-focus on supply-side issues and supply-side solutions. And of course, there will be a lot of new technologies coming, and we've seen incredible progress there over the past years. But we should really focus much more on demand-side solutions and technologies as well, especially in electricity systems. And there was a point made that, well, electricity systems will be increasingly decentralized, and of course not everywhere, and that has different meanings where depending on where you are, but also the thinking of everything being central, and the way electricity systems were established in past years, or in past, I should say, past 50 or 60 years, obviously we'll see changes there. So one has to think about flexibility on the supply and demand side, when also the transformation is about electrifying systems, but saying that should not, set aside that a lot of the focus should be on producing heat, and so you can produce heat for various forms. Nuclear was mentioned as a fundamental solution for that, and then we mentioned two of the issues that popped up in Europe recently, but still have to make their way across the world, which is energy sobriety. So that's obviously something for developed economies. I mean, if you have nothing or almost nothing, it's ridiculous to speak about it. But nonetheless, we see a lot of emerging economies that have also room to improve that. A focus on circularity, reuse, re-inject. A major stumbling block, which is still to be addressed, which is how do you store electricity in the longer term, and that is something for everyone to focus on, and especially a new avenue for R&D efforts. And then of course, it was reminded that we still have a lot of work to fix the inefficient fossil fuel subsidies, as is the wording in official governance declarations. And that obviously here we still have a lot of work to do, both in the north and the south, and that of course the directions taken with the crisis is not really, of course, wishful. Voilà, a last point, and I'll end here, regarding the different countries and geographies. I think we also touched up in Russia, and there was an interesting perspective, I think, for everyone to have in mind, thinking about the future after the war, which is that maybe there is a possibility that indeed a new post-war Russia might rise based on a commitment to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and to decarbonize the Russian economy, and it was mentioned that the part of the youngest generation in Russia is extremely interested in these topics. So I think that's some hope at the end of and some light at the end of the tunnel. Thank you very much for your attention, and happy to pass the floor to my colleague.
Mesdames, Messieurs, bonjour. J'ai eu l'honneur de présider l'atelier 3 qui a été entièrement consacré à l'Afrique. Nous avons entendu dans cet atelier des exposés introductifs de moi-même, de M. Antil, de M. Cheikh Tidiane Gagno, de Mme Elisabeth Guigou, Aminata Touré, Juliette Touakli et de M. Lionel Zissou. Suite à ces exposés introductifs, il y a M. Narayana, ancien conseiller technique du Premier ministre de l'Inde, qui nous a fait un exposé sur l'existence de la Fondation économique Afrique-Inde pour promouvoir l'investissement. Ensuite de cela, il y a eu des débats. Alors, de tous les exposés et des débats qui s'en sont suivis, nous retenons à peu près ce qui suit. D'abord, les participants à l'atelier se sont félicités de ce qu'il y ait eu cette année à la World Policy Conference une table ronde en séance plénière consacrée à l'Afrique. Nous avons essayé d'approfondir des éléments qui ont été exposés à cette table ronde. On a essayé de les approfondir en atelier. La première chose que nous avons soulignée est que dès la proclamation des indépendances sur le continent africain dans les années 1960, un peu avant ou un peu après, les nouveaux États se sont trouvés confrontés à un double défi à relever, celui de construire un État-nation, parce que la plupart des États, presque tous, ont hérité d'une administration coloniale dont le territoire provient de la conférence de Berlin. Alors il faut construire un État-nation et d'une deuxième part, construire un développement socio-économique, ce qui, à la date d'aujourd'hui, n'est pas réalisé. Des progrès ont été relevés, mais il y a de nombreuses contraintes et des dysfonctionnements dans la gouvernance qui ont également été soulignés par les panélistes et ceux qui ont participé à cet atelier. À un point tel qu'au jour d'aujourd'hui, l'Afrique est devenue, certes, une terre d'espérance, mais c'est la terre de prédilection du terrorisme et particulièrement dans le Sahel. Nous nous sommes un peu appesantis sur ce terrorisme et il nous est apparu que le terrorisme d'aujourd'hui n'a plus réellement un caractère religieux et que le terrorisme d'aujourd'hui prend appui sur les problèmes internes de chacune de nos nations. Et si l'on examine la situation, par exemple au Burkina Faso, 80% de ceux qui sont considérés aujourd'hui comme terroristes sont des nationaux. Et ces 80%, eh bien, sont dans une situation de précarité et de révolte réelle qui les rend aptes à se faire recruter par n'importe qui et pour n'importe quel motif parce que l'espérance a disparu à leur niveau. Voilà les facteurs internes qui proviennent de cette précarité de vie de la jeunesse. Cette jeunesse est en proportion énorme aujourd'hui sur le continent africain. C'est un continent jeune. Certes, des progrès ont été faits de telle sorte que le taux de mortalité a diminué, a reculé énormément grâce aux progrès dans le domaine de la santé, dans le domaine de l'éducation. Et la population demeure quand même plus de 50%, une population jeune. C'est un facteur de développement. Mais l'agencement des structures internes, tant au niveau de la gouvernance, n'a pas permis le progrès escompté. Il faut ajouter à cela des facteurs externes. Les facteurs externes qui ont pris au départ l'apparence de religiosité et puis qui se sont transformés dans un trafic international tant au plan des armes qu'au plan de trafic de tous ordres. L'Afrique est devenue un terrain de refuge de toutes les mafias du monde. Et le drame est que on constate que certains terroristes sont mieux armés que les armées des États. Et à cela s'ajoute un autre danger, le mercenariat qui a pénétré le territoire. Quand on parle des Wagner ici et là, l'année dernière, nous l'avons souligné rapidement dans l'atelier, nous maintenons que c'est un mercenariat parce qu'ils n'appartiennent à aucune armée officielle. Or, tous les États africains ont ratifié la convention de l'Organisation de l'Unité africaine sur le mercenariat et certains États utilisant Wagner ont ratifié également la convention des Nations Unies sur la même question. C'est des conventions qui ont incriminé le mercenariat. Mais personne n'en dit rien, aucun officiel n'a soulevé cette question. J'ai lu récemment un excellent article d'un juriste sur la question, mais c'est tout, c'est tout, c'est tout. Le chômage des jeunes a des liaisons également avec la question foncière. Dans les campagnes, ils n'ont pas, dans certains de nos États, accès au foncier. Et le foncier, au plan général, n'est nulle part stabilisé encore. Or, nous savons que le foncier est une donnée pour attirer aussi l'investissement, parce que personne n'investit dans les nuages en haut, on investit sur le sol. Alors, nous constatons également, il a été relevé dans l'atelier, que les jeunes couvrent de nombreux contentieux. De nombreux contentieux, et certains observateurs ont estimé que la jeunesse du continent africain est un peu comme un volcan qui attend le moment approprié pour rentrer en éruption. On en a eu des signes, au Burkina Faso, à Dakar, Balai citoyen, c'est des indices qui sont assez éloquents pour ça. Nous avons estimé que tant que ces contentieux qui couvrent chez les jeunes ne sont pas réglés, vidés, eh bien, le danger du terrorisme va perdurer. Et pour ça, non seulement la question foncière, mais il faut nécessairement qu'il y ait une justice saine, équitable, accessible à tous, ce qui n'est pas souvent le cas sur ce continent. Et la solution est qu'il faut massivement investir sur les jeunes, dans la formation, dans le débouché, mais il faut également investir sur les femmes. C'est un double donnée absolument important. Mais pour investir sur les jeunes et sur les femmes, eh bien, il faut des capitaux. Et il faut nécessairement des garanties de l'investissement pour pouvoir orienter les investissements vers le continent africain. Et c'est en cela que la promotion du secteur privé sur le continent a été soulignée comme une nécessité. Et l'analyse nous a conduit à déplorer ce que l'un des panélistes, l'un des partisans à l'atelier a appelé la captation de l'État par des dirigeants et que certains autres ont appelé la tendance patrimoniale du pouvoir d'État. Ce qui conduit à tous ces dysfonctionnements qui génèrent des putschs, des coups d'État en tout genre. Rien que dans l'Afrique de l'Ouest, les mois passés, il y a eu 3 putschs, dont un a été putsch dans putsch, un putsch double, et les militaires qui ont pris le pouvoir donnent l'impression de s'éterniser, de ne pas vouloir sortir du putsch et de la transition, alors que des instruments de la CEDEAO, des instruments de l'Organisation de l'Unité africaine, je veux parler au niveau de la CEDEAO des 2 protocoles sur la gouvernance, la paix, etc. et les élections, je veux parler de la charte africaine sur les élections et la gouvernance, qui ont rendu illégaux les putschs. Et malgré cela, les putschs durent encore et perdurent. Les communautés économiques régionales africaines, comme la CEDEAO et autres, ont, face à ces situations, fait ce qu'elles ont pu faire. Et néanmoins, certains ont estimé que la CEDEAO, par exemple, a épuisé ses capacités. Je ne crois pas. Nous avons la tendance dominante, n'y croit pas. Nous pensons également que, outre la question du foncier, il y a une question essentielle concernant la production de l'électricité qui retarde la production agricole et la transformation des produits agricoles sur place. Il a été souligné que nous ne pouvons plus être exclusivement producteurs de matières premières pour les uns et les autres, et que les transformations sur place doivent se faire. Le chocolat, on le produit, mais c'est d'autres qui vont transformer et on vient nous les revendre. C'est une prise de conscience qui a commencé. En Côte d'Ivoire, par exemple, ils ont commencé à fabriquer un peu le chocolat sur place, mais il nous faut des capitaux. Donc nous revenons à la même question de capitaux, et cette question nous amène au partenariat avec l'Europe, mais au partenariat avec d'autres au plan bilatéral et au partenariat au plan multilatéral. Je crois que nous avons pensé, en tout cas, qu'une remise en cause, une meilleure coordination de la part des bénéficiaires je ne parle pas des aides, je vais employer une expression de flux financier à drainer par plusieurs canaux des pays qui sont riches vers les pays qui ne le sont pas. Les flux financiers sont de plusieurs ordres. Il y a, rien qu'au niveau de la diaspora, des facilitations pour que ceux de la diaspora, on appelle la diaspora des Africains qui ont émigré ailleurs, qui ont réussi ailleurs, soit par le travail salarié, soit par l'initiative privée, et qui, attachés à leur terroir, envoient de l'argent dans leur pays. Ensuite, il y a des non-africains et des Africains qui ont réussi hors du continent africain et qui doivent venir pour investir dans leur pays sur le continent africain. Si la gouvernance ambiante n'est pas propice, ils ne seront pas attirés. Donc ce sont là des questions qui sont récurrentes. Ce sont là des questions dont nous estimons que les gouvernants de ces pays doivent nécessairement se saisir. Et nous terminons par les questions posées par le changement climatique. Les rapporteurs qui m'ont précédé ont évoqué la question, et des COP, les différents COP ont proposé, ont décidé d'un certain apport financier, parce que l'Afrique est le continent qui pollue le moins, mais qui subit les grandes conséquences de la pollution. Alors, qu'est-ce qu'il faut faire pour que les décisions prises par les différentes COP puissent avoir d'effet Je crois que c'est une question à laquelle les réponses ne sont pas encore trouvées, mais que nous avons besoin d'approfondir. J'arrête mon rapport là. S'il y a des gens qui veulent compléter, merci.
Thank you. Merci beaucoup.
Merci.
On a fini, non? Moi,
Good morning, and welcome to this first of two sessions on health. The first session will be focusing on COVID-19, and the second session will be dealing with the issues of global governance and health. As you, I'm sure, realize, COVID-19 is the worst combined health and socio-economic crisis in living memory. In a little less than 3 years, COVID-19 has infected at least 250 million people across the world and generated a global death toll estimated to be 14 to 17 million people. At the highest point of the epidemic, 90% of children across the world were unable to attend school. And an output of $22 trillion is expected to be lost in the period 2020 to 2025, the deepest shock to the global economy since World War II. By November 2022, at least 125 million people have been pushed into extreme poverty because of the pandemic. And the pandemic is not over. As we speak, hospitalizations are increasing again, at least in Europe and in the US. And the pandemic continues to have a profound impact on lives and livelihoods as economy slowly begins to take place in terms of recovery in at least wealthiest countries, but still falters in low-income countries, as we have been discussing even in the previous session. This is the third time we address COVID-19 at the World Policy Conference. The first event was virtual in 2020. Some of you may have attended it. Then we had a session last year, and some of the speakers this year are speakers who were with us in 2021. And now we're meeting again almost 3 years after the first case of pneumonia due to an unknown new pathogen were identified in Wuhan, China. So there are 3 aims to our session today. The first is to discuss the current pandemic situation and whether epidemiological scenarios can be built for the short and midterm. And we'll hear from Professor Antoine Flahault, who is the director of the Institute of Global Health at the University of Geneva. Then we will hear 3 regional perspectives and how lessons from the pandemic are being learned in different regions. In Africa, from Dr. Juliette Twakli, Chief Medical Officer at Family Child Associates in Accra, Ghana. In the United Emirates, from Dr. Maha Taysir Barakat, Director General of the Frontline Heroes Office in the United Emirates. And in China, from Yide Chao, Secretary General of the Shanghai Development Research Foundation. And we will close considering how other pandemic threats can arise anytime, particularly from the increasing opportunities of animal-human contacts at global level. And we'll hear from Professor Christian Bréchot from the University of South Florida and President of the Global Virus Network. So I believe we can now start, and I'll give the floor to Professor Antoine Flahault. Antoine.
Merci Michel. Si je peux avoir ma première diapositive. On va essayer de tirer quelques leçons de cette pandémie, et en particulier si on veut donner aujourd'hui la situation internationale. La première chose qu'on peut dire, c'est que les données sont assez fragmentaires, même si elles nous arrivent en temps réel ou quasi réel, et que de façon assez unique, on peut en effet tenter de modéliser et de vouloir prédire l'évolution de cette pandémie. Force est de constater qu'il est très difficile de la prédire, même au-delà de 7 jours. Nous ne pouvons par exemple pas dire aujourd'hui si le 15 décembre, la France aura atteint le pic de sa 9e vague. On peut penser que les données de Chine sont trompeuses aujourd'hui, assez sous-notifiées. La sous-notification affecte pratiquement tous les continents. La deuxième leçon qu'on peut tirer, et qui est peut-être pas aussi connue que cela, est une très grande synchronisation du phénomène épidémique dans le monde. Lorsqu'une vague émerge quelque part, en Europe, toute l'Europe est atteinte, mais plus que cela, par exemple, aujourd'hui, cette 9e vague dont on parle en Europe atteint également les États-Unis, le Canada, l'Amérique latine, mais aussi l'Asie, le Japon et, par exemple, la Chine, comme on vient de le dire. Au moment de la vague Delta, il y avait 80% des pays qui étaient en croissance pandémique également. Troisième leçon, qui paraît connue de tous, le SARS-CoV-2 a une transmission aérosol, quasi exclusive. Aujourd'hui, on le sait, très peu de contamination manuportée, très peu de contamination directe. L'immense majorité des contaminations rapportées se fait dans des lieux clos, mal ventilés, bondés et dans des transports publics. On le sait, mais on n'a toujours pas vraiment tiré les leçons de cela. Il y a d'énormes travaux d'infrastructure du bâti pour rendre mieux ventilé, mieux aéré, avec des normes modernes de construction, ce qui ne va pas sans problème avec la crise énergétique, mais aussi avec la volonté de réduire l'empreinte carbone, car le renouvellement de l'air peut avoir son coût collatéral associé. La quatrième leçon est peut-être la moins connue de tous. La pollution atmosphérique aux particules fines, celle qui est due dans nos villes, nos milieux urbains, à la combustion des énergies fossiles, mais aussi celle qui est due au sable du désert, beaucoup plus familier ici, mais qui aussi affecte les pays d'Europe et qui entraîne ces fines particules entraînent une forme d'abrasion du système, de l'épithélium du système respiratoire, qu'il soit supérieur ou même bas, parce que ce sont des particules très fines, et peut entraîner et est associé à une augmentation et de la fréquence et de la gravité des épidémies de Covid. Ça a été très bien démontré dès le tout début de la pandémie, au moment de l'émergence en Lombardie, zone très polluée d'Europe pour sa pollution atmosphérique de l'épidémie, mais aussi en région parisienne, à Londres, où ça a été étudié, mais ça a été montré également au Brésil, en Amazonie, avec les feux de forêt, ça a été montré également en Inde en particulier. Essayons de voir, puisqu'on ne peut pas les prédire, les différents scénarios qui se présentent à nous pour cet hiver qui va venir et pour la suite de cette pandémie. Le premier scénario est un scénario qu'on pouvait élaborer encore il y a 15 jours. C'était un scénario très optimiste, se dire mais dans le fond, tout redescend, on n'a jamais été aussi bas dans les niveaux d'incidence mondiaux de la pandémie, l'accalmie va peut-être même se prolonger et qui sait, nous n'aurons peut-être pas de nouveaux variants qui va déferler sur le monde. Malheureusement, déjà aujourd'hui, on voit que ce scénario se ferme et que ce ne sera pas le scénario le plus optimiste qui va nous arriver. Le scénario qui paraît être celui qui survient aujourd'hui, c'est celui du business as usual, c'est celui du scénario d'un nouveau variant, on l'appelle en Europe le BQ11, aux États-Unis, au Canada le BQ11, mais à Singapour ou au Japon le XBB, peu importe, un nouveau variant vient et efface la circulation des précédents variants, c'était BA5, ça avait été BA4, mais avant Omicron, vous vous souvenez, ça avait été Delta, ça avait été Alpha, on connaît la série de ces vagues pandémiques. Le troisième scénario est plus problématique parce qu'il correspond à cette soupe de variants qui n'est pas que BQ11, qui est en réalité aujourd'hui plus de 500 sous-variants descendants d'Omicron, une très grande famille où un certain nombre d'entre eux sont comme tapis à nos portes, prêts à attaquer à nouveau sans même laisser de répit. On voit dans les dernières données d'hier soir de l'ONS du Royaume-Uni qu'en réalité, on ne connaît plus d'accalmie. Il y a une sorte de plateau permanent, de circulation permanente de Covid dans nos populations, dans nos sociétés, laissant leurs traces, saturant peut-être plus les hôpitaux grâce à la vaccination, mais laissant une très forte tension hospitalière et un très grand nombre de Covid longs, ces formes post-infectieuses, particulièrement préoccupantes parce que souvent handicapantes de Covid, qui feraient constituer une sorte de permanence de cette pandémie. Il faut juste savoir aujourd'hui que la mortalité due au Covid reste en Europe parmi les 3 premières causes de mortalité de l'Europe. Donc encore en 2022, en Europe comme aux États-Unis, où les données sont fiables, on voit qu'on a une mortalité par Covid qui reste très préoccupante. Le 4e scénario, c'est celui de la Chine qui s'éveille à sa stratégie qui n'est plus la stratégie zéro Covid. On ne sait pas très bien jusqu'à quel point la Chine va abandonner sa stratégie de suppression, qu'on appelle zéro Covid, ou la stratégie d'élimination du virus. Ce que l'on peut dire, c'est que Hong Kong a tenté, il y a exactement 9 mois, en mars dernier, lorsque Omicron est arrivé, a tenté de faire un peu comme les autres pays d'Asie, du Pacifique et du monde, d'abandonner sa stratégie zéro Covid, mais a constaté une hécatombe. C'est-à-dire que ce n'est pas le sous-variant Omicron qui est si peu virulent que cela, c'est le vaccin qui fait que Omicron est rendu peu virulent. Or, les Hongkongais, comme les Chinois, sont bien vaccinés, sauf pour leurs personnes âgées. Les personnes de plus de 80 ans, à Hong Kong, il y a un an, ou en Chine aujourd'hui, pour 60% d'entre eux ne sont pas correctement vaccinés. Être correctement vacciné par les vaccins chinois, c'est avoir reçu 3 doses. On a trop dit que les vaccins chinois ne seraient pas efficaces. Ça n'est pas vrai, ça a été bien documenté par les autorités de Hong Kong qui ont vu que lorsque l'on avait 2 doses de vaccins chinois, on était en effet moins bien protégé qu'avec 2 doses de vaccins ARN messager. Mais lorsque l'on a 3 doses de vaccins chinois, on est aussi bien protégé qu'avec 3 doses de vaccins ARN messager. Donc il faut 3 doses, mais 60% des plus de 80 ans n'ont pas 3 doses de vaccin en Chine aujourd'hui. Les modélisations qui ont essayé de transposer cette Chine miniature, qui était le cas de Hong Kong en mars dernier, à la Chine continentale aujourd'hui, laisse penser qu'il pourrait y avoir entre 1 et 2 millions de décès si la levée de la stratégie de zéro Covid est trop brutale en Chine en ce moment. Donc ça, c'est une inconnue. La deuxième inconnue qui va avec cela et qui concerne le monde entier, c'est quels seront les nouveaux variants qui vont émerger de cette soupe dont on a parlé tout à l'heure si 1,4 milliard de Chinois, en moins d'1 an, se retrouvent infectés par un nouveau coronavirus. Ne seront-ils pas dans une situation beaucoup plus proche de celle que nous avons connue dans les premiers mois de la pandémie, où nous avons vu émerger alpha, delta, bêta, gamma, d'autres variants. Donc ce ne sera pas nécessairement Omicron qui va faire de nouveaux petits dans l'émergence qui pourrait se produire. En conclusion, nous avons eu 2 vagues en 2020. Vous vous souvenez, la surprise, l'effroi même. Et puis aussi des mesures du Moyen-Âge. Confinement, quarantaine, couvre-feu. Tout cela a été supprimé en 2021 rapidement grâce à l'arrivée de 12 vaccins sur le marché mondial. On est arrivé dans l'ère moderne, on a combattu avec des vaccins cette pandémie. Mais en 2022, on voit une accélération de la pandémie. Ça n'est plus 2 vagues, c'est 5 vagues que nous connaissons rien que dans l'année 2022. Une accélération qui entraîne une fatigue chez tout le monde. La fatigue pandémique, mais qui les politiques également veulent tourner la page. Elle concerne absolument tout le monde. Que se passera-t-il en 2023? Combien de vagues? Lequel des 4 scénarios ou un 5e dont nous venons de parler? Quels variants vont émerger? Quel impact? Quelles leçons aurons-nous retenues? C'est cela dont nous allons continuer de parler. Merci de votre attention.
Merci beaucoup Antoine d'avoir en quelque sorte set the scene, je ne sais plus entre le français et l'anglais comment m'exprimer. Nous reviendrons sur plusieurs points que tu as soulevés, en particulier celui de la circulation permanente du virus à laquelle nous allons être confrontés. Mais j'aimerais maintenant que nous nous tournions donc vers le monde région par région en quelque sorte pour entendre trois perspectives régionales. And the next speaker would be Juliette Touakli, giving us a perspective from Africa and the African continent. Juliette.
Good morning. Thank you. We learned several lessons from the COVID pandemic in Africa, not the least from observing what was happening elsewhere and looking into our own resources. And one of the major lessons, I believe, was a recognition of the need for strong political will and a focus on in-country public health systems. There was also a greater unity of purpose between countries in Africa. Yes, certainly there was a regional emphasis, but there was also a Pan-African approach, which I think also was very helpful to us in the medical arena. There was certainly a recognition of the need to build our own capacities, which thankfully was supported by international agencies' decision to build up African vaccine responses as a global public good. And of course, as many of you may remember, this was partly in response to the disappointment in how vaccines had been promised and often not delivered. We received barely a third of the promised vaccines ultimately. And so there was a very rapid recognition of the need to change course. That was supported. And very strong support from the African CDC that was located in Addis Ababa. And we were very fortunate in having very strong leadership of that institution through a Dr. John Nkengasong, who was the director of it at that time. He was absolutely magnificent. Unfortunately, because he was so magnificent, he's now been swiped up by the US government to manage PEPFAR, but still he has a worthy successor in place. And the CDC, the African CDC, harmonized and strengthened surveillance systems in a way that we had not experienced previously, as well as strategic sampling frameworks, which was very important for identifying the different variants as they arose throughout the continent. He also focused on strengthening the supply chain once it had been developed, or once it became apparent for the need to develop a strong supply chain of various goods, and shared surveillance data across all country or all in-country programs. And you may remember after the B1 Omicron variant had been recognized in South Africa, we were given daily, if not twice daily, accounts of its gradual migration upward from Southern Africa to East Africa, West, up through North Africa, which allowed us to prepare adequately, at least to some extent, as it made that transmission across the continent. And number two, vaccine production facilities were developed. There were some incipient facilities available, but they have been considerably strengthened and enhanced. Across 6 African countries, we have 12 facilities that are based primarily in Algeria, Egypt, Morocco, Senegal, Rwanda, and South Africa. And these have been particularly effective and particularly strong in their output. We also, not we, but in Africa, there was a group, African Vaccine Acquisition Trust, established, AVAT. that not only has focused on the manufacture of vaccines, but also manufacturing tests, treatments, and protective equipment, even though each country, of course, took on what they could locally. And certainly Ghana was very busy in this regard. The CDC also ensured that there was the development of an Africa medical access supply chain for pharmaceuticals. This is currently based in Rwanda and has been very, very effective because of the impactful funding and support from many bodies that have included the African Union, the African Development Bank, PEPFAR, and WHO, to mention but a few. I think it's shown that we have worked together as a collective insofar as we have already been faced with our new pandemic. Well, it's not quite a pandemic, I take that back. Our new illness, i.e. Ebola, which showed up initially in West Africa, in Sierra Leone, and then subsequently in Uganda, where it's been a little bit more severe. But I think it is coming under control, not the least because of this group work together, especially by our in-country public health systems. And so I think we've really learned to work together, if you will, finally, in an important aspect of our development, that being health, and politically, insofar as it's been necessary to work in the public health arena. But I'm quite proud of how we responded overall, and I do think we're well prepared for future outbreaks.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Juliette. I think we'll come back to Africa and to regions in the next session, because clearly what we're seeing now is a welcome trend to decentralization and the regionalization of manufacturing, of research and development and manufacturing. And that has implication when we will be discussing the governance and whether sort of governance of health in the future, how much will that be global at the New York or Geneva level, or how much will that be a sort of federation of regional governance hubs, and how much regions in the future will be autonomous in their ability to prepare and to respond to pandemics. Let's now move to the EMRO region. Dr. Barakat, please.
Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me today to participate in this panel. So I think following on from the talks that we've just heard, the WHO Eastern Mediterranean region consists of 21 countries and 1 territory. And within the EMRO region, there were 23 million cases of COVID during the pandemic, and a reported 348,000 deaths. Of course, we believe this is an underestimate. There are certain countries that weren't fully at capacity in terms of their ability to test, diagnose, and to manage the cases. So we suspect the numbers are greater in the Eastern Mediterranean region. And if you allow me to go into the UAE as a specific example, and then we can explain how within the UAE there were initiatives that helped other regions in EMRO, other countries. So within the United Arab Emirates, where you are today, the population is approximately 10 million people. And in the last almost 3 years, we've had 1 million cases of COVID diagnosed by PCR, of whom, unfortunately, 2,348 passed away. So that gives us a kind of average case fatality ratio of around 0.2%. The way that the country dealt with the pandemic, so the UAE's response, had several pillars in it. But if we can concentrate on some of the most important, and I would say the most important one, was wise leadership at the highest level, so a governance at the highest level that was able to coordinate the national response, so the whole of government response, the whole of society response, all coordinated in a seamless manner. I think all too often we see cases where resources may be available, but something goes wrong with the governance or the leadership, and you don't get the optimum outcome. So I think leadership is extremely important. Other pillars to the response, obviously the infection prevention and control program nationally, that's comprehensive, robust, protecting the most vulnerable, protecting frontline workers. You have, I'd say the third pillar is laboratory testing. If you can't diagnose it accurately and quickly, you lose the ability to fight COVID. You know, when you can diagnose it urgently within 24 hours, you can implement your isolation and preventive measures much more effectively. The UAE actually conducted 200 million tests, PCR tests, in the last 3 years. That's 20 times the size of the population. So on average, an individual would have had over 20 tests on average. Then comes vaccination. So no country could have protected itself against hospitalization and mortality without an effective vaccination program. And the UAE started clinical trials on vaccination as early as summer 2020. By September, there was emergency use of vaccination. And by June 2022, the United Arab Emirates had achieved 100% of its target of vaccination of its target groups. I think this is really a key component of a country's ability to reduce hospitalizations and death. Furthermore, last year, the construction started on a local vaccine manufacturing plant that will produce 200 million doses of vaccines. And again, this goes back to the Emirate region and Africa and other countries that are in need. These 200 million doses every year will go to support not just the UAE, but the region and other countries in the world. There are other pillars, and if I can, in the interest of time, maybe just concentrate on one more, which is urgent and critical resource mobilization. So both in terms of prioritizing domestic budget towards COVID, getting equipment mobilized and supplied to hospitals where they need it, and of course human resource. How do you mobilize a team at urgent times in very short with very short notice? The question is who are these people? Who makes up the front line? The UAE is unique in that His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed launched the Frontline Heroes Office in June 2020 dedicated to looking after all frontline workers in the country, to champion them, to listen to their needs, to support them. And the office set up a registry. The registry has now 135,000 files for each frontline worker. We know their individual circumstances, their personal needs. The office has supported them with education for themselves, for their children, with health needs, so physical and mental health support. It's worked with the central bank to try to ease the stress of repaying loans. And for those that are expatriates, they've given them golden visas to help retain them and support them in the country. And for the category of frontline workers that have sacrificed the most, those that have died, we call them the fallen heroes. The office actually has adopted their children and spouses. We look after them. We make sure they have their schooling covered, their healthcare covered, their housing covered. So we don't forget those that have sacrificed the most. And I think my final point is it's not enough just to look within your own country. The United Arab Emirates was one of the first to help internationally, and in the course of the pandemic, over 2,000 tons of medical aid has been distributed to 135 countries. Mr. Chairman, I think in summary, if you ask me what was the most important element of the UAE's response or any other countries, I would say wise leadership. You know, you need wise leadership to coordinate national efforts and to help with urgent and critical resource mobilization. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you for that focus on healthcare, frontline healthcare workers. I must say I'm not aware of any other country that would have set up a special office dedicated to healthcare workers, reporting basically to the highest level of government. Maybe before we move to Yide Chao, Juliette, can I turn to you and ask you what's the current status, what's the current vaccine coverage of healthcare workers in Africa? That was an issue, of course, in the first year of the pandemic.
Well, as you know, we did have an initial problem with accessing the vaccines, and then we had a political problem of which vaccines we would encourage per country and within certain countries and regions. But I would say that right now, and I'm not basing it on very specific facts, but certainly anecdotally, I would say that most healthcare workers, perhaps 60% thereabouts, have been vaccinated, because I think we were put into the position of having to recommend vaccination to populations that were somewhat skeptical about the need for them, were skeptical about the onset and origin of COVID and their own exposure rates to it, because as you know, notwithstanding the discrepancy of numbers of cases, I do think that Africa still did come in a little bit lower in terms of active cases and mortality. And so I think that there was a moral imperative for those involved in health to take the vaccine themselves and then persuade the citizenry, if you will, especially high-risk citizenry, to vaccinate.
Thank you very much. Can I now turn to you, Ide, with a view from China and on China?
Thank you, Chairman. First of all, I have to say I'm not an expert on public health like other member of this panel. I guess because I'm the only Chinese in person at the WPC, so organizer want to double my assignment.
That's a lot of responsibility on your shoulders.
But anyway, as an observer, as someone gone through lockdown in China in past 3 years, I would like to share my view on what's going on in China, what experience and the lesson can learn from China to deal with future X disease or unknown violence. First of all, I guess being transparency should be the first principle of the unknown virus or X disease in the future. Here I mean the virus origin, gene composition, evolution of a virus, and its possible harm on the human being, etc. Should be released. All this information should be released to the public, government department, and the CDC on time. I understand there is a controversy on whether the Chinese government do enough on this area. Honestly, I'm not positioned to make a judgment on the issue. But the one factor I wanted to raise here, actually the one professor at Fudan University in Shanghai published the gene composition on the internet. That enables to other company in Western to produce PCR testing material, to produce a vaccine very soon. Without his release, it's hard to imagine in short period of time a vaccine can be produced. Secondly, the action should be taken quickly. I want to use the term yesterday, rapidity of action. That's also very important. When local authority find an unknown virus, they should immediately report to national CDC, while national CDC should immediately report to WHO according to the retired procedure. In case of China, I have to say the local government had been a little bit slow to quickly report case to national CDC. That's the lesson, I guess, we should take it. Third point is physical separation and its extreme form, lockdown, is effective at the beginning to prevent expansion of virus. At the beginning, it's effective. The earlier it take, the more effective would be, and the small its scope could be. In the beginning of 2020, Chinese government shut down the Wuhan city. Wuhan is the capital of Hubei province. That lockdown in early 2020 was a successful example. It helped much less case occurred in China in that year relative to other countries. It also helped China become only one of large economy which get a positive GDP growth in 2020. The fourth point, first lesson, I guess, the flexibility and the sensibility are necessary to deal with variation of virus. Different measures should be taken to different variation. A past successful measure doesn't mean a future success. In China, I guess at the beginning, they did a good job. But starting from this year, I guess Chinese government has been slow to reaction of Omicron. The Omicron occurred in China December of last year. It takes several months at least. Chinese government should understand the nature of Omicron. They should not continue to take zero COVID policy until recently. I guess they lift the restriction immediately in past 1 or 2 weeks. That's fortunately for Chinese, also fortunately for Chinese people, because in past several months, China went through very tough time. The cost is very high. The economy slowed down. But now the policy has been changed. We will see what happens in near future. The last point is the awareness public on the virus or X disease are also very important. I came here a little bit earlier due to the availability of a flight. I met some staff, a Bank of China here in UAE. They told me very interesting case. One staff originally came from Wuhan. In January 16, 2020, his family, including his parents, wife, 2 kids, from Wuhan fly to Dubai. he read some article in newspaper. So he knows something happened, but he doesn't know the detail. But he very smart. He keep all of family members stay at home, don't go outside. But later on, one by one, some symptoms appear. First of all, he sent his mom to the hospital here. The doctor checked it. No answer. They don't know what's going on here. They came back. All midnight, the doctor and the nurse came to their home because they do some PCR test. They found some virus. Then whole family be moved to the hospital, quarantine. So he proudly to me, he said, yes, we brought the virus to UAE, but we never infect anyone here in UAE. That's a very good example. Now, what happened in China? I guess Chinese government should do more on public, understand what's going on. Otherwise, it will create a serious consequence. Might be the wave will occur in China. I guess Chinese governments will start to do that. I just stop here.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for emphasizing from the start how China very, very early on made the sequence of the virus available. That, if I remember well, was on January 2nd, 2020. I mean, within days after the first cases were reported to WHO. That had not been the case with some other viruses in the history. But this issue of sharing sequences is clearly one of the key issues of the ongoing negotiations of a new pandemic treaty at international level. So, you know, within the new field of health diplomacy, there's a subfield of genomic sequence sharing diplomacy nowadays. Maybe before we move to Christian, can I ask Antoine to say a few words about the other countries that went into lockdowns very early on in the pandemic? Because, of course, we saw two patterns in the first months of 2020. Countries that had experienced SARS in the past, China, South Korea, Hong Kong, Singapore, Taiwan, to some extent Australia, New Zealand, went directly in and reacted very fast with strict measures, whereas many other countries across the world, including in Europe and the US, sort of waited until March 10 or March 15, 2020, before they would put in measures in place. So how did the transition, and when did that transition to a more liberal system occurred in those countries? And how much, maybe then Ide, you could react, how much could that serve as a model for the transition that you mentioned is now occurring in China?
Yeah, you go ahead.
No.
You go ahead.
Yeah.
Antoine, yeah.
In fact, you remember my slide where I mentioned that Hong Kong in March 22 had experienced a huge wave with a high mortality. At the same time, New Zealand, Japan, South Korea, Singapore, Taiwan did not experience such a wave of mortality, but they experienced, as we did, a huge wave of COVID, of Omicron, of COVID-19. So they quit their zero COVID strategy in early 2022 just because they thought Omicron was mild. But in addition to that, they had a high level of vaccine coverage. more than 80%, like in Europe. And so they thought they could now really face the Omicron wave because they were vaccinated enough. Hong Kong thought that too, but that was not true due to the low coverage of elderly, of the 80+ person.
Yeah, I guess you are right.
And sorry, maybe could you also say a few words about the current acceptance of the virus by people over the age, let's say, of 65 or 70
of the vaccine,
in China?
Yeah, I guess you are right. Several Eastern Asia countries did similar things, lockdown at the beginning of 2020. But now you are right, they transfer to another model, another panel. Interestingly, what happened in Hong Kong, because Hong Kong have a close relation with the mainland China, but finally they changing the model. Actually, we as an organization, I have a good contact with the professor of a medical school of a Hong Kong University. He showed his view to experience what happened in Hong Kong. He said to me, actually, Xinhua News Agency asked him to write a report, which sent to central government of China. What I try to say, what happened in other countries have some impact on the changing of Chinese government policy on zero COVID policy. That's my feeling. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Can Christian, let me now turn to you. Is the next pandemic tonight?
Thank you, Michel, and thank you, Thierry de Montbrial, for this invitation. 4 points. First, surveillance. Will we face new pandemics? Yes. Can we predict these pandemics? No. So surveillance is key. We are still struggling with COVID-19. That's the topic of the conversation. But at the same time, we have been witnessing monkeypox, some bursts of Marburg, and resurgence of Ebola. So the problem is not to predict. We cannot do it. The problem is early detection of the warning signals. And we have to recognize that on COVID-19, we have, at least in part, failed. How can we improve? A main point is to focus on the interface between humans and animals. We are all of us aware that most of these epidemics stem from contaminations of humans by animals. This is where we need to concentrate the effort, not to disperse. And this seems obvious, but this is not at all what has been done in most geographical areas. Surveillance means early detections. It also means evaluating the long-term impact of a viral infection. And I really believe, and Antoine has alluded to it, that long COVID is potentially a major challenge. And what is new is that now we have, for the first time for a few months, longitudinal prospective studies of cohorts of a high number of individuals in a relatively homogeneous environment. And the figures show that about 30 to 50% of individuals infected by the Beta and Delta variants will show at least one symptom of COVID-19 at 6 months, and about 20%, 1 out of 5, at 18 months. The good news is that the figures are much lower with Omicron and Omicron-related variants and likely vaccination. We are talking about 15 to 18%. But considering the huge number of infected individuals, this is very significant. So this only emphasizes the need for these surveillance mechanisms to be tightly connected to local and regional health systems. Second, reinforcing local and regional capacities. This point has been well described by the previous speakers. I find it very striking that we have everything in hand. We have modern epidemiology, bioinformatics, biostatistics. We know how to share data, to analyze them. We can analyze wastewater samples, and which provide an accurate and very early detection of an ongoing epidemic. And at the same time, we are not sufficiently efficient. We need to base all of this on local and regional capacities, and as it has been well described, it's about human resource, equipment, overall facilities. Third, reactivity and innovation. We all know the huge success of vaccine. It's about innovation for solving a problem, when a virus is detected, when a problem is identified. And we can do better for vaccines, but in particular for antivirals and diagnostics. So it's really about consortia, networks, problem solvings of academics and industrial partners with novel approach to intellectual property regulations and financial incentives. And also, I personally believe that diagnostics has been very much underappreciated in this crisis. There is a huge progress which has not been translated enough to the daily life. So again, this is about consortia and financial incentive. Also, I believe, it's obvious, we need to embrace these problems in a real comprehensive view. It's about global and One Health, merging human and animal health. But it's also about taking in consideration environment and also nutrition. Nutrition is a key factor, and in particular through microbiomes. Fourth point, novel schemes of organization. That point will be taken in the next session, but really we need much more flexible networks, consortia of individuals, again, merging industrials and academics, problem solving, science-driven, independent, also including education and training of the next generation of virologists. And the Global Virus Network is an example, but there are many others. Other networks will be created. It will be key to coordinate these efforts. This is entirely feasible. With significant financial incentive, but very much worth compared to the impact of such a crisis. So, to conclude, it's about surveillance, it's about local and regional capacities, it's about innovation and reactivity, it's about a comprehensive view of the problem, and it's about novel schemes of organizations and flexible networks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christian. And you pointed out this key issue of preparedness. One of the first lessons that we learned from COVID-19 was that the world was not prepared, and that investments in preparedness have been much too low over the years. And then also the way we thought we would measure the preparedness of a country actually proved to be wrong. So there is a so-called Global Preparedness Index, and that index showed that the US were among the best prepared countries in the world. But then this is one of the countries that failed totally in responding to the pandemic. So we need not only to invest strongly in preparedness now with all of these, including this science and industry and other networks that Christian mentioned, but we need to totally revise the way we monitor preparedness and our indicators. With that, we have a few minutes for discussion. So what I suggest is that we take the questions, and then I'll ask my colleagues to answer the questions they'd like to address. So let's start with Masoud. Yep.
Thank you very much, Michelle. First of all, let me just say it's a terrific panel, and I really want to thank all of you for your interventions. I hope we can make the slides available that were used by Professor Flano as well. I have one question for you, and it picks up from your last comment, Michelle, which is, how well do you think we are prepared for the next pandemic if it were to strike us in the next 12 months? One thing about COVID is that we developed a vaccine that works within a year, faster than at any time in history. No guarantee that we will be able to do it for the next pandemic. And the mortality rate was quite low, less than 5%. And that, again, no guarantee that the next pandemic will have a low mortality rate. So you just identified, Christian, what is needed. And the question I have for all of you is, how much progress have we made globally and regionally to be prepared if the next pandemic were to hit us within the next 18 months?
Thank you, Masoud. That will also be discussed in the next session. Monsieur Mariton?
Yes, two quick questions. Does the panel draw any lesson from the difference in policies, even in Western Europe, for example, the difference between Sweden and France, for example, no lockdown, at least during the first weeks or even month in Sweden, and going beyond Europe, a complete different policy in Australia, for example. So these vast differences in the Western world, what sort of lesson would you draw from that? Second question is on the refusal of vaccination. The refusal of vaccination can be regional, problems in Africa, but also problems in some parts of French overseas territories, and now some sort of sequential refusal of vaccination, for example, the low level of vaccination in France presently for the new repeats of the vaccination that are required are not actually carried particularly by the elderly. So what's the answer to some sort of fatigue as to vaccination?
Thank you. Yes, next to you.
Thanks, Christian, for sharing valuable information. My question is how artificial intelligence will help in checking COVID-19 in future? Thank you very much.
Thank you. And there are two more questions, and then we'll stop it now. Monsieur Dessous, so three questions. Yeah, please be brief.
Yeah, good morning. Thank you very much. While I agree, I mean, we are a think tank that does a lot of work on virus and the growth of it for about 20 years. So the question is more on, while we accept this, the premise of zoonotic diseases, I just wanted your insights, especially Christian, on the gain for function, where these researchers are outsourced to labs outside, and the strong belief that we have, and some intelligence and information we have, that the Wuhan was not an accident, because we had a discussion with the Wuhan medical officer soon after the virus, that it may have been an accident that came out of the lab. So how do you, at a global level, prevent this? Because if you do that, the way to stop it and the cure will be extremely difficult.
Thank you.
You know that Israel had been, in a way, a laboratory for developing the Pfizer immunity. As a matter of fact, we became to be like a laboratory for all the world. In Israel, it was not compulsory to take the vaccination, but of course it was possible to do it fast, because in Israel there is a special construction of the health system. People belong to one of the branches. We have 3 or 4 companies which deal with health, and every person, every family belongs to one of them. So it was very easy to arrive to most of the people, and it works. Now, one of the questions that I have about this immunization and this COVID is, there are a lot of people who were spreading up in Israel and all over the world that it is, you don't have to be vaccinated, that's wrong, that's have a lot of all kind of, in my opinion, rubbish. And it is really, a lot of people accept their opinion and refuse to be vaccinated. The fact is that when we cancel the closure in Israel, So we were in a very bad situation because people who had been vaccinated were okay, but the people who didn't vaccinated would come also to the centers, etc., and make people to be, again, having what do you think about the possibility to make it compulsory? Last question, second question is, do you think that then in the future, the mRNA vaccinations would work also for other problems in the world, like cancer, etc.?
Yeah. Thank you very much for this futuristic outlook. And yes, Israel is a sort of living clinical trial cohort on COVID-19, and the data from Israel is the most precious at population level. Monsieur Dossou, very briefly, s'il vous plaît, car nous allons être en retard. On va prendre 5 minutes pour les réponses.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. C'est presque une consultation personnelle, profitant de la qualité de ce panel.
Mais le secret médical...
Non, c'est public. Puis c'est une pandémie. Je suis pleinement octogénaire. J'ai déjà pris 4 fois le vaccin et j'étais admissible à la 5e fois il y a 2 mois. Et puis on m'a dit non, c'est pas encore sûr, ne prends pas. Donc j'ai hésité. Alors ma question concrète, puis-je aller directement en partant d'ici au 5e vaccin, 5e fois? Oui. Voilà. Merci.
Merci beaucoup.
Voilà.
Merci beaucoup. And
Merci.
I think this is I'd like either Antoine or Christian to address this, because that relates to your point, Antoine, of either continuing waves or continuing ongoing circulation of what we now call a soup of variants. And as we face that, and as we know that immunity is waning in people aged, let's say, over 70 within 4 to 5 months, and that was shown in Israel with the last booster, what does that imply in terms of continuous boosters? Let's start with this question, and I'll then ask, let's have Antoine and Christian react. Then I'd like to turn to Juliette, Ide, and Maha for just the final points.
Bon, pour la question du vaccin, clairement, on a aujourd'hui un vaccin qui n'est pas dangereux, qui est très bien toléré. En particulier chez les personnes âgées, il ne fait même pas de réaction réactogénique. Et donc, conseiller un nouveau rappel pour toute personne qui n'a pas eu de rappel dans les 6 mois qui précèdent me semble être de bonne politique. Il n'y a pas de niveau de preuve majeur aujourd'hui sur le plan scientifique parce que les fabricants courent derrière les variants en permanence et n'ont pas le temps de mettre en place des essais cliniques formels aussi puissants que ceux qui avaient été faits au départ. Mais on peut aujourd'hui raisonnablement recommander une dose vaccinale à toute personne éligible au vaccin qui n'a pas eu de dose depuis 6 mois. Et puis, pardon, vas-y.
Non.
Christian?
No, just to follow up on this on a more general basis, and this goes with the question in Israel. We have RNA-based vaccines. They are being adjusted to other viruses, possibly on cancer, but this is another story. The problem of these vaccines is that they do not generate a strong cellular immune response. So this is why there is still very much ongoing research on other vaccines for the future, which would provide a longer lasting memory. But for the time being, we have this. It can be adjusted very rapidly to a new situation, and this is very valuable. But you must just take in consideration that there is, at the same time, a huge effort of novel vaccines. And I just take this opportunity for the question on artificial intelligence. This is very interesting because artificial intelligence is being tested on the data sharing. For example, long COVID, which is very multifactorial, very much beneficiate of this. But artificial intelligence can only be effective if you nurture it with the good data and with the accurate data. And then it always comes back to local and regional capacities. Otherwise, you are working on nothing.
Yeah, and one of the things that is currently being discussed is establishing at regional level across the world different hubs that would master some of the basic technologies, mRNA, and Juliette, you mentioned the hub in South Africa, but also adenovirus-based vaccines, also whole inactivated vaccines, because let's not remember, within 1 year, 2020, we saw the mRNA vaccines from the US and European industry. We saw the Chinese Sinopharm based on inactivated vaccines. We saw the adenoviral vaccines, AstraZeneca and Sputnik. We saw a Cuban vaccine. We saw an Indian vaccine. So within a year, the world, based on existing technological platforms, could innovate and bring effective vaccines. I'm not entering the discussion here of the relative efficacy, but thank you, Antoine, for making the point. And I'd like to make this clear because several people asked that question. 2 doses of Sinopharm plus 1 dose of Pfizer, or 3 doses of Sinopharm are equivalent to 3 doses of Pfizer, as far as we know at population level. Maybe a last turn of hearing the questions. Maybe Maha, would you say something?
Thank you. Clearly very important questions. And I reinforce the need for the strongest surveillance systems in every country. The next virus that may be predisposing to a pandemic could be in any country. Investment in surveillance systems and looking into the zoonotic side, so very much a One Health support. Countries need to invest in developing a strong One Health system. Thank you.
Thank you. Ide? Okay. No, we can't hear you, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
Okay. On peut avoir un micro pour Monsieur Chiao? Juliette.
I want to go back to something Christian said, almost in passing, about the relationship of humans and wild animals. Not just wild animals, but also the environment and our nutritional changes, the distortion of our nutritional changes. Increasingly, I do believe that there are huge impacts of focusing on our microbiomes through an increase in our plant-based intake within in our diets, and minimizing, if you will, distortion and destruction of our environments, wherein we then become exposed to wild animals with viruses that have been causing many of the pandemics we have been subject to over the past few decades. And I think that's only going to increase until we recognize that man has to be a little bit more circumspect in his relationship with the environment.
Yeah. Thank you. Ide.
Yeah, addressing the question how we should deal future X disease. As I said, I want to emphasize the most important thing is awareness of public. Yes, because it's an unknown virus, people don't know the detail, but they should understand, should know how to deal with these things. As Monitor pointed out, due to the SARS happened in Asia several years ago, that gives some awareness to public in Eastern Asia. They know something very seriously. That's I guess the point. Even we don't know the detail in future, but public should know how to deal with these unknown virus.
Thank you. Please join me in thanking our panelists for the very good session, and see you in a minute.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's start right away. And this second session on health is entitled Global Governance and Public Health. And let me just say as an introduction that issues of governance of health and governance for health have become particularly prominent on the international agenda with the COVID pandemic, and not least, of course, because of the increasing geopolitical dimension of global health. New challenges have emerged around vaccine nationalism, vaccine and mask diplomacy, access to supply chains, and intellectual property waivers. And as the pandemic progressed, health moved from being a sort of soft power agenda to becoming a critical economic and security issue, and took up large parts of the deliberations of regional summits like the European Council, the G20, the G7, the World Trade Organization. No meeting of G7, G20, or European Council in the last 2 years wasn't including or having as a dominant component the issue of health. The independent panel on pandemic preparedness and response, of which both Anders Nordström and myself were part, in our report in May 2021, we had come up with a number of recommendations, and within those recommendations, one was about governance, and suggesting that in order for the world to be better prepared for the future, we need to elevate the level of leadership to prepare in response to global health threats. And one of the suggestions that the panel put forward was the establishment of what we call a Global Health Threats Council, if you wish, some sort like a Security Council for health threats, something similar to what had been negotiated in the nuclear field after the Chernobyl catastrophe, to ensure accountable and multi-sectoral action in the future. We also discussed to strengthen WHO in its independency and capacity to react to an emergency. Several of the recommendations of this panel were overlapping with recommendations from other groups, such as the G20 high-level group on pandemic finance and the so-called Monti Commission in Europe. So where are we today with these discussions and negotiations? Well, first, negotiations have now started in Geneva at multilateral level on revising the so-called international health regulations, and on a new binding pandemic treaty following a resolution of the World Health Assembly in November last year. Second, the US, together with a number of other countries and the World Bank, have called on the establishment and have actually launched a new pandemic financing facility for which there are pros and cons. Maybe we'll discuss that later. And third, the General Assembly of the UN has called on a special session of the UN General Assembly on pandemic preparedness and response, which will be held in 2023. And if you remember, it was the first special session, high-level session of the UN General Assembly in 2001 on HIV/AIDS that really was the turning point, mobilizing the world against the AIDS pandemic, and also a special session of the UN General Assembly on Ebola in 2014 that brought the issue at the highest level of public and political awareness. So we're looking forward to very much to the ongoing negotiations now already of a political resolution at that special session of the UN. But also, as we work now at global level, and most importantly, I believe, structural, institutional, and political changes are occurring at regional level. As we heard from Juliette, during the pandemic, the African Union, united somehow behind President Ramaphosa, and a continental plan to procure vaccines and pandemic goods. We saw the emergence of a remarkable African CDC that took leadership at both continental and global levels, and the EU created an African regulatory agency for medicines on the model of the FDA or the EMA. So let us now discuss these issues at global and regional level, and we have a great panel today with Anders Nordström, Ambassador for Global Health from Sweden, who may also maybe say a word about the forthcoming Swedish presidency of the Union. Dr. Haruka Sakamoto, Senior Fellow at the National Graduate Institute for Policy Studies in Tokyo, who is online. Good morning, Haruka, and thank you for being again with us. Dr. Farida Al-Hosseini, who is the spokesperson on health from UAE. Lionel Zinsou, co-chair of Southbridge, chair of Terra Nova, and former Prime Minister of Benin. And finally, Jacques Biot, former president of École Polytechnique in France, whom I have asked somehow to provide a perspective from, I call him an informed outsider at the end of our discussion. So let's start right away, and maybe with you, Anders. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Delighted to be here today. Let me just look back. Somebody was asking whether we are better prepared today than what we were in the past. In 2006, I was the acting Director General then for the World Health Organization. I was at the G8 meeting in St. Petersburg. No one knew, of course, who I was. But President Bush took me to the Chinese president during the coffee break and told him, you better tell this man, the health man, if you have an outbreak of a disease. This was in 2006. Are we more prepared, better prepared today? The panel, the previous panel, came out with a one-year report called Transforming or Tinkering, and the answering was that the world is still tinkering. I would like to say a few words about the lessons, what we have learned in terms of governance in different dimensions. Global governance, regional governance, governance across sectors and across both private and public partners. Then a few words, as Michel said, about the regionalization and what that means in terms of what we still need to do at the global level. And then finally, a few words, as again Michel was indicating, what is happening right now in terms of global processes and how can we collectively make sure that those are successful and more successful than in the past. So if we look back at the lessons to start with, again, as Michel and the previous panel was saying, the world was warned. And the way that we had to measure whether the world was prepared did not work. If we look at the graph, countries with the highest scores did the worst, had the highest numbers of deaths. So the way that the world had listened to previous reports, suggestions, we reviewed 16 previous commissions and panels, and the recommendations had been made, but the world had not taken action. First lesson, this time we need to take action. Second was, and again, as was indicated here before, that the international alarm system, the surveillance system, did not work effectively enough. China reported 48 hours after when they should have reported. According to the international regulation, it should be done in 24 hours, so 48 instead of 24. But that was not the big problem. The big problem was then 3 weeks later when WHO's Director General had the advisory committee to come in and to advise. They did not agree. Took another week before the Director General said, here we have a public health emergency of international concern. 30th of January. But now we have the big problem. The world did not understand what that meant. So the international alarm system did not work. 30th of January. Then we lost another 6 weeks before he used the word pandemic on the 10th of March. Then the world reacts. And at that time, we had lost basically, and most importantly, the whole month of February. So the international system is not about just alarming and empowering WHO to do that, but it's the way that the international, we basically understand what that alarm system means. Third, we did 28 country studies, looking at some of the best countries and some of the worst countries. And I'm not going to go into this. This is published in international literature. But this is about governance. And if we looked at some of the best performing countries, we spoke about 4 Cs. And that had to do with good governance. At the national level, in between different ministries, but also working across private and public, working with communities. I would say South Korea was possibly one of the best examples of having an early, aggressive containment strategy. And then you had governments where we classified them as the 4 Ds, that they evaluated, created distrust among people, and I don't think I need to name the countries that did the worst, that basically devaluated the whole challenge. The 4th lesson was, again, what has been discussed here. That was about diagnostics and vaccines. And the genetic sequence was shared then on the 10th of January. It's never been done so quickly before. It was published then in the International Journal. And we have not had a vaccine being developed so quickly, but not just one, but a number of vaccines. So that was a big success. So a lot of lessons. But the big failure was, of course, the access to the vaccines. And not just from an equity perspective, but from an effective public health perspective. Did we use the vaccines and diagnostic in the most effective way to stop the pandemic as quickly as possible? The simple answer is no. Next time we need to do better, not just get the vaccines, the volumes, but using them in a more effective way to be able to stop the pandemic quicker. So those are some of the lessons. Second dimension to this is also what has happened here is that we have a much stronger regionalization, I would say politically generally, but also of health. When I was the head of the WHO country office during the Ebola outbreak in Sierra Leone, the African CDC did not exist when I left in 2017. Today, it's a power. The African Union, what we have seen happening here during just the last years, is a totally different situation. As Michel said, from the European side, the European Commission presented now a new strategy for global health. I was there in Brussels, and when Sweden takes on the presidency for the European Union or the European Council next year, we will also ensure that there is political support for a new strategy, a new direction for global health. But with stronger regions, and it's not just in Africa and Europe, it's also here in the Middle East, it's in Asia, what does it mean in terms of global actions, global responsibilities? Because that agenda needs to change. I don't think we need a global platform for vaccines in the future, but we need stronger regional platforms, but we still need global cooperation, sharing information, data, but also ways of working the management, the flow of then access to products. So we need to rethink the global functions based on that we have stronger regions today. Are we ready? No, we are not ready, as I said. And Michel, you were saying that there are 2 major sort of processes happening now. One set of processes in Geneva, a new treaty, and in New York, a potential then political agreement. Both of those are extremely difficult and cumbersome. It's going too slow. The political environment right now is not the best. We need all support from you, from people across the world, from both private and public, saying that we need certain political decisions, we need certain rules. We need to empower WHO to share information quickly. We need ways of engaging across private and public to be able to have access to resources and tools more rapidly in the future. So we need both the rules that are basically negotiated in Geneva, and we need also the political commitment that is our hope that we will have from this meeting in New York. 2 critical things to those agendas. One is about this platform to access what we call the medical countermeasures, the vaccines, the diagnostics, etc., and then the financing of that. And the second one is then the suggestion from the panel of also establishing some sort of platform with senior leaders from potentially both private and public, to be able to be the sounding board to problem solve if something like this is happening, so we don't have the very bad situation when we had at the beginning of the pandemic when the US and China couldn't agree on anything, basically. So the need for a platform where we can work across regions and sectors. Let me finish just to say that this pandemic is still not just about the virus. It's not only about getting the vaccines. This pandemic, as again Michel was saying initially, has been about economies. It's been people losing their jobs. It's been about children not having access to school. And we have not seen the impact of this yet. So for the future, we need to think about that we have countries, systems, commitments at all levels, national, regional, globally, that is not only focusing on making sure we get the vaccines, but that we have national system, international system, that can also deal with those broader challenges, because that is what we've seen. And I can't help saying then something at the end that might be a bit surprising, because somebody was mentioning nutrition. One of the critical factors, whether you were successful or whether you had you lost a number of lives, was actually the rate of obesity. If you look at the US, the most important factor whether you were at high risk was obesity. So if you speak now about climate and what we need to do in terms of changing our food system, it's about climate, but it's also about health. And the biggest epidemic we have in the world today is actually obesity. And that is all in some way should trigger thinking that this is more than just a virus. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, excellent. So let's, thank you, Anders, for setting the scene. And maybe I'll first turn to you, Lionel, because Africa has obviously come as one of the regions that, despite its diversity and really came together in an amazing way in response to the pandemic. And could you elaborate on that and share a few thoughts on whether global governance will be regional governance, still has to be global in the future, and could be about health, but why not about all other issues that we deal with here at the WPC?
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Vous m'autorisez à parler en français?
Mais bien sûr, oui.
Merci. Alors, en fait, vous m'avez demandé de me dédoubler et de ne pas être que moi-même dans ce panel, et vous avez eu tout à fait raison, parce que un de mes collègues qui était très attaché à être présent aujourd'hui, Michel Sidibé, ancien ministre de la Santé de la République du Mali, mais surtout très marquant responsable patron d'ONU-SIDA, ne pouvait pas être là physiquement, mais voulait être là intellectuellement. Et donc il m'a demandé de partager quelques messages qui vont tout à fait dans le même sens que ce que notre excellent collègue vient de dire. L'Union africaine a été complètement différente en 2020-2021 de ce qu'on pouvait penser et de ce qu'elle avait été auparavant, et est un exemple assez remarquable d'une réponse rapide et assez prometteuse. Alors, Michel Sidibé me demande de vous dire que la situation est très préoccupante, au sens où nous ne sommes absolument pas prêts pour les évolutions, et en même temps assez prometteuse, au sens où il y a eu beaucoup d'innovations, notamment de gouvernance, dans la période actuelle, enfin, qui vient de prévaloir pendant 3 ans. Il me demande d'attirer votre attention sur un certain nombre de chiffres symboliques, mais quand même assez éclairants. L'Afrique n'est rien en matière de production, de distribution, d'administration, de capacité d'accès aux médicaments, aux traitements et aux équipements. Ça fait quand même beaucoup. C'est-à-dire que même si l'utilisation des vaccins en Afrique est devenue importante, 1% de ces vaccins sont produits par l'Afrique elle-même. Même si il y a un développement important, récent, des traitements et de la consommation de médicaments. 95% des consommations de médicaments sont importées sur le continent africain. C'est évidemment un record. En revanche, là où il y a des sujets proches du crime organisé, d'après l'OMS, 40% des volumes de faux médicaments dans le monde concernent le continent africain. Et on a clairement donc un système de santé publique, mais qui n'est pas simplement l'administration des soins, qui est la prévention, qui est la répartition pharmaceutique, l'accès aux médicaments, qui est l'équipement, qui est et reste profondément défaillant. Pour vous donner une idée, le marché pharmaceutique mondial, dans les chiffres de Michel, est de l'ordre de 1,4 trillion de dollars, 1400 milliards de dollars. Le marché médicaments, l'industrie pharmaceutique en Afrique, est un peu inférieur à 1 milliard de dollars. On est très en dessous d'1 millième pour un continent qui rassemble quand même 18% de la population du monde. Donc on est véritablement devant des chiffres qui indiquent une situation extrêmement préoccupante. Et pourtant, quels sont les éléments prometteurs? Ils sont précisément dans l'évolution de la gouvernance. Il est vrai qu'on avait la chance d'avoir en 2020 comme président de l'Union africaine le président du pays le plus avancé, quels que soient les paramètres, en termes d'équipement, d'accès aux soins, de laboratoires, de répartition pharmaceutique. Et il est vrai que, indépendamment de la gouvernance de santé publique, et donc une réponse rapide, il y a eu aussi dans le domaine de la dette, il y a eu aussi donc dans le domaine des conséquences économiques de la pandémie, des réponses également rapides et efficaces. Michel Sidibé est chargé de créer l'Agence africaine des médicaments, qui va être un progrès très important. Aujourd'hui, sur 55 pays membres de l'Union africaine, 2 sont considérés comme ayant des agences nationales du médicament qui soient de niveau international. Il y a un classement de l'OMS, 2, celle de l'Égypte, celle de la République d'Afrique du Sud, sont au sommet des qualifications. Ça laisse 53 pays qui sont en deçà de ce niveau. De créer cette agence, et il est envoyé spécial de l'Union africaine pour la créer, est très significative. Elle sera à Kigali avec un support politique important. Ça sera une façon de prolonger tout ce qui a été dit du CDC, qui a été salué, je crois, par vous, qui a été salué dans le panel précédent, comme étant une institution qui a permis d'harmoniser beaucoup de choses en Afrique très très vite pendant la pandémie en 2020. Ça ira aussi dans le sens des plateformes numériques qui ont été mises au point extraordinairement vite avec le secteur privé, à l'initiative de l'Union africaine, et qui ont permis d'importer tout ce qu'on pouvait importer à des prix très bas, parce que c'était des plateformes numériques permettant d'avoir une vision complète des prix, en s'affranchissant des lourdeurs des marchés publics et en ayant des marchés continentaux et non pas des marchés par pays, et en ayant un mécanisme automatique de paiement financé par Afrexim Bank, c'est-à-dire un dispositif d'une efficacité incroyable. Efficacité incroyable, sauf que ce qui était incroyable, c'est qu'il n'y avait pas, dans beaucoup de domaines, notamment de la vaccination, d'offres disponibles. C'était différent pour les équipements, les respirateurs, les masques, etc. Mais pour les vaccins, on a eu quelque chose qui, j'imagine, va être l'objet du traité sur la pandémie, un protectionnisme incroyable, et l'Afrique a été la grande victime du non-accès, en réalité, aux vaccins. Mais du point de vue de la gouvernance et de l'efficience, on a eu une réponse très complète et tout de même extrêmement rapide puisqu'elle était opérationnelle à l'automne de 2020. Je n'ai rien à ajouter à ces deux constats. C'est très préoccupant, mais assez prometteur en termes d'institution, et plus que d'institution, de passage à l'acte, si ce n'est que je crois qu'il faut, il faut souligner que le secteur privé, vous avez évoqué l'idée qu'il y aurait de la coproduction de la gouvernance avec le secteur privé, ou le secteur, disons, associatif des grandes fondations, ou la capacité de réaction du Fonds mondial qui a inscrit le Covid très très rapidement dans ses priorités à côté des autres grandes pandémies, c'est aussi tout un secteur très important. Et juste un témoignage comme banquier d'affaires, comme financier aujourd'hui, évidemment, il y a une mobilisation importante de fonds et le secteur privé réagit avec des perspectives d'investissement très, très significatives dans l'ensemble des compartiments du healthcare, de la santé publique et évidemment sur les vaccins. Mais là encore, nous travaillons par exemple avec la fondation Bill et Melinda Gates parce qu'il nous faut des moyens d'ensemencement financier, de seed money, et avec la fondation Gates, on est en train de les déployer pour créer un tissu de PME, parce qu'il y a beaucoup de PME, des cliniques aux répartiteurs de pharmacie. Il y a dans le secteur privé beaucoup de ressources, sauf les ressources financières, sauf les ressources en capital. Et aujourd'hui, c'est un compartiment important du développement financier.
Merci
le secteur
beaucoup.
privé existe. Merci.
Merci. Merci beaucoup. J'aimerais dire ici que les évaluations à la fois du panel financier du G20 et de notre panel indépendant sont que pour la préparation aux pandémies, les besoins seraient de l'ordre de 15 milliards par an, avec la possibilité aussi d'avoir une sorte de réserve immédiatement mobilisable de 50 à 100 milliards. Je ne vais pas rentrer dans les détails, mais ces sommes sont évidemment, comme vous l'avez souligné, M. Zinzou, sans comparaison avec les 22 milliards de milliards du coût estimé de la pandémie sur les années 2020-2025. We spoke about, Anders mentioned the presidency of the European Union. Next year is also the year where Japan will host the G7, and of course pandemics have been very high on the G7 agenda for the last few years. So maybe, Aruka, can I turn to you now? Thank you.
Okay, yes. Hi, hello everyone. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity today. So today I'd like to talk about more like the security perspective for the global health, especially for the medical countermeasures. So the COVID-19 pandemic is now nearly 3 years, and then its socioeconomic impact has been so significant that it would have become clear that public health crisis like a global pandemic would lead to a national security. So while so-called non-pharmaceutical interventions are of course essential, the game changers are likely to be vaccine, diagnostics, and therapeutics, the so-called medical countermeasures, or MCM. At the same time, the political global security risk of medical countermeasures became clear again. So in general, when considering the value chain of MCMs, the flow can be divided into the three parts: the upstream, midstream, and downstream part. The upstream part is a surveillance or intelligence function, which is to quickly grasp the information in the event of some infectious disease outbreak. The midstream corresponds to actual research and development, and the final downstream part involves clinical trials, regulatory approval, manufacturing, procurement, and allocation of the MCMs. The important point is that such an MCM value chain cannot be completed in a single country. In the past, the semiconductor industry has shifted from a vertically integrated model in which a single major company was responsible for the entire value chain to a horizontal division of labor. Similarly, the pharmaceutical industry is also shifting from a vertically integrated model to a horizontal division of labor, in which each process is divided into separate companies and organizations. The horizontal division of labor was also the mainstream in the vaccine production during the COVID-19, and then this type of production structure will continue to be the mainstream for rapid vaccine R&D in the future. At the same time, it is quite important how to establish and diversify a value chain system that can be completed among like-minded countries. As I said previously, that MCM value chain cannot be completed in any one country. In particular, since access to the vaccine is a matter that directly affects the lives of its own citizens, it is a very important security matter for any country, and the geopolitical risks should be reduced as much as possible when securing MCMs for their own citizens. So, for example, currently the raw material for all kinds of medicines are mainly dependent on China and then India. In other words, it is presently quite challenging to complete any pharmaceutical value chain without China and then India. It will become more important to complete or diversify the supply chain, taking into account the cost and then environment impact. Also, in addition to the security perspective, in the case of a pandemic on the scale of COVID-19, there is the issue of how to prepare the capacity to manufacture vaccines for the entire population on a global scale. Local production of COVID-19 vaccines took place outside of Western countries, mainly India, African, and Asian countries. Without the manufacturing capacity of these countries, it would not have been possible to rapidly manufacture and distribute as many vaccines worldwide as it did for the COVID-19. And technological transfer is critical during the global pandemic. On the other hand, technological transfer to low and middle income countries is not always easy, mainly due to the intellectual property rights. In the past, even if Western countries developed new pharmaceuticals, the transfer of technology to low and middle income countries was limited because there had been a strong stance for protection of intellectual property rights, and then there was an absolute gap in access to pharmaceuticals between high income and low and middle income countries. This time of COVID-19, China has returned the power structure. They actively providing the COVID-19 vaccine to countries that traditionally would not have had access to Western medicine due to price issues by offering homegrown vaccines at a lower price and actively transfer technologies. So in the field of pharmaceuticals, which is a major industry for many countries, there is a desire to continue to protect the industry through the intellectual property rights, but there are also moves to restrain rulemaking by China in this field. So how to handle IP and technology transfer, especially in times of emergency, will continue to be an important issue to be considered. So in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic, there's a trend toward shifting the coordination body from the global level to the local level. So the status of each region was already introduced by the other panelists, but in the area of pandemic control, including R&D for new medical countermeasures, is expected to be controlled jointly at the regional level. So regarding the regional level, but it should be noted here that in Asia, where Japan is located, is a complicated region to establish a single regional body. So for example, the WHO has a 6 regional office, but Asia is an only region where the WHO has a 2 regional office because of the historical and political reasons. Also, Asia includes larger countries in terms of population size and economies, such as Japan, China, Korea, Australia, and India, as well as in smaller countries with smaller populations, such as in island nations. So while we generally welcome the coordination by the regional body or at the regional level, how to unite Asia in terms of the pandemic control will be a major issue in the future. So the G7 presidency in the UK focused on R&D for the medical countermeasures, and the Germany G7 focused on the intelligence and the human resource for pandemic preparedness. So the G7 in Japan, which will start soon, is expected to focus on the global health governance, including the promotion of regional bodies and the pharmaceutical R&D and innovations based on the discussion in the UK and Germany, although the full agenda is not yet known. The G7 summit will be held in the Hiroshima, and the G7 health ministers meeting will be in Nagasaki. Both cities experiencing the public health crisis is a different sense than infectious diseases, namely the health hazards caused by the atomic bombs, and both are symbol cities of the peace. So I hope that the Japanese government will actively lead the discussion in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the cities of the peace, on how we should confront the global health challenge amid increasing challenges that continue to threaten our lives based on our lessons from the COVID-19. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Haruka, for these perspectives and also giving us already a flavor of the forthcoming G7. Can I now, Dr. Farida, turn to you with a perspective from the Emirates and the region?
Thank you. It's really a very interesting and very important discussion that we have regarding the global governance and being more prepared to pandemics. I think that there is a lot to be done. There are 6 main priority areas that we need to focus on, starting from the leadership commitment. And I see that the global conversation to revise the governance structure is really going on, but it is slower compared to the risk of having a new global pandemic, which is existing to all of us at the global level, but also at the regional level. I think the IMRO region is very unique in terms of the structure. We have a wide disparity of economics. We have major insecurity and political instability in certain areas of our region that really increase the risk of outbreaks and also increase the risk of any future pandemics. So in terms of leadership commitment, I see that COVID-19 pandemic was a very interesting lesson to the political leadership across the world because of the huge impact to not only to the health, but also to the economics and to the political systems across the world. However, we need also to realize that some of the challenges that we faced are really constraints for the global community to work together in collaborative approach. We could see, for example, nationalism towards vaccines, which prevented us from good access to different vaccinations. So in terms of the global governance systems, we need to think of what are the priorities that we need to focus on. And having strong healthcare systems is one of the critical issues. We know and we understand that there are fragile healthcare systems in certain countries and certain regions, but we cannot really afford those systems to affect the global health security in terms of emerging new diseases. So we need to work together to strengthen those healthcare systems in the minimum requirements in terms of the disease surveillance, in terms of the access to care, and in terms of the vaccination. I think my colleagues covered vaccination very comprehensively. I would like to add to that the access to immunotherapies, and this have been really a game-changing during COVID-19. However, we could see that immunotherapies are not affordable because of the high pricing that have been really an issue to many countries. So it was limited to certain countries who can afford it. So I think thinking about the global governance and preparedness, immune therapies should be really part of the priority areas for the discussions in addition to vaccinations, because they are easier in terms of the manufacturing and faster in terms of mobilization and effectiveness for the high-risk affected groups. So immunotherapies really are very important part of the discussion. I think also talking about innovation and research is very important, because we need to not stop in terms of accelerating research. Time was critical during COVID, and our governance in terms of the research approvals and the prioritizations are really very slow, that are not matching the need, the global need. So we need to talk collectively on how best we can revise the governance systems and revise our research regulations to accelerate research and to align our research research priorities to the risks that we have in terms of the global health security to the world. The last point that I would like to cover is related to surveillance. And I believe that we have really historically been working closely at international government to define the surveillance requirements across the globe. However, I think our surveillance need to be revised in terms of being more comprehensive. We had many disease-based surveillance systems that are really defined well at the global community, but it's not covering all the risks that we have. So we need to do a risk assessment in terms of what are the potential risks in terms of the future pandemics and how we can enhance our surveillance systems to be more comprehensive, more integrated, and more adaptive to the new technologies to support our preparedness in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for bringing the issue of research. We're talking of regionalization and decentralization of manufacturing capacity, but obviously research is an essential component. Can I now turn to you, Jacques, for a few thoughts? Again, as I said, from an informed outsider, if you allow me to call you that way.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Thierry, for the invitation. And just a caveat to state the fact that views expressed here are my own and not involving any organization with which I collaborate. Just a few excerpts from my daily medical literature review over the last few weeks. 2 weeks ago, the FDA approved the most expensive drug ever, 3.5 million per patient, to treat hemophilia B, a very rare disorder, and which affects just a few patients. At the same time, almost at the same time, in the wake of COP27, 230 medical journals published an editorial calling for urgent action, urgent climate action in the interest of healthcare, pointing out the terrible increase in the burden of disease induced by global heating, mostly in poor countries. And the Lancet added a comment stating that many countries still provide subsidies to fossil energy, which are potentially higher than the health budget. So we see that governance may be improved. And finally, there was a flurry of articles criticizing health governance, culminating with a very good article dating back to February this year by Jean Pisani-Ferry and the Bruegel team. And the title is explicit. It says, Health Governance, a Forensic Analysis. So, is governance really dead? I think it is not. I'm not going into the history of WHO, the creation back in 1948, the Declaration of Alma-Ata back in 1978, then Astana Declaration in 2018, calling for the rollout of universal health coverage in line with Sustainable Development Goals. But I do think that, although WHO has been criticized mostly for political reasons, it did a good job with former pandemics. The globalization did a good job because it really took millions of people out of poverty and improved the healthcare system, So I think criticism is certainly in excess. Also, there are a number of levels for additional governance. The regulatory governance works very well. You know, agencies collaborate, and we've seen how efficient they have been to approve new vaccines. There is a level of international governance which has an influence of healthcare and which is heavily criticized, which pertains to intellectual property and which has to do with sovereignty, with science, with scientific policy, with economic policy, and certainly will have to address this in later panels, but I have no time today. And then we all know that all countries do try to have a governance of their health system with very varied means, but which all resolve to cost containment. There are other angles of governance, moral or intellectual. Scientific societies doing a very good job in their discipline to kind of disseminate good practice based on science. But by definition, they have no mandate to propose to prioritize between various disciplines. Stock markets exercise a governance on health product and technology manufacturers, but they have an obvious bias, which is shareholders' interests. And finally, we have philanthropic and humanitarians on the terrain who too often have to establish a governance of their own because, I mean, they really have to do a triage between immediate calls. So how to improve the edifice? Well, my plea is that before thinking of structure, we need to really agree on metrics because it's very difficult to measure healthcare. Actually, once you've gone out from mortality, it's very difficult. Then I would really encourage institutions to agree on objectives and to submit those objectives to democratic criticism and debate because it always ends up in allocating too scarce resources. And so the need for the population to accept this is very important. I would certainly advise to governance to relinquish the power in healthcare to health professionals because my 30 years experience actually with healthcare is that it's much easier to turn a doctor, to teach a doctor in economics or mathematics or management than to take a lay person, a kind of an administrative or a business person and teach them medicine. So, and very often the power in countries in terms of managing budgets is far too much in the hands of the administration and not enough in the hands of the physicians. And as mentioned, I'm not a physician, but I love the physicians. So my prescriptions in summary to kind of keep time in line. Once again, work on metrics. I mean, really measuring health is a difficult issue and reinforce epidemiology. I think epidemiology is a science at the crossroad of mathematics and medicine, and it's essential to really understand, I mean, and propose the appropriate metrics. Educate the population. I think this was mentioned in the previous panel, and because the choices are so difficult, we need to educate the population. Turn the power to health professionals. And finally, I would definitely advocate for decentralization and turn the power in as much as possible to local players because they often know better than the people who are in the offices, in the central offices. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Jacques. So now I must confess I have a problem because we started this session 10-15 minutes late. And I'm told that we have to stick to the schedule, and therefore we have no time, unfortunately, for discussion. Apologies, because I was looking forward to a discussion. So with apologies, please let me just give a very short conclusion from what I've heard in the previous and in this session. One, the world is not better prepared today, December 2022, to face a new pandemic as compared or hardly better prepared than it was in 2020. Second, a number of processes have started. Many of these processes, including the negotiation of a treaty, the negotiation of a new global health strategy in Europe, the negotiation of a political resolution at the UN General Assembly, are slow, cumbersome, as Anders said, and yet, as many of you have said, including Lionel, when it comes to some of the regional innovations, these processes are opening new, encouraging perspectives. Third, there are two key issues in global health that and preparedness, pandemic preparedness and response that we still not have clarity on. One is governance, and the second is the financing. And clearly the international financing facility, as it's called, that was recently established is far from being where we would like it to be. And my last point is that I hope that as a public of the World Policy Conference, you realize that health is not just anymore about health. Health is, of course, on the health agenda, but it is on the development agenda, it's on the global security agenda, it's on the economic agenda, it's on the social justice agenda, and as we heard from Christian and the One Health issue, it's on the agenda of all of the interrelated crises to which the world is currently confronted. So with that, please join me in thanking our panelists for this session.
I like your comment in terms of matrix. And this one.
So good morning, ladies and gentlemen and friends. It's a real pleasure and an honor for me to be here, especially as for, and in this panel, especially as for now 3 decades I've been involved in agricultural production and development throughout the world, but also because in the past years with the board of Danone, I've been introduced to other dimensions of what we used to call the food revolution. And we have here to address the very important issue
of food security, a wonderful panel, whom I will introduce a little bit later. But let's start by saying that even though different numbers may be floating, this year we have had about 20 countries introducing partial or full bans on agricultural exports in the world, which of course is a very worrying signal, and which is undermining trust, which is at the very bottom of any security system in the world. And among those countries, you don't have the smallest. One of the latest one has been India with rice. India is a major exporter of rice. It's about, if I'm not mistaken, around 25% of world rice exports. And this is underlying a global fear of a shortage of production in the world, which will, I think, address whether it is a fantasy or a reality, especially on the long run. But it's also showing how political this market remains. It's not just about exchanging goods, it's about being in the international relations, and I think that our panelists will help us understanding how economics and politics interplay there. What has been also very striking in the very past years is to see those agricultural issues raising as major environmental issues, not only because climate change is affecting agricultural production, of course, but also because agriculture has emerged as a major carbon emitter worldwide and is part of the climate change strategy for the goal. And let me end up by highlighting also the fact that behind or at the root of many of our challenges is the poverty issues. More and more across the world, extreme poverty is aligned with rural areas, farmers, poor farmers. And as we go and average wealth in the world increases, poverty concentrates in those rural areas, and hence we have a major social problem there. So one major issue for our panel is whether we'll have an agricultural war or not, or a water war. Yes, no, this is part of the types of issues that we'll discuss. And it's very important that we can do it because, after all, those agricultural issues tend to be addressed only when major crises occur. The last time we had hot debates around those issues was in 2007, 2008, when we had similar problems arising, and then afterwards, the kind of political tension to those issues dropped. And of course now is reviving. So let's try maybe to restart a conversation around those issues that can last and be able to address one of the most structural important issues in the world, and that will address from the changing demands side as well as the changing production side. So, as I told you, we have an incredible, talented and knowledgeable panel to address these issues. Let me start with Minister Mariam Al-Boueri, who is the Minister in charge of climate change and environment of the United Arab Emirates, but also is in charge of food security, a very interesting policy association. And Minister Al-Boueri will close our panel and therefore have an opportunity not only to share her messages, but also to react, if she wishes, to what will have been addressed before. We'll start the panel with two very senior academic and policy makers and advisors. Mr. Maximo Torero Cullen, who is on the screen with us, Chief Economist of FAO, and then Pierre Jacquet, President of the Global Development Network, and professor at the École Nationale de Ponts et Chaussées, and his most prestigious incarnation in his life, a former chief economist of the French Environment Agency in shared years. And then we'll turn to Mr. Chris Narmouti, who is currently associate professor of agribusiness at Bogor University, but used to be Vice Minister of Trade and Vice Minister of Agriculture in Indonesia, and he will be able to provide us with an Asian perspective on global issues. Unfortunately, one of our panelists has dropped, so you will be a woman. I'm just sharing that with the ones in this room who complain about gender parity, which we tried to implement in this panel. So our panelists will have a little bit more time to share, but I kindly ask them not to go beyond 10 minutes so that we can have the time to draw also from the experience of very knowledgeable people in this room. And I expect, for instance, that people like Jean-Marie Pogam, who is the Deputy Director General of WTO in charge of agriculture, who is sitting there, but also people like Lionel Zinsou also provide additional perspective in our debate. So without any further delay, I'm turning, if he wishes so, to Mr. Torero Cullen to start our discussion.
Thank you so much, and hope you can hear me well.
Yes, we do.
So let me start by saying that the medium or long-term future of agri-food systems cannot be predicted. That means it's a sector that works, it's a system that works under risk and uncertainties. And risk is something that you can predict the probability of the loss function, and therefore you should be able to insure. But uncertainties are something that you cannot predict and makes the system extremely complex. This system has a complex set of interconnected activities that go from primary production, processing, distribution, which includes trade, the trade issues you mentioned. In the last year, the maximum level of restrictions were about 17% of the calories traded, which creates significant exacerbation also on prices. But it also brings consumption, and all of them are integrated with socioeconomic and environmental systems, which depend upon the behavior of billions of people. All what we can predict is that we will be facing significant challenges in the future. What we observed in the 70s, in 2007 and 8, to 11, and today, brings up the complexity of the system, brings up a system which has a market structure which is highly concentrated in the exports, especially on cereals, and also brings a system that has significant interrelationships and interlinkages. The way and the extent to which we decide to address them will depend pretty much how we determine the future of the agri-food systems, as well as our future and the future of next generations. In FAO, we have been focusing on 18 drivers, 18 drivers of agri-food systems. And they comprise, for instance, population dynamics, economic growth, macroeconomic stability, which is something that normally we didn't look at. And for example, today, high level of indebtedness of countries, exchange rate variability, and the link between energy and food has been a significant issue that we need to look at. But also in both science and innovation, poverty and inequality, capital and information intensification of production processes, scarcity of natural resources, of course, climate change, and this is just to mention some of the 18 drivers. I will just want to highlight 3 key challenges that clearly emerge from the analysis that we have been doing on these drivers. The first challenge is that food is very unequally distributed across countries and households. And this is essential why trade today with the current distribution of food is crucial. Between 702 and 828 million people face hunger in 2021, and this is chronic hunger. More than 3.1 billion people cannot afford a healthy diet because they lack sufficient income to buy the required nutritious food. Many people have experienced unexpected income shortfalls throughout by lockdowns due to the pandemic, and more recently the rising food and input prices in connection with the war in Ukraine, and are creating an additional burden for low-income families. If, for example, we look today at the 9 food groups that we need to consume to be able to have access to healthy diets, most of sub-Saharan Africa and some South Asian countries won't be able to have access to those 9 food groups. The percentage rate they can self-produce from themselves right now in the photograph today is extremely low. This brings again the importance of trade today. The second challenge is climate change and the fact that if we continue as of today, our agri-food systems will be unsustainable. And climate affects us in 4 dimensions. One is extreme temperatures. Second is excess of water or lack of water. We have just seen what happened in Pakistan and the problem of the flooding, and which is a key rice producer, the 4th in the world, of India rice. Consequence of that, India put the export restriction. Third, volatility and variability. And fifth, how diseases will evolve. And in the previous session, you heard how health is changing because of climate. So agriculture is already affected by climate change and more frequent and stronger extreme events such as droughts, floods, extreme temperatures, and saltwater inclusion due to rising sea levels. Furthermore, land, water, soil, and biodiversity are progressively degrading. Soil nutrient depletion, extensive deforestation, overexploitation of marine resources, and pasture and pollution at all levels raise serious concerns not only for agri-food systems, but also for the broader socioeconomic systems and stability of the environment. At the same time, agriculture itself and related land use generates more than 20% of the global greenhouse gas emissions. And it is estimated that agri-food systems altogether contribute approximately to 1/3 of the greenhouse gas emissions. The third challenge is that we will need to produce more with less. And again, we need to distribute it better. And the United Nations Population Division projects in one scenario that the world's population could reach close to 10 billion by 2050. This means that it is very likely that farmers will have to nourish an additional 2 billion people in less than 30 years from now. And they will need to do so while drastically reducing emissions, as this will be a requirement for all sectors if we are to avert catastrophic climate change. So colleagues, to addressing these challenges to move away from business as usual implies facing contrasting objectives. And we have to increase agricultural output while reducing its environmental footprint, pursuing sustainable yields while minimizing land use expansion, and increasing productivity while preserving employment, and just to mention a few of them. So we need an agri-food system transformation that brings a future of sustainability and resilience, where these trade-offs will be addressed and balanced, and can only materialize if the agri-food systems evolve and adapt on both the demand and the supply side. But for this, we also need to bring the concept of real cost of food to incorporate the externalities, positive or negative. That's the only way we will be able to align the support to agriculture and the incentives that we have in place. On the demand side, for instance, we need shifting diets for the ones who overconsume protein by increasing the share of plant-based protein sources. Not only will be beneficial for mitigating emissions, but will reduce the risk from zoonotic diseases, limit pesticide use, and contribute to reduce antimicrobial resistance. Different choices regarding quantity, safety, nutritional content, social and environmental footprint of food to consume and waste may trigger completely different agri-food system outcomes. Demand-side policies and provision of general public goods such as education and transparent information may promote critical thinking and awareness. For example, campaigns that raise awareness about food waste have proven very effective to reducing it. On the supply side, optimal use of inputs, agroecological approaches, not only could reduce greenhouse gas emissions, but also provide co-benefits in terms of additional ecosystem services and fully integrated with the broader circular economy. Adapted for and appropriate by small-scale producers could additionally lead to sustainable intensification and resource sparing and improved logistics. And this is clearly today in the use of fertilizers and pesticides. However, realizing the climate mitigation potential of some new agri-food system technologies will depend on access to low-carbon energy, as they are relatively more energy intensive. This also holds for deployment of cold chain and packaging technologies, which can help to reduce food loss and waste by increasing energy and materials use. Dear colleagues, let me just say that the challenges ahead are daunting, and it brings a system which is playing under a world of risk and uncertainties. And we need to have smart government policies, and we need to bring all the science and innovation, data, and good governance to be able to implement this, so that we can trigger the changes that we need now to be able to create a transformation of the system that could allow us to produce more with less in a sustainable way, but especially improve the distribution of the food across the world. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup pour ce tour de force, M. Thierry, et avoir à la fois aussi bien mis en avant les difficultés de prédiction, l'instabilité, mais l'importance aussi des réponses de politique publique qui sont nécessaires. Et j'ajouterais peut-être aussi l'importance du rôle que les grands acteurs du monde de l'agroalimentaire doivent de plus en plus jouer pour apporter des solutions à ce système instable. Je me tourne maintenant vers Pierre Jacquet, qui va poursuivre à l'aide d'une présentation d'ailleurs qui va s'afficher, ce tour d'horizon du paysage global.
Merci beaucoup Jean-Michel et merci à Massimo pour cette introduction très générale et très précise. Et je suis évidemment en accord, c'est un plaisir de le retrouver dans ce panel. Je suis en accord avec tout ce qu'il a dit. Alors je vais aborder les choses de façon complémentaire, un petit peu différente. Et alors je ne sais pas si les diapositives peuvent s'afficher.
Oui,
ah, elles sont là, très bien, merci. Voilà, alors en principe, ça doit évoluer aussi. C'est là, oui. Merci. Bon, ça ne marche pas. Je voulais commencer par vous montrer quelques... Ah voilà, ça y est. Quelques graphiques sur la situation de sécurité alimentaire en Afrique. Et vous avez deux graphiques là. Le graphique de gauche montre ce que la FAO appelle la sécurité alimentaire modérée ou sévère, donc les deux. Et le graphique de droite montre uniquement la partie insécurité alimentaire sévère. Et ce qui ressort de ces graphiques, c'est la situation de l'Afrique subsaharienne, qui est d'ailleurs assez proche de la situation de l'autre courbe orange, qui est en fait les pays à faible revenu. Et puis les courbes qu'il y a en dessous, c'est l'Asie du Sud, donc c'est l'Inde en fait, et puis la courbe en vert, c'est l'Amérique latine. Donc on voit sur ces graphiques la situation tout à fait particulière de l'Afrique subsaharienne, qui est une préoccupation majeure, et on y reviendra. L'Afrique subsaharienne qui est d'ailleurs soumise à des crises extrêmement diverses et convergentes. Ce n'est pas seulement la sécurité alimentaire, on en a parlé abondamment dans cette WPC, le terrorisme et l'insécurité, les coups d'État politiques, le choc des prix sur l'énergie, l'inflation en général, le climat, les crises climatiques, le phénomène migratoire, la pandémie, la guerre en Ukraine, la dette, qui est un vrai sujet, la pauvreté. Tout ça crée une situation dans laquelle, et c'est un des premiers messages d'ailleurs de ma présentation, c'est qu'on ne peut pas penser la sécurité alimentaire en dehors d'un cadre général qui comprend toutes ces dimensions. Et on a l'habitude de raisonner un petit peu en silo, comme si on pouvait résoudre les problèmes techniquement en regardant précisément dans chaque silo ce qui se passe. Très clairement, ce n'est pas possible là, et on aura l'occasion d'y revenir. La deuxième série de graphiques porte sur le undernourishment. C'est toujours difficile de parler français avec une présentation en anglais. Donc les problèmes d'insuffisance nutritionnelle. Et là encore, alors en nombre de personnes qui sont touchées par la sous-nutrition, l'Asie sort en tête parce que c'est un des continents les plus peuplés, mais en pourcentage de la population, l'Afrique subsaharienne est là encore en tête et ça montre l'ampleur de la difficulté. Alors je voudrais passer un moment sur ce qu'on appelle sécurité alimentaire. Ça comprend trois dimensions. Il y a la disponibilité de la nourriture, il y a l'accès à la nourriture et il y a la qualité nutritionnelle. Alors, en ce qui concerne la disponibilité, cette disponibilité dépend de la capacité de production, de la capacité d'avoir des stocks de réserve pour faire face au choc, et puis des importations. Et donc là, je rejoins ce qu'a dit Massimo tout à l'heure, les importations, le commerce en général, est une partie extrêmement importante de la disponibilité alimentaire. Et ça amène d'ailleurs immédiatement à parler de ce débat sur l'autosuffisance, etc., qui est un faux débat, dans la mesure où toutes les études qu'on peut regarder, notamment sur le continent africain, sur la façon de satisfaire les besoins alimentaires, conduisent à l'idée, surtout dans un contexte où l'expansion des terres arables est limitée par le souci de ne pas trop déboiser, tout ça conduit à une impossibilité physique en quelque sorte. Et il y a donc besoin de penser le commerce comme étant une façon d'organiser la disponibilité alimentaire, et non pas le commerce comme étant une idéologie de libre-échange. Pas du tout, c'est un instrument de mise à disposition de quantités nécessaires à la vie. Et je crois qu'il faut le concevoir comme cela et concevoir les règles du commerce aussi comme cela. Alors quand on regarde la production simplement, je ne vais pas tout détailler dans ce graphique, c'est pour montrer la complexité et l'interaction entre différentes composantes. La production elle-même dépend de la qualité des sols, du progrès technique, des équipements utilisés, de l'accès aux engrais, des incitations économiques et notamment donc du système de prix, des politiques publiques qui sont menées et qui affectent ce système des prix. Et tout cela montre qu'on n'est pas dans une situation de prédéterminée dans laquelle on peut en effet faire des prévisions précises. Ce qu'on peut dire en revanche, c'est qu'il y a un problème majeur de sous-productivité dans les pays africains. L'autre déterminant de la production, au-delà de la productivité dont je viens de parler, c'est les terres arables. Et là, on est évidemment affecté par le souci du climat, à la fois parce qu'il y a des catastrophes climatiques qui vont affecter la disponibilité des terres arables, mais aussi parce que étendre les terres arables, dont on pourrait penser que c'est une des solutions en Afrique, bute immédiatement sur le souci de considérer suffisamment de surface boisée. Et donc il y a une tension là qu'il va falloir résoudre. Et la résolution de cette tension, elle est politique, elle n'est pas technique. Quand on parle de l'accès à la nourriture, on arrive là aussi à trois éléments. Un élément qui est lié à la disponibilité d'infrastructures suffisantes, d'accès au marché. Un élément qui est lié au prix, au système des prix. Et les prix jouent là un rôle qui est en tension. D'un côté, il y a besoin de prix suffisamment élevés pour soutenir l'incitation à produire. De l'autre côté, il y a besoin de prix suffisamment bas pour que la nourriture soit accessible au plus grand nombre. Donc là, on voit un des éléments aussi importants qui ramène immédiatement à la politique agricole. Et c'est quelque chose, là encore, qui montre l'aspect non déterministe de cette notion de sécurité alimentaire. Et puis enfin, il y a le choix des régimes alimentaires, des diets, dont Massimo a parlé tout à l'heure. Et en effet, on ne peut faire que des hypothèses dans la mesure. Si on revient à des diètes plus raisonnables, qui pourraient vouloir dire d'ailleurs en Afrique de consommer plus de viande, et chez nous, inversement, d'en consommer beaucoup moins. Mais on voit bien que toutes ces questions sont aussi très culturelles et ne vont pas évoluer de façon extrêmement rapide. Donc, un grand nombre de composantes de ce système de sécurité alimentaire, avec en toile commune la démographie, le souci de maintenir la biodiversité, les préoccupations liées au changement climatique, la géopolitique qui affecte notamment le cadre commercial, les pandémies, celles qu'on a vécues et celles qu'on peut être amené à vivre, la sécurité et le rôle des politiques publiques. Donc tout ça fait un système en effet extrêmement complexe, et ce que j'ai envie de retenir de ce système, c'est le rôle essentiel de la politique en général et des politiques publiques en particulier. Et ça m'amène à faire un commentaire sur les politiques publiques qui est que en dépit de la reconnaissance de ce problème depuis de très nombreuses années, des accords, des déclarations de Maputo, je crois que c'était en 2003 ou 2004, de Malabo en 2014, me semble-t-il, où les pays africains s'étaient engagés à développer les politiques agricoles, et je regrette que la représentante du NEPAD ne soit pas là, parce que c'était un programme engagé sous le NEPAD. Eh bien, les pays d'Afrique sont les pays dans lesquels la production agricole est la moins protégée. Et on a cette espèce de paradoxe que dans les pays riches, l'agriculture est protégée, dans les pays pauvres, elle est presque taxée. Et je crois que là, ça montre l'ampleur du besoin de rétablir des politiques publiques qui sont propices à la fois au développement de la production agricole et à l'accès à l'alimentation. Et c'est un des enjeux, me semble-t-il, du développement et du développement africain en particulier. Alors, je voudrais dire quelques mots sur la question de savoir pourquoi il faut que ça nous préoccupe. Et en fait, c'est une implication inverse. J'ai parlé un peu de l'implication de la géopolitique sur la sécurité alimentaire. Je crois qu'en rétroaction, les problèmes de sécurité alimentaire ont une dimension géopolitique majeure. D'abord, c'est un échec moral abject. C'est intolérable de laisser cette situation se développer. Et je ne sais pas, je n'ai pas eu le temps de commenter sur les graphiques, mais vous avez peut-être pu voir que les problèmes d'accroissement de l'insécurité alimentaire prédatent le Covid. Donc ce n'est pas le Covid qui est responsable de ça, ce n'est pas la guerre en Ukraine, c'est notre incapacité pendant des décennies à contribuer à résoudre le problème. Et je crois qu'il ne faut pas se donner l'alibi de la pandémie. Le programme d'insécurité alimentaire dans les pays en développement et en Afrique en particulier, c'est un échec collectif majeur qui est très antérieur au Covid. Deuxièmement, cette insécurité alimentaire, elle est source d'instabilité, de crise. Et on est en train de parler, si on parle d'Afrique, d'un continent qui est en pleine expansion démographique. Il y aura prochainement 2 milliards d'habitants et c'est évidemment un terreau d'insécurité, d'instabilité, avec des dimensions politiques majeures. D'abord des alliances très instables, à la fois au sein du continent et entre le continent, les pays européens et les autres, et des tensions et des conflits, des pressions migratoires et évidemment des sujets liés à la santé. C'est ça la sécurité alimentaire. Donc c'est un problème global, collectif, et ça nous concerne également au premier chef pour des raisons qui ne sont pas seulement morales. Alors je terminerai par quelques réflexions sur l'aide et la façon dont le Nord ou l'Ouest peut aider. Je crois qu'il y a deux dimensions sur lesquelles je voudrais insister. La première, c'est la cohérence des politiques. Une des raisons pour lesquelles les prix alimentaires ont fortement monté, c'est que nous utilisons, et c'est le cas notamment aux États-Unis, un petit peu moins en Europe, mais aussi, nous utilisons des céréales pour produire de l'énergie. Et donc il y a un effet de vase communicant entre les prix de l'énergie et les prix de l'alimentation, qui sont liés au fait qu'on utilise des produits alimentaires pour produire de l'énergie. Alors, je ne suis pas contre, évidemment, mais tout ça est une question d'équilibre et de compréhension de l'équilibre. Et donc, on ne peut pas se lamenter de la hausse des prix et puis en même temps ne pas se poser cette question de cohérence des politiques. Cohérence de choix entre des cultures d'exportation et des cultures vivrières, cohérence de choix entre la consommation ou la production. Donc premier point de cohérence des politiques. Et puis deuxième point, et je terminerai là-dessus, sur l'orientation de l'aide au développement, qui semble être encore aujourd'hui marquée par la tentation de trouver des solutions pour les pays. Eh bien non, ça ne marche pas. Les solutions appartiennent aux pays. Il faut leur donner les moyens de mettre en œuvre leurs propres solutions. Donc quand on parle d'aider à la formation des politiques publiques, ce n'est pas la conception des politiques publiques à leur place. On peut être tenté de le faire parce qu'on peut être tenté de leur éviter les erreurs que nous avons commises nous-mêmes. Ça ne marche pas. Il faut avoir la modestie de reconnaître d'abord qu'on est devant une incertitude majeure et qu'on ne sait pas. Et deuxièmement, qu'on apprend par les erreurs. Et donc le rôle de l'aide devrait être de permettre aux pays de se prendre en main. Donc j'insiste beaucoup sur la formation de capacité, sur le rôle de la recherche effectuée dans les propres pays. Là, je parle pour ma paroisse, le GDN, le Global Development, dont la mission est de développer la capacité de recherche dans les pays en développement, parce que sans ça, on ne facilite pas ce qu'on appelle en anglais l'ownership, la capacité de prise en main des différents pays, et ça me semble être une urgence, y compris pour traiter le problème de la sécurité alimentaire. Merci.
Merci Pierre pour avoir aussi bien complété la mise en perspective des défis, aussi sur le plan de la production et nous avoir mis en lumière les contradictions qu'il peut y avoir dans la lutte contre le réchauffement climatique avec les problématiques des carburants verts et les questions de production pour la nutrition. Et si je retenais un seul point qui nous servira aussi dans les minutes qui viennent, plus tard dans la conversation, c'est sur le message que tu as partagé, qu'au fond, les inégalités de production et de consommation et donc les déficits alimentaires sont une des raisons profondes pour les échanges et le système d'échange comme une contribution à la sécurité alimentaire, ce qui n'est pas quelque chose qui est toujours perçu et qui est au cœur, je crois, de notre discussion, puisque la question de savoir si ce système de garantie des échanges fonctionne effectivement est la clé, bien entendu, de sa pérennité et la clé d'une réponse durable aux problèmes que tu as échangés. Et donc, and now let me turn to Mr. Krishnamurti with his vast experience of both policy making and academic, who is going to continue touring this global issue with us.
Thank you. Indonesia is considered to be one of the countries in the world who have a success story in combating food insecurity. But I would like to stress that we recognized the problem back in the 60s. We gained our relatively food security after almost 25 years in 85. And we face food insecurity again along the way of our history. So for us in Indonesia, we see that food insecurity is a global problem, it's dynamic, and it's been with us for a while. In 2019, there is about 30% of global populations lack access to adequate food. Prevalence of moderate to severe food insecurity. And even that is not include Indonesia. We see that as always as a threat to our own food security. About 200 million people out that 2.3, 2.5 billion is in food crisis. It's a highly stressed and critical lack of food access with high and above usual malnutrition. Now the interesting part of this is 70% out of these 200 million is in 7 countries. Congo, Afghanistan to Haiti. And the list of that countries remain the same for the last 20 years. So I would like to underline what a previous speaker has mentioned. We are failing to put this as our priority and try to solve it. The second point is COVID, the lockdown, global supply chains, disruptions, economic crisis, and now the war, put this problem even in the bad positions. With the lockdown and supply chains disruptions, there is also refugee on that. 20 million people entering food crisis in just 6 months. Almost all countries face food inflation more than 5%. Regardless, low, middle, high income countries, all of them experience the same thing. UK experienced 17% of food inflation, Turkey 90%, just to mention a few. And the paradox of it, the policy response of government is protectionism. My country first, has been mentioned, 19-20% has banned export, 12 countries limiting food export, and that makes the problem even worse. And looking in the futures, this is an intermediate futures and near futures, we will face even a greater problem. The price of fertilizer and fertilizer shortage will make higher cost of food productions and lowering productivity. And even Ukraine and that part of the world is one of the major food producers. I just can imagine when will be the recovery, production recovery from that part of the world. So the impact of the last 3 years of situations is as follows: 345 million, before it's 200, now become 345 million, immediate danger from acute food insecurity. 820 million go bed hungry every night. 3 billion entering food insecurity, basically 1/3 of human population. So I think we need to do something more drastic than a business as usual that we already face in dealing with this problem. Not mentioning that climate change has impacted productivity and farmers' ability to produce food. 30% of food productivity increase was canceled by climate change. And the next 15 years, we will have 1 billion people, 1 billion more mouths to feed. As a recommendation, probably, that we should strengthen global food governance. First, let's us do our utmost to resume and maintain open food trade. Build the trust again that food is not something only for business, it's some part of a shared moral obligation, it's a part of humanity. Exclude food trade from any sanction. But in case of the war of Ukraine, maintaining at least the Black Sea Grain Initiative. The second, we need more investment in food system. Our colleague from FAO already laid down about so many issues that related with food systems, but at the end of the day, we need more resources to put on that system. We need to more investment in technology for production and logistics. We need more investment in climate resilience food agricultures. We need an investment to empower more human capital, especially on women in agriculture. We need to improve our agriculture infrastructures. And we need also to educate many in our part of the world, knowledge and know-how for food consumption, good food consumptions, including reduction of loss and waste. To put on the context, probably we need to broaden the Global Alliance on Food Security that has been initiated by G7, and we need to do more on the practical mode of the, after the recognizing clear message from G20. But that cannot be done without the involvement of the private sectors, and how governments should empower businesses to be able to have, of course, a good business in food, but at the same time also solve the problem. Again, as I said, Indonesia is maybe among the few countries with high populations that relatively success in building our own food security, but as long as there is hunger in the world, that is also a threat for our own food security. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Krishnamurthy, for this highly valuable contribution and highlighting at the same time the persistence of the issue throughout the years, but also a very precise, though long list of concrete proposals about how to proceed from now on. And let me just highlight it, as you mentioned, the lack of investment as part of the challenge. that the agricultural agenda has not found its real place in public policy, both global and local, in the past decades. Just two numbers or two evidence of it. In Africa, for instance, public spending for agriculture is around 0.5% of the GDP, which is extraordinarily low. And by the way, much lower than the proportion of GDP that OECD countries dedicate to their agriculture, which is, if I'm not mistaken, around 1.5%. But at the level of international support, ODA has also ranked agriculture as nearly the lowest item on its agenda, way lower than health, education, just to mention that, not mentioning infrastructure. So basically, we are dedicating little political attention to those issues. And this is why I'm even more happy to have with us a prestigious policymaker, and a very specific one, because as I said, you're linking in your role climate change and food security, which is quite rare. I'm sure that we are going to be enlightened, Minister, by your experience.
Thank you so much. I'd like to start first by thanking World Policy Conference for having us here and talking about a very important subject. I'm sure a lot of you have heard me speaking before, and linking food systems with climate change, it's a must, because as some of my fellow panelists mentioned, a third of global greenhouse gas emissions is coming from our broken food systems. I feel already much has been talked about the situation we're in, the shocking numbers, the challenges that we have. I want to talk about solutions. I want to talk a little bit about the light at the end of the tunnel. I think the UAE is very much known for being a beacon of hope. And so I want to bring hope. We must do three things, in my eyes. Countries need to plan more properly when it comes to food systems transformation. For every point I make, I'm going to show you a little bit of an example of what we do in the UAE. We have a national food security strategy. We have the Emirates Food Security Council that governs all the programs we're doing under the strategy to make sure we're implementing. We're also always checking internationally how we are benchmarking ourselves. So we're looking at the Global Food Security Index. And by the way, the UAE has become #1 ranking in the Global Food Security Index this year for the MENA region. Why? Because we've put a lot of effort into planning, understanding, improving. There are a lot of areas which need improvement, such as R&D. We need to put more investment in R&D for innovations. And so this closed-back system, this feedback that we're getting is really important. So the planning is really important. Countries must plan, because food security, friends, it's not just agriculture, by the way. Yeah. It's food and loss, waste. It's nutrition. It's food safety. It's the way we consume. It's the way when you go to a supermarket, what you buy, what ends up in the bin. That has a huge influence on our food systems today. And most of us always think of agriculture, but actually there's a huge part on the demand side as well. And changing and reflecting the way we are consuming. I myself, the last 3-4 years, because I've been involved a lot in the food system conversation, I've changed a lot about how I eat. I've tried to get my family to be influenced as well. The young generation is so much easier to influence, by the way. The elder generations, I'm still working on it. But this is what's happening in my own family and household. So now think of how to do this in a community, in a country. It's not easy. Then I think of the second point, and a lot of you mentioned this, investing in innovation. And I'm not just saying investing in innovation, but being also innovative. So the word innovation is huge, and I'll give you some examples. So we, in the past years, for example, in Abu Dhabi, we have the Abu Dhabi Investment Office under the Ghadan 21 initiative, which is an Abu Dhabi accelerator program. We've invested more than $150 million in ag tech companies to come attract them to the UAE to start growing clean foods all year round in the hot, arid environment that we're in. We are a water-scarce country. We don't have much arable land, and with that, we must turn to innovation. And we're so proud today, when you go to the supermarkets, you see berries grown in the UAE, salmon, quinoa, vegetables of all sorts, fruits are coming up as well. And I'm sure in the very near future, we're going to see grains being grown in closed system farms. This is going to be a breakthrough, ladies and gentlemen, because this means we're not dependent on the climate that's happening around us. It's a closed farm where water is recycled and you don't have to use chemicals. So this kind of innovation, there must be more investments done in this. And we are doing this, and there's more we need to do. And then when I talk about being innovative, we're talking about we must ensure trade is open and no restrictions. And by the way, the UAE is very dependent on global food supply. 90% of our food comes from outside. But now I think of, okay, how do I not put any restrictions and protect local production, but still try to encourage local production to grow in an environment that is hard? You have to innovate. So we did something just a few weeks ago. During our annual government meetings. The UAE holds every year an annual government meeting where we bring all the federal and local entities together and discuss challenges. And what we decided was government entities, the big consumers, such as the police, the armed forces, the hospital authorities, the ones that buy a lot of food and that are under the government control, they must buy locally. Let's not touch the trade, let the trade keep going, but where you have hands-on on your procurement and what you can buy, this is where you can encourage that a certain percentage of certain food items are bought locally. This I call innovation. Then the third point is about partnerships. I keep saying partnerships, partnerships. Let's look at an example. Bustanica is a vertical farm that is now operating in the UAE, one of the largest vertical farms in the world. This is a partnership with Emirates Catering Group, and I'm sure many of you have flown in with some of our national airlines, Emirates Airlines being one of them. You are now going to enjoy salads coming from this vertical farm. It is now more commercially viable and more profitable for Emirates Catering Group to get their greens, microgreens, lettuce, salads from these vertical farms here in the UAE than importing them. So the business model is changing. This is a partnership between Emirates Catering Group and Crop One. This is a company from the US. We also have a lot of ag-tech companies in the UAE that were supported because we're really supporting the ag-tech ecosystem. They're now going out to Singapore, for example, to try and build the ecosystem there because we're now basically trying to showcase or showing technologies from the UAE, from a hot, arid climate on how technologies work in this space to other countries that are facing the same challenges. So these are the three key areas: plan, innovation, investing or being creative and innovative, and partnerships. This, for me, is what countries must look into. It's so important that also during the COP28, by the way, as much as people are talking about the energy and the just energy transition, food systems transformation must also be on center stage with the energy transformation discussions. It's really important. And this is what we're doing because the UAE is really taking COP28 as a country effort. We're all trying to put everything together because everything is interlinked: water, energy, food, waste. It's all interlinked together. And we're really making sure, and hopefully, we see many of you there as well next year at COP28, where we're really linking all this together and showcasing projects and solutions that are working. Remember, friends, things need to be easy. Every country has different challenges. Every country has certain resources that others don't. So that's why it's so complex the way it is. And by the way, solutions are there. You will be surprised at how many innovations and solutions there are that can really fix the broken systems we're in today. We have to do the matchmaking, we have to have the discussions, we have to have partnerships like Aim4C is another one that we're very proud of. The UAE and the US have spearheaded the Agriculture Innovation Mission for Climate. We have about 275 partners on board, more than $8 billion of commitments into this food systems transformation. So we need to see a lot more of these things happening. Thank you.
Very good.
Well, thank you very much, Minister, for having so brilliantly introduced us to how you, in such structured way, you address the challenge of having to import most of your food and working on that with this extremely structured policy around planning, innovation, partnerships, which I think is very inspiring. While you were speaking, you also addressed the issue of demand. And in Danone, my colleagues have a very strong policy around saying the best way you can change as people the world is by changing the way you eat. Of course, I think they have the products that can help you changing the world. But there's something very true about it, and many of our responses are there. But innovation, as you so rightly said, is also something that is often underestimated. And just briefly sharing with you that even in the poorest African countries, incredible innovations are taking place. You know, we are funding with my shop in Senegal a wonderful startup on baby nutrition using only local products. We are funding in Burkina Faso another startup which is using and raising worms for protein production, completely changing the way a poor country can access protein. So many things. You know, in Kenya, we are funding vertical agriculture, which is also one of the ways one can completely change the issue of land availability. So many things are taking place that can also provide hope. And thank you very much for having sent this signal of hope. So we have a few more minutes to address this issue. I can see a few hands being raised. And so let me I have three on that side of the room. So I have a lady in white just ahead of me, Mr. Pogam just behind him, and a lady in red my side, and a gentleman with whom I don't see very well, also on the extreme right. So please, madam, let's start.
Dania Khatib, I want to ask, there is one issue that was not high. Thank you for the speaker, wonderful interventions. I have one issue that none of you has touched, maybe lightly you touched upon, is food security in area of conflict. And I want to give you Syria, for example. Syria in Madaya, which was under siege, children were dying because they have no access to food. We're 10 minutes away in Zabadani, the farmer were throwing the vegetables and the fruit because they didn't have a way to sell them. And now, for example, in Syria, we have every 6 months the renewal of Bab el-Hawa, which is the only crossing, which is, and we don't know, maybe after, in February, the Russian will say, no, we don't want to renew it. So, I mean, there is a lot of issue, and I work a lot of issue of resilience. And this is where comes the sustainable agriculture, where sustainable agriculture, which is diversified and needs minimum maintenance and can increase the resilience of local community. Can any one of the speakers give me, for example, like in Syria, how can we, and is there I mean, does, for example, Food Organization, UN Food, did they think about that, promoting sustainable agricultures in these areas, in areas of conflict where there is no freedom of movement of goods and people? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. As for the other panels, we're going to take all the questions so that you can very freely react. So, Mr. Pogam, yes, here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup au panel pour les excellentes interventions. Un commentaire et une question. Le commentaire, d'abord, c'est que le problème posé est du point de vue, est un problème classique de théorie des jeux, c'est-à-dire que tous les pays ont, sur le commerce, tous les pays ont le droit de protéger leurs ressources et leur population en fermant leurs exportations. Mais aucun pays n'a intérêt à le faire parce que si on coupe le commerce, on aggrave le problème. Et on a rencontré ça au début du Covid et on a rencontré ça au début de la crise alimentaire. Comment le système international a réagi ? Je dirais en progrès, mais doit mieux faire. Il n'a pas mal réagi au sens où on a eu 3 ou 4 résultats multilatéraux qui ont permis un fonctionnement à peu près normal du système. Le premier, les ministres du commerce se sont engagés à la modération dans l'utilisation des restrictions aux exportations. Et cette modération n'est pas totale, mais c'est traduite dans les faits par une diminution du nombre de mesures qu'on a observées à l'OMC. Il y en avait 78 au début de la crise en février, il y en a plus que 50. Ça n'est pas satisfaisant, mais c'est plus équilibré. Deuxièmement, ils ont éliminé toute restriction aux exportations sur les achats du programme alimentaire mondial, ce qui est un des éléments d'intervention importants. Troisièmement, le secrétaire général des Nations Unies a obtenu cet accord sur l'extraction, la sécurisation de la sortie du blé et des autres grains de la mer Noire. Quatrièmement, le FMI a mis en place, sur la proposition de la FAO, je crois, une facilité de financement des importations pour les pays en situation de tension sur la balance des paiements. Donc on a quelque chose, on a eu une réaction collective qui va dans le sens de la circulation. Les résultats en termes de tension sur les prix, je parle sous le contrôle de Maximo Torero, sont plutôt meilleurs. Il y a 6 mois, on était à 1/3 au-dessus de l'année dernière. Aujourd'hui, on n'est plus qu'à 20%. Et donc, il faut continuer. Et c'est là la question que je voudrais adresser au panel. C'est quelles sont les priorités que vous identifiez pour les 6 mois à 1 an pour maintenir cette dynamique de coopération qui permettra de continuer à contribuer à résoudre cette crise alimentaire. Évidemment, nous, on va le faire au niveau de l'OMC sur la transparence et le maintien de l'ouverture des marchés, autant qu'on pourra le faire. Tous doivent y contribuer. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup Jean-Marie. Une petite note de bas de page. Je suis étonné finalement rétrospectivement qu'aucun de nous n'ait cité le Programme alimentaire mondial, qui est supposé être l'organisation qui assure le filet de sécurité ultime en matière de sécurité. La dame en rouge, voilà, vous êtes à côté d'elle.
Oui, bonjour. I'm Carrie Halferty-Hardy, and the question I have is several of the panelists have mentioned, of course, the necessity for increasing food production while reducing environmental impact. And we have to couple that with evidence-based policy making with regards to new breeding technologies and genetically modified organisms, as well as towards phytosanitary products. And so if the panel could also address how you can reconcile that with some of the decisions that have been made that in other places around the world that do not address, for example, the question of climate impact in Africa on things like banana wilt, and not being allowed to use those new and innovative agricultural processes and products. Thank you.
Very hot issue. Thank you so much. And last but not least, my extreme right.
Merci pour la densité de la présentation du panel. La question de la sécurité alimentaire en Afrique de façon générale, en Afrique de l'Ouest, de façon particulière dans le Sahel, est bien préoccupante. Vous en avez parlé. Hier, nous avons parlé de la question des matières premières critiques. Mais il y a une question préjudicielle que nous devons régler. La question de la lutte contre le terrorisme. Parce que qu'est-ce qui se passe sur le terrain? Quand les terroristes arrivent avec leurs armes et leur folie meurtrière, ils saisissent les bétails des éleveurs et en disposent comme ils veulent. Dans les zones d'agriculture, ils préviennent les occupants des terres cultivables et leur disent dans 48 heures, nous serons chez vous. Cela provoque des vagues de déplacements internes. Moi, j'ai visité beaucoup de camps de déplacés internes. C'est une crise humanitaire importante qui se prépare. C'est peut-être en Afrique de l'Ouest, dans le Sahel aujourd'hui, mais après la guerre de l'Ukraine, je crois que nous aurons la même chose en Europe. Il faut régler absolument la question préjudicielle de la lutte contre le terrorisme. Merci beaucoup.
Merci sur ce coup de projecteur très important sur une région particulièrement critique aujourd'hui. Je vois que j'ai une demande de Philippe Chalmin et puis on va arrêter là parce que malheureusement, pour donner quelques minutes à chacun des panélistes. Philippe, brièvement s'il te plaît.
Très brièvement, je crois que ce qui est quand même important, c'est de faire une distinction entre politique agricole et politique alimentaire. Et il me semble que c'est au cœur de tous les problèmes, notamment africains. Les agriculteurs, je veux bien qu'on les aide, qu'on leur apprenne de nouvelles technologies. La meilleure aide qu'on peut leur offrir, c'est la carotte de prix garanti, stable et rémunérateur. C'était, souvenez-vous-en d'ailleurs, le modèle d'une région qui longtemps fut dépendante alimentairement, qui s'appelait l'Europe. Et on a eu la politique agricole commune. Le problème, c'est qu'à l'époque, les consommateurs européens pouvaient payer. Le souci dans la plupart des pays touchés aujourd'hui, c'est que les consommateurs n'ont pas les moyens de payer, qu'il n'y a pas beaucoup de contribuables pour financer, et qu'au contraire, le souci des gouvernants, souvent élus plus ou moins démocratiquement, c'est de maintenir des prix alimentaires bas dans les zones urbaines, celles qui peuvent faire des révolutions. Et à ma connaissance, il n'y a qu'un pays qui a résolu la dualité politique agricole, politique alimentaire, c'est l'Inde. Et personne n'en parle. Mais politique agricole indienne, les prix garantis sont suffisamment élevés. Politique alimentaire indienne, les prix aux consommateurs sont suffisamment bas. Alors comment peut-on et comment pouvez-vous imaginer sortir de cela? Et quand, je ne sais pas si c'est Pierre qui disait il faut laisser les gens se débrouiller eux-mêmes, est-ce que l'on ne pourrait pas quand même imaginer financer de véritables politiques agricoles? Parce que quand les prix sont bas, les agriculteurs ne font pas de révolution. Mais quand le prix du pain est élevé, là on a des émeutes de la faim.
Merci Philippe. Et bien sûr, ceci explique en partie l'arrivée de l'Inde sur le marché de l'exportation agricole et aussi ça explique les politiques de non-protection que dénonçait tout à l'heure, je crois, Pierre, des productions agricoles en Afrique et voire même parfois des subventionnements aux importations que l'on voit dans de nombreux pays. Alors nous avons 2 minutes pour chaque intervenant, désolé. Je vais, pour réagir aux questions qu'ils souhaitent, dans l'ordre qu'ils souhaitent, c'est leur privilège du choix. Et si elle le veut bien, je vais peut-être commencer par Madame la Ministre, I'll start with you, Minister, to give any reaction you would like to those questions.
Okay, I will start first with the first question that we got. This again comes to partnerships. I'm going to give you an example of some things that the UAE has done, and this was also in collaboration with the FAO, and Massimo is with us also today. We did, for example, projects with Liberia. So this was UAE, Liberia, and the FAO, and we helped Liberian women in adopting to some technologies and providing them with some solar panels to be able to farm in their communities. What you say is so important because we want to make sure that people can also ensure that they're being able to produce where they are and not create this movement that's really accentuating again the difficulties that we're in. So what's really important is that even we're looking at innovations, we need to look at, so vertical farming is extreme high capex costs, but there are low-tech things that can be done, and this is where research and development comes in. We have, for example, the International Center for Biosaline Agriculture, known as ICBA. ICBA is here in the UAE now since 22 years. The UAE is also a donor to ICBA, and they are looking at low-tech solutions for marginal environments. So what can be done in marginal environments to produce crops, to produce fodder for livestock, etc. And this knowledge is then being taken to the developing countries and to those in conflict areas where we need to help them. As you may know, UAE is also one of the top countries in the world when it comes to ODA, when it comes to humanitarian work. We work very closely with the World Food Programme. What we do realize often, of course, there are, you need to classify a certain immediate need. When they need food, they need food. But when you're looking at medium to long term, you need to look at what technologies, what tools can you give these communities so that they can grow, they can make money, and they can start developing their economies or their mini economies. It's so important because when you see conflict areas, it really comes down to mostly food. When people don't know where their next meal is going to be, this is dangerous. And so it's really important that we give them that peace of mind that you will always have food. Here you go. This is how you can grow it. These are the tools you have. It will support you. And what's important is the youth here as well, to get them excited about this as well, to get them to think around how they can make money from this and have a future in this as well. So I cannot say more than, yes, more needs to be done in this. I can only talk about what we do in the UAE, what other countries are doing. I cannot talk on their behalf, but yes, more needs to be done in sharing technologies and innovation, whether low-tech, medium-tech, high-tech, to help countries or communities that are in conflict areas, all the way up to even developing or developed countries. They have food deserts, they have food insecurity areas. Even those need to be supported as well. And then, just remembering some of the questions, I know we had about India as well. Again, I cannot talk on behalf of other countries, but with the UAE and India, the gentleman here in the front, we have, for example, we've created the UAE-India corridor. Why? Because we also realize India is a huge food producer, but the UAE is a great hub with a great network to be able to deliver food to the world. We have storage systems, we have the logistics infrastructure, so we need to create more of these food corridors to be able to bring food to the places in need. So with that, I'll stop there. So.
Thanks, Minister. Mr. Krishnamurthy, please.
Yes, I think we have to, say it out loud that conflict and war is the imminent and most severe threat to food insecurity. Conflict and war is not a normal situation. Then we have to do it to tackle it. First is to abolish the conflict and the war itself, right? But if we have to do it, to do something with it, and again, humanitarian program is, I think, it's very important. And things that has been said by His Excellency Ministers, small but real in the field, helping them with their own situations. I think that is the only way. On the organizations, I think that's why the global governance becoming very important. If we look around in the world, World Food Programme, yeah, they are very good, but that's for humanitarian, not for trade, not for building business. FAO, probably they are very strong in production side, some of the consumptions, but not the trade. WTO, they handle some of the trade issues, but they are taking too long in their deliberations, dispute settlement and so forth. So probably we need to have, again, it's been mentioned again and again in this conference, a global food governance. I don't know what, and I don't know what form. Maybe something that, enlarging that has been done by UAE, just do the real things and not only in the level of policies, scaling up what has been an example, a very good example, and that is something that we need in the world. GMO, I think that's one of key issues related to the technologies, and we learn a lot in the last 30, 40 years. And there are countries that are already embracing it, and some countries are still against it. And that is, I think, more on a political science arena to have that discussions. But I think, to be very honest, the reality is that genetic technology is one of the key to solve many problems that we face in food security. Last but not least, to come with a model, I think that is something very interesting, but we need also to be very careful, because as the, Her Excellency Minister said, every country, every territory have their own challenges, and so they need to have their own model. And if we recognize that, and I think we will see and have given appreciation to many models of the world in many countries.
Thanks very much. Pierre?
Merci. Je n'ai pas grand-chose à ajouter à ce que vient de dire Est-ce que je parle le micro? Merci. Je n'ai pas grand-chose à ajouter à ce que vient de dire le professeur Krishnamurti. Je partage ce qu'il a dit à la fois sur l'importance des nouvelles technologies, et on retrouve dans le domaine agricole le même type de débat que celui qu'on a dans bien d'autres domaines, que ce soit l'énergie ou d'autres, sur l'acceptation du progrès technique et ses implications. Je crois que rien ne peut remplacer le débat sociétal sur ces questions. Et je partage, en tant qu'ingénieur notamment, la conviction que le progrès technique a un rôle majeur à jouer. Pas unique, c'est pas une solution miracle, mais simplement dans les différentes approches à étudier. Mais il faut en convaincre le reste de la population, et donc ça nécessite des débats totalement ouverts sur la nature du progrès technique, ses implications, qu'on traite les questions comme elles se posent. Sur les conflits aussi, je partage ce qu'a dit mon voisin, parce que je pense que si je reviens aux critères que mentionnait Madame la Ministre sur les éléments de socle d'une politique agricole réussie, les pays à conflit ne sont pas des zones dans lesquelles on peut facilement planifier ou mettre en place une bonne gouvernance. Ce qui veut dire que dans la période intérimaire, on a peu d'autres choix que de penser l'aide humanitaire. Et peut-être, au-delà de l'aide humanitaire, l'aide qu'on pourrait appeler grassroots, c'est-à-dire l'aide de petite taille à des fermiers individuels, parce qu'il y a encore de l'innovation, il y a encore de la capacité de réaction à ce niveau-là, encore faut-il pouvoir intervenir à ce niveau-là. Je terminerai par la remarque de Philippe Chemin. D'abord, je n'ai jamais voulu dire qu'il fallait laisser les gens se débrouiller par eux-mêmes, pas du tout. Ce que j'ai voulu dire, c'est qu'il ne faut pas prétendre leur apporter les solutions à leur place, mais leur donner les moyens de trouver les solutions, y compris les moyens financiers. Oui, c'est une responsabilité collective majeure. En revanche, je partage ce qu'il a dit sur le rôle des prix, ou le rôle de l'assurance agricole d'ailleurs, parce que c'est un peu le même type d'idée. Et là, je crois qu'il y a vraiment un boulevard pour l'innovation. C'est-à-dire qu'on est encore en train de penser assurance agricole avec tous les problèmes qu'il y a derrière, qui est la capacité des gens et des fermiers à accepter de s'assurer avant que le risque se produise. Peu de gens sont capables de faire ça. C'est d'ailleurs pour ça que dans nos pays développés, l'assurance est souvent obligatoire. Et en revanche, on pourrait imaginer des partenariats publics-privés, en quelque sorte, dans lesquels les banques financent et le remboursement ne sera demandé qu'en cas d'évolution favorable de la nature, par exemple. Ces questions-là sont aujourd'hui très peu étudiées. Et encore une fois, c'est un boulevard pour l'innovation financière. Et je crois qu'il y a là vraiment des possibilités d'innovation tout à fait majeures. Mais oui, la politique agricole, elle consiste à protéger les producteurs, parce que l'agriculture est une activité profondément incertaine, soumise à des tas d'aléas non contrôlables, et donc voilà, le marché tout seul ne répond pas à la question.
Mr. Torero-Collen, you'll have not the exact final word as we shall see, but please go ahead.
No, that's okay. Let me answer some of the questions directly. First, if we look at the key drivers of food insecurity historically, first is conflict. Now we add the war because of the war in Ukraine. Second is slowdowns and downturns, which COVID-19 plays through it. Third is climate and climate variability, but that's today. But the combination of them are the ones that create the biggest challenge. Now, to improve resilience to those, we need to have at least 3 elements. One is early warning tools with predictive power that we can help countries to alert them. Absorption capacity, and here is the toolbox that Marianne was talking. We need a toolbox that can adjust to situations that we know will happen. Most of the conflicts have been there historically. So we need to have that set of toolbox that will allow these producers to shrink and expand depending on the challenges they will face. And then we need to reduce inequalities to be able to build back better. But in this context, if we look at what is happening today in the short term, we have a food import bill that has increased to $2 trillion. That's an increase in $180 billion. And the 62 most vulnerable countries are paying $25 billion more for their food because of prices and because of exchange rate. And ring the bell, where is the exchange rate problem coming? From mistakes from the north. So we need to be careful here because they have to increase interest rate because they supply too much food. That's affecting the exchange rate. That's increasing the import bill substantially. The same is happening with inputs, a huge increase in the cost of inputs. And again, on fertilizers, and that will have a consequence on seeds. Third, I think it's important the issue of trade. It's central, the issue of trade. But we have specialized agencies working on trade. And it's not a simple issue, it's a very complex issue. But we need to bring more evidence and transparency, and that's what AMIS does, to assure that we facilitate the mobility of goods. But if we don't move goods today, we will have a problem. But it's not only global trade, it's also intra-regional trade. How we accelerate the African trade mechanism so that it's also accelerated. Today, most of the fertilizers in Africa produced by Dangote plant in Nigeria, 95.5% are credited to South America, not to Africa. So Africa doesn't have a problem of source of fertilizers. Most of them are going out of Africa because of trade problems within Africa and logistical and access issues also. So let me just finalize on something which I think is important. Solutions has to be led by countries and by regions where there is economies of scale. Africa is a good example of institutionality with the CARA framework. I think what UAE has done is great, but it needs to be led by countries. We cannot impose more institutionality over it. I think that will be a huge mistake. We have to make agencies accountable, and that's what will make them work properly in the roles that they have today. But complicating more the global system will be a mistake on my view, and I think we need to let countries and regions to accelerate and help them with technical capacities and information and technologies. And that's where innovation and technology is central. And I think the question on technology is important, and we cannot run from it. We need new technologies, not only digital, but also new biotechnologies, the gene editing, and so on and so forth. But we need to bring evidence and solutions and to bring information so that countries can make better decisions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rokolen, especially for making this very important link that we did not mention between interest rates, exchange rates, cost of imports, which is playing a huge role in the current situation. I have been told that our prestigious friend Lionel Zassou had asked for the floor, which I didn't notice, so I apologize for that. And so if you wish, before we close our workshop, please, Lionel, you have the floor for what you had to share with us.
2 minutes, Monsieur le Président. Et merci beaucoup. En fait, je crois que vous aviez une invitée africaine s'occupant du NEPAD et qui ne pouvait pas être présente. Et donc, peut-être vous pouvez donner une couleur africaine à votre débat. Je vous remercie du très haut niveau de votre débat. Mais 80% des phénomènes les plus intenses de malnutrition, de sous-nutrition et d'insécurité alimentaire concernent le continent africain. Et je voulais juste rappeler un certain nombre de paramètres simples. Monsieur le Président, tu as dit à un moment donné que les financements de l'aide publique au développement avaient beaucoup baissé sur les questions d'agriculture. Et c'est vrai qu'il fut un temps où, au Mexique, en Inde, en Indonésie, en Chine, il y a eu un financement très important des révolutions vertes. Ceci a beaucoup décru en réalité après les années 80. Bon. Et la dimension financière est importante au-delà de l'aide publique au développement. Une des choses qui, dans mon expérience du gouvernement, m'a frappé le plus, c'est de me tourner vers le directeur national de la Banque centrale et lui demander, dans l'allocation de crédit à l'économie d'un pays où 50% de la population active est employée dans l'agriculture, et où l'agriculture représente 28% du PIB, et en cela, on est assez proche de la moyenne subsaharienne, quelle est l'allocation de crédit à l'économie qui va à l'agriculture? Et la réponse est 2%. Alors il y a un phénomène d'aide publique au développement, mais beaucoup plus important, un phénomène de nos systèmes financiers. Or, il se trouve que l'agriculture, et je parle sous le contrôle du chef économiste de la FAO, est l'un des secteurs, avec l'énergie et l'eau, au coefficient de capital le plus élevé, compte tenu de la valeur relativement basse du produit fini, avant transformation. Donc, c'est l'activité la plus capitalistique, contrairement à l'intuition, qui n'est pas l'industrie de transformation. Et comme c'est aussi le principal, en Afrique, consommateur d'énergie et d'eau, qui sont les autres secteurs hyper capitalistiques, la problématique, malgré tout, du financement de l'agriculture pour assurer la sécurité alimentaire, qui n'est absolument pas traitée de la même façon en Asie, de la même façon en Amérique latine, il y a quand même une spécificité africaine sur le besoin du capital, des fonds propres et du crédit. On a dit des choses très impressionnantes sur l'agriculture des Émirats. Et tu as fait allusion à l'agriculture sans sol, l'agriculture verticale au Kenya. Et en fait, on peut effectivement augmenter énormément l'espace qu'on peut mobiliser pour réduire l'insécurité alimentaire. Mais c'est d'abord du capital. Oui. Et en zone aride ou semi-aride, dans les écosystèmes des Émirats, nous avons tout à fait, dans le domaine sahélien, saharien et les autres déserts, nous avons tout à fait le même espace, le même écosystème. Nous n'avons pas du tout le même capital. C'est-à-dire nous sommes totalement dans une situation où le financement est clé. Voilà, je souhaitais dire ça. C'est un élément de couleur locale, mais je pense que parce que nous sommes un peu asiatiques et un peu européens dans ce panel, le capital n'existait pas. C'est malheureusement l'activité la plus capitalistique de toutes. Merci.
Merci beaucoup Lionel pour ces remarques précieuses et tout à fait exactes. Et sans rallonger nos débats, je dirais que pour rebondir à la question que posait Jean-Marie, d'une manière générale, cette mobilisation autour de la production comme de la consommation en matière agricole et l'élévation de son rang de priorité dans le débat public est sans doute une des contributions que pourrait faire l'OMC d'une manière particulièrement utile dans un moment où nous avons besoin de changer de priorité. Mesdames et messieurs, chers amis, je crois que vous ferez consensus autour du fait que mes collègues dans le panel ont fait un travail formidable, mais aussi la salle, qui a énormément contribué. Et avant de vous demander de les applaudir, je voudrais également, dans ces remerciements, vous demander d'adresser en adressé plus particulier à Madame le ministre Moueri, qui a non seulement brillamment contribué à notre panel et l'a aidé à changer de dimension, mais aussi va avoir la lourde charge de conduire le chemin des Émirats arabes vers la conférence sur le climat, la prochaine COP. Et je crois que nous lui devons de lui souhaiter une très bonne chance pour cet événement majeur qui va avoir besoin de leur leadership. Et donc je vous demande de bien vouloir les applaudir chaleureusement.
Ladies and gentlemen, mesdames, messieurs, Saudati wa Saudati, thank you very much for your attention. This is a panel on new technologies and the new geopolitics of energy. I have to make an immediate confession. What is my qualification for being here? I am not a technologist. I am not a scientist. So my only real qualification for being here is that I am, or that my wife sometimes disagrees, but I am a human being. Therefore, I do have a vested interest in what is happening to our planet and to its energy future. And also, of course, as a human being, I consume energy. So I am part of the problem. I hope that this panel will be part of the solution. And I'm sure it's a very distinguished panel. Friedbert Blücher here, he gave a brilliant panel yesterday on rare earth resources. And also you clashed with, well, clash is too strong a word perhaps, but you had an interchange with Laurent Fabius at dinner last night. We have Frank-Steffen Schreiber from Switzerland, we have Nicolas Piau from France, and we have Frank Obitz, who is going to be our first speaker. I confess that you're going to be talking about, I think, about hybrid solutions for energy. I still have a car with an internal combustion energy. I hope you can persuade me that the time is now to get an electric vehicle. The floor or the chair is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for inviting me to this stage. I have a short presentation. I would like to show you a new way of thinking. So the world's first climate positive energy carrier. And I call this A-Fuel. So I'm Frank Obitz, I'm the founder of the company, and we are located in Austria and Germany. This unique building here is our headquarters in Germany, and has a unique history. In the midst of the 1960s, this was the center of the world, only for the automotive industry, but it was. And so we are working also for John, bringing electrified solutions also to the average people on Earth. And we showed with this car, the first car worldwide who is able to have a positive impact on the climate. And we showed this also to Mr. Gerd Müller, the new General Secretary of the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. And we have a lot of support from him. We are also proud that the government in Germany supported us and ordered already 10 of these cars to promote also the technology inside Europe and Brussels. And this will start beginning of next year. And why we are doing this? It is unbelievable that we as humankind released during the last mostly 70 years, such an amount of fossil carbon in the air that this equivalent would be a mountain of carbon of around 7,000 meters. And that's really impressive. That gives you an impression how deep has to be a hole to get all of this stuff rid of. Compared to this beautiful mountain, the Mountain Fuji, it's really a tough stuff. And it's only about carbon, is the one important information. And the second one is we have to remove this all. And why we have to remove it, this slide is showing, or is looking back 800,000 years. And since this time, humankind is on this planet, and we had never, ever the possibility to destroy our Earth. But we are the first generation, we are doing this. So from around the 50s in the last century, we increased our CO2 emissions from 300 ppm to 421, and it rises up like hell. And the good news in this picture is, if we do have a technology to reduce the amount of carbon, the fossil carbon, also the CO2 in the air, we can get rid of this problem. And here is shown, yes, there is an opportunity to reduce it as fast as we have released it. And I'll show you in the next slides how does it work. Yeah, and one of the important information is Paris Agreement is by far, really by far not enough, and is sometimes, in my opinion, also blocking our minds for the real targets we have to achieve. And yeah, the second thing is we have already technology available to reverse this climate problem. So how does it work? And let's have a look on the right-hand side of this picture. We are here in Abu Dhabi, so in the desert. And when you look here, it is clear that only renewable energy is able to bring us forward in this matter. But renewable energy out of a power plant like photovoltaic is not transportable. This is a big problem. It's not, to create a liquefied thing and becoming a transportable, storable solution, we have to split water to hydrogen, so creating green hydrogen, combining it with CO2 out of the atmosphere, it's important, and then it creates methanol. I call this methanol because it's 100% pure out of the atmosphere. And now, if you look at the picture, so this methanol will become the next global energy carrier for all of us. And this is important because we have to reduce the fossil content we are using. And combining now this methanol with an active C-sink, this creates, we call this fuel, so the atmospheric fuel. And the C-sink is an active process, so some of the energy coming out of the photovoltaic will be used to split the carbon dioxide into carbon and oxygen, and the carbon, as black coal, has to get back under the ground, and therefore I show this here in the reverse mountain going down under the ground. And the important information is that from the perspective of GDP, only 3% of the GDP is necessary to create this new global energy carrier, and only 3% of GDP is necessary to get rid of the old problems. And the reason is the basic energy is so cheap. So we have to spread out this information, and I'm lucky to be here, to all the people on Earth, to know them, to green funds to support us, because it's really a big thing, to the politicians, to regulators, to implement also this knowledge, and companies to realize this. So I'm really proud about being a part of this biggest transaction worldwide, also in human history. So be proud too. So let's realize this as fast as possible, also in this area, in this region here. This is perfect also here in Abu Dhabi. Yes, it's also perfect in Egypt, in Namibia, Chile, Australia. And that's the new good information. There are a lot of other countries available to support the new global energy carrier. Yeah. And this is, for this region, even important because this technology is not for the next 10 years. It's for centuries, for 200, 300,000 years from now on. And that's the beauty of this technology. So to create a real great future for humankind. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Just a quick question. I mean, this sounds wonderful in theory. Politicians, of course, always have a very short time span because of the electoral cycle in democracies. What's your time span on this? I mean, you've got something which will last for centuries, but what's your timetable?
I have already a good information. I have signed a letter of intent for the Emirates that such a plant would be installed until 2027 and a large plant until 2030. So it's still some years to go, but these buildings or these plants are huge. But we have to think until 2050 and then beyond what is coming in 2100. I think this is the target of this presentation.
Well, I think we have someone next who is equally a visionary, Franklin Schreiber. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm going to ask for the clicker.
Yeah, sure.
Thanks. And I had a presentation too. Thank you for being here. I'm Franklin Schreiber. I'm the co-founder and president of Transmutex. It's a Swiss-based company. It's a spin-off of CERN. And I'm here to discuss the important role of nuclear energy and then to give you a small idea of what we do. Okay. So where we are today is fossil against renewable, should be better said carbon against carbon-free. But the gap is enormous, and it hasn't really changed. I looked at the statistics from 1979 to today, and basically gas replaced coal, but renewables are almost nowhere to be seen except for hydroelectric power. I just want to state that today in Switzerland, nuclear is producing more energy than hydroelectric in winter, and nuclear is producing more electricity today than wind in Germany, for all the talk about wind. Today, in winter, not every day. If we want to understand the power of scalability for nuclear, this is what you have. You have a beautiful experiment in France versus Germany. France, in the 70s and 80s, over a 10-year period, invested approximately the same amount as Germany did over the last 10 years in renewables. Same amount of money, same amount of time. And the end result is 2 times more carbon-free energy for France that will last 60 to 80 years when you have to reinstall solar panels or wind turbines every 25 years. This is the power of nuclear. And in the summer of last year, and I didn't do it this year because it would be very unfavorable to Germany, so this is a favorable number for Germany. This was on the summer solstice of last year where you had as much sun in France and Germany. You could see that for all the renewables that were installed in Germany for the last 10 years, you had 6 times more CO2 per kilowatt hour in Germany than in France. So what do we want? Energy security, of course, but also reducing CO2. It is very clear that for energy security, nuclear is more scalable, and for CO2 reduction, nuclear is more scalable. There is no contest. And just to make it very clear, we went from medieval times to industrial times with a 2x gain in energy density from wood to coal. Wood, coal, 2x. Wind and solar are 10 times less energy dense than coal. Nuclear is 3 million times more energy dense than coal. So I would like to go back to Frank. Let's stop talking about 2050, which is, whatever goal it is. What's important is the future of our civilization, and nuclear is the last frontier. It's the California of energy. We have to make it work. This is what we have to make it work. Let's not be afraid. Let's be engaged. We want to have a future for generation upon generations, not just until 2050. One of the things that you may not understand is that the energy transition is about heat. It's not about electricity. Electricity is the least important part of the consumption of energy. Here in the United Arab Emirates, it's about air conditioning, and that's pretty good because electricity can make air conditioning. But they still, even in the United Arab Emirates with all the sun, they have two nuclear plants, 2 nuclear reactors that were started. They have 2 more. And therefore, if the United Arab Emirates need nuclear, then we have to ask, what should Germany do? Because they don't have the sun that they have here. Okay. And you may notice that there is transport here, 30%. And this is what I believe hydrogen is going to be so important. Hydrogen is probably, to me, the most promising vector of energy that is going to be tradable. Electricity has a problem. It needs to be hardwired. You cannot trade electricity except for a very specific case of interconnected grid. For hydrogen is like oil. You can transport it. You can transform it. You can do many things with it. And nuclear is the best for hydrogen, to make low-cost hydrogen, because nuclear works all the time. All the time. So if you buy a $10 million electrolyzer, you want it to work all the time. You don't want it to work just 20% or 30% of the time with wind. Okay, so nuclear is great. I convinced you in 10 minutes, not even 5 minutes. But of course we have safety and waste, and we shouldn't put it under the carpet. This is the problem. We have to face the problem. The problem is waste, to me. Major problem. Safety, in the end, when you look at safety, nuclear has been spectacular accident, but very little death compared. The worst, actually, technology in terms of deaths per kilowatt hour is hydroelectricity. Unfortunately, because in Bangladesh, one dam broke and killed 200,000 people. So the default solution for waste is to bury it, and this is to scale. I'm not sure if you can see the humans, but you're trying to build tunnels that are 5 meters high in diameter, 1 kilometer down in the ground. This is a major engineering feat. And it's going to be finite. You're not going to make 30 of them. You're going to make 1 because it's already going to be incredibly expensive. In fact, it is incredibly expensive. And the UK this year doubled its estimate of the cost it's going to be for them to bury the waste in England. And just for the numbers, England has 10 nuclear reactors. So it's going to be $60 billion to bury the waste. Lost money. Just you bury the waste, it's going to be there for 300,000 years, and it might threaten the water supply of future generations. In fact, nuclear waste is hopefully underfunded. You can see that Switzerland, which is probably the best case for funding, which with the money in the bank already, has 5 reactors, whereas America has 93. It's actually 100, but some are closed. So you can see that America has 20 times the reactors than Switzerland, but only twice the amount of money, and it's not in the bank. It's just a line on the general budget. The nuclear industry, in my mind, is bankrupt already from the get-go if we don't deal with the waste. The liability for the waste in America, it's going to be maybe 500 billion. In France, it's not going to be 30, it's probably going to be 90. The Cour des Comptes in France said they don't know, they have no idea how much it's going to cost. So if we don't deal with the waste, we will miss out on the opportunity of our civilization to harness the best clean energy we, the world, the universe, provides us. And the UN states that if we want to reach net zero by 2050, basically we have to have 5 times more nuclear. 5 times more nuclear. This is a 2018 report. So how are we going to do 5 times more nuclear if we don't know how to deal with the waste, and it's already too expensive? This is the question I had. This led me to meet some amazing scientists at CERN in Switzerland, which had a completely different approach, totally outside of the nuclear industry, completely different approach to how we should run a nuclear reactor, combining a particle accelerator, which you can see on the left, together with a reactor and thorium, which is a very common fuel. I'm not going to explain in detail, but the principle is that if you stop the accelerator, then the reactor stops in 2 milliseconds. 2 milliseconds. This is not a paper, this is actually demonstrated. And we can reduce the amount of nuclear waste by 99%. I'm not saying it's going to be easy, I'm not saying it's totally solved, but it has been demonstrated, scientifically evaluated, credible, and we have the worldwide partnerships to do it, because if climate change is going to be solved, it's going to be solved together. Let's not do it as just one company. So we reach out to everybody to collaborate with us, and we have some of the most prestigious laboratories in the world, and we are reaching out to more industries now to make this effort. So this is it, and I would like to leave you with this beautiful quote from the Nobel laureate Gérard Mourou in France, who never gives quote, but allowed me to state his marvelous thing, which is, this is scientifically proven, credible, and led by an exceptional team. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Just a couple of quick questions, Franklin. In England at the moment, in Britain, there's a big dispute about whether wind farms should be onshore or kept offshore. But from what you're saying, basically, wind turbines it's a false promise. It's not going to work.
Well, it's a useful technology, but it is really a transition technology in my mind.
Yeah.
And you can see there is a study in Germany that the wind turbine offshore are much more efficient than the wind turbine onshore. It's 30% compared to 10%. So it's really quite useless in my mind to build onshore. You should build offshore.
Second question. This looks very attractive, this thorium reactor, I guess you call it. What's your timescale? I mean, the same question I asked Frank.
If we were at war, which in many ways I think we are, we would be 5 years. Right now it looks like 2032.
Right, okay, well, fingers crossed, that's only 10 years away. And there's a war in the meantime, which is an actual war, so really our fingers crossed. But of course, none of this is going to happen without money. So we turn to private equity. Nicolas Viard from Tilt Capital Markets.
Yeah, thank you very much. So I don't know if I'm part of the problem or the solution, but as a private equity investor. So hi everyone, very happy to be here. I think it's very thrilling to talk after Frank and Franklin, because they are solutions. I think we need to, and I think that's what you come to, your two presentations come to the same issue. Let's deal with reality. I think reality starts with what you also mentioned at the very beginning, Franklin, is today 600 exajoules of primary energy consumption, 500 is oil, gas, and coal. And that's the very, very hard reality. Then you turn to electricity, which I agree is a part of the issue, not the part. By the way, in Europe, gas consumption is as large for power production as it is for industry applications. So really, heat is a large problem. If you turn to power, out of the, and I'm not going to bore you with too many figures, but out of the 27,000 terawatt hours globally, 20 are based on coal, and no, sorry, a bit less, 17 are based on coal and gas. So when yesterday, Laurent Fabius very rightly so said that probably in 2 to 3 years, renewables is going to overtake coal, it's actually in terms of capacity, not in terms of energy produced. And that's very, very different. So that's the reality. Now, the challenge is, and I think you both alluded to that, the challenge is, and you talked about energy density, the 3 industrial revolutions that we've undergone were all based on increased energy per capita. First one was indeed coal, roughly 20 megajoule per kilo, then oil and gas, 40, then nuclear, 80 terajoule per kilo. The real challenge that we are experiencing, and it's fundamental in the way we think the energy system, is that we are moving away from those energy-dense technologies to energy-undense technologies. And so it becomes not a matter of production, it becomes a matter of logistics and optimization. You have much more sun that comes to the earth, solar energy, sorry, that comes to the earth than any other form of energy. The problem is not whether you have the energy. The problem is how do you harness it? And then, of course, comes the issue of how do you harness it and use it adequately? Because if you want to have industrial application 24 hours a day, you're not going to be relying on sun solely. So, for example, you have batteries, storage technologies coming into play. Again, let's be clear. The energy density of a battery is 1 megajoule per kilogram on average. So it's 40 times lower than oil and gas. And so we need to understand that this challenge is massive. We had a system that was built on big energy dense production capacity, transportation, distribution, and consumption. And we're just making this totally explode. Now, what it means, and this is where I'm trying to and bear with me, it's a view. I'm going to give you a view of what I think how the technologies are going to transform that in sequence. First, and I think Laurent Fabius yesterday said something very important, we as an investor, we focus on the next 10 years. Because indeed, in the long term, we're all dead. So how do we get on the Paris Agreement trajectory in the next 10 years? And I think this is critical. On our side, we see 2 elements. First, you need to get rid of coal. And I'm going to get back to your point on nuclear, but we need to get rid of coal. Coal is 12 gigaton of CO2 every year. It's 20% of GHG emissions alone. We need to get rid of coal, and we're going to see the implications of that afterwards. Second, we need to get rid of methane fugitive emissions. And I'm just going to pause here. I'm not saying we need to get rid of gas, because I think gas is an element of transition, because if we want to get rid of coal in the absence of nuclear, which is basically developed in, at best, 15 years, we need gas as an energy transition vector. But fugitive emissions are roughly 350 million tons every year. That represents 20 gigaton of CO2 equivalent because of the short lifespan in the atmosphere. So CO2 is a stock problem. We need to reduce CO2. Methane is a flow problem. If we manage to reduce fugitive emissions, we immediately have a very strong impact in the next 10 years in terms of GHG emissions. Now the problem is, in the same time as we're developing all those great technologies, solar, wind, and I'm just coming back on your question, I think renewables is an absolute must. The issue is, I always used to take that example in the oil and gas, you don't drill in Switzerland because you don't have taxes. You drill in Norway, where taxes are 78%, because you have oil and gas. Same thing for me in renewables. You don't build renewables because you have tariffs, you don't build you build renewables because it makes energy sense, economic sense, so you build where you have resource. You do massive offshore when you're in the British Islands, in the northern part of Germany. You do solar when you're in Spain and Italy, and of course in Chile and other parts of the world. Here in the Middle East, do you really do solar massively in Germany? In my view, I don't think so. It can be a solution, but it's totally marginal. How do you replace that bulk power of coal and then gas? I think nuclear is certainly a solution. So small modular reactors, one of the main advantages of that is instead of developing a project, the main feature of this is that it's industrialized. So the big interest of small modular reactor is that you actually industrialize the reactor and then you set it up on process terms, I would say. Whereas any reactor that has been developed apart from the French nuclear program the last 4 years has been basically a project on its own. Then I think we need to, in terms of technologies, hydrogen and e-fuels are going to be absolutely critical, fully agree, and that should happen in the next 2 to 3 years. I think one issue I see with hydrogen, very high gravimetric density, so energy per kilogram, 3 times that of oil and gas, very low volumetric density, 1/3 of gas. So there's an issue of transportation, storage, etc., but it will certainly be part of the problem. In my view, much more for industrial application than pure energy, I would say pure energy production or fuel cells or whatever. And then I think there's one thing that must not be overlooked. It's how are we going to manage that from a power perspective on the grid. And on this, I would say the emerging technologies that we see are grid-enhancing technologies. So everything that will allow the grid, the system, to accommodate for a larger share of intermittent renewable energy. And here you have a number of things that are being developed super interesting, from dynamic line rating, so basically looking really at the amount of energy that a line can transport according to weather conditions and according to the sagging of the line, etc. Power flow controls. So I'm not going to enter too much into that, but there are a number of technologies. These technologies are being developed and they need to be developed right now. And then if we move to 2050, in my view, there is the big elephant in the room, which is nuclear fusion. And there are a lot of things going on right now. You may have seen the Series Bs of Commonwealth Fusion System, 1 billion. There are great companies in Europe, Renaissance Power. There's the ITER work that is extremely important to mature this industry. Now we'll just end here on one note on the geopolitics, because I think it's also the implication. And I will turn to 2 things. One is I would say, solidarity, and the other one is integration. And when I say solidarity, I'm going to take an example that's probably a bit rough in the current situation. I'm going to talk about Russian gas. Of course, Russian gas is an issue. And yesterday I heard, the EU was short-sighted. No, I'm sorry, I don't agree with that. I've been working in this industry for years. We knew that there was, we knew we were making a little bit of exposure to Russian gas. The issue is what choice did Europe have? I don't think we were short-sighted. I don't think the issue was Russian gas. The issue is Putin regime. The Gazprom delivered gas for 70 years without a hiccup, even when the Berlin Wall fell, even when the Soviet Union fell. So the issue is not Russian gas. The issue is a regime. And as a European, I don't think we should rejoice from cutting Russia from part of its revenues abruptly and having Russia in shambles at the doorstep of Europe. It's much easier for the US, They have oceans on each border. But I think from a geopolitical perspective, we need to work with Russia, not Putin. We need to work with Russia to see how we organize that transition. The second thing is integration. I think yesterday, Khaldoun Al-Mubarak said something very important on supply chains. Yes, we need to reindustrialize in different parts of the world. Because again, we need to have things that make sense locally. But we need to have trusted, I think he used the term, trusted supply chain. And I think it's very important. Today, the energy transition means that we are reorganizing all the supply chain and the exposures. How are we going to do that? Frankly, I don't really know. I know we have an issue of exposure to China on key materials, key pieces of equipment. This needs to be dealt with. It's not a defiance against China, it's just a reality. Now, to do that, we need to take account externalities that are social justice, environmental sustainability, etc. And I'm going to end on that note. I think what we are missing is that our investment models do a very poor job to actually account for those social and environmental externalities. And until we do that, I think we will have a difficulty coming up with sound and sustainable energy policies.
Thank you very much indeed, Nicolas. Mille merci. I'm very conscious of the time because the previous panels obviously went overboard a little bit, so we will, I think, probably try and steal a bit from lunch. I hope we won't be too hungry. But just one quick question before I ask Fleur to sum up. Nicolas, you say on your website that the energy transition in Europe is an investment market of about 500 billion euros a year. That's quite an impressive number. How much, I mean, it's a great target. How much of it is actually being reached?
Oh, we're very far from it.
I mean, are we average 10 billion or what? I mean,
we were 160 billion investment per year in 18. I think we went up to 200 billion, and we actually should be investing 600 billion.
So the failure is at the government level or actually the private sector?
No, I think the issue is that if you put 600 billion per year at and I'm going to be very blunt, at a 15% return on capital employed, and the costs are going through the roof. And I think we need to understand that the real gain that we're having from that is also, again, externality. If we're trying to price in the same way as we've priced before, we are going to have problem because the cost of energy is going to be unsustainable in Europe and elsewhere.
Yeah. Thank you. I'd like now to ask Flüger to sum up what you've heard. I mean, you from the Europe, I'm never sure whether you're actually, it's the European cluster or the European center. It seems to have both words on the internet. Is it the cluster for climate, energy and resource security or the center? Either way, you're the expert. So over to you.
Well, that doesn't matter. Thank you. Thank you, John. In your introduction, you referred to this little argument I had yesterday evening with Prime Minister Fabius.
It was a very polite argument.
And, well, I believe that in one basic line, he was entirely right. And that was when he said there is a huge gap between our pronouncements on more and more ambitious energy or CO2 reduction goals on the one hand, and our ability to concretely deliver. And I believe that this is the most difficult thing we have to solve in the near future. I would even go further and say the loudness of our proclamations of ambitious goals is inversely proportional to our ability to really reduce carbon emissions. And that is a situation where you will soon see a tipping point that people either do not take these aims serious anymore, or they become radicalized because they say, well, the politicians are not able to live up to their own goals. And then they radicalize like we see it in some of our countries. So what can we do in this situation? I think we have embarked on a wrong path, and that path is goals, and government micromanagement is forbidding certain technologies, is interfering in markets, that will not go nowhere. What we have to do is to unleash technologies, and there we are. Unleash technologies, bring them to the market, and trust that humans are able to live up to dangers and threats and challenges, not by forbidding anything, not by fleeing away, but by grabbing the chances. And here we saw wonderful, revolutionary models. I mean, I don't know if you really got the basic message of Frank Obrist. He says, climate neutral is not enough. We have to become climate negative in our thinking. We have to get the carbon again out of the atmosphere. And he showed with his prototype of this A-fuel car that this is already possible with our technologies that we have, and that you can use countries like Abu Dhabi or Saudi Arabia or Morocco or Australia perfectly for this, to create a coal sink, a carbon sink. And that is, in my point of view, a great message that he has. And not a message for 500 years. I would never say that. I would say it's a message for the next 50 years where we really can do a huge difference for the planet.
You are from Germany, and Germany famously after Fukushima decided to end its nuclear industry. What was the message of that? I mean, in the end, you're living in the reality of a political world as well.
May I say, I must admit that I was never a fan of nuclear, because I never trusted the ability of mankind to store high radiation used nuclear fuels for millions of years. But since I know, and that's the next technological revolution, since I know that it is possible to reuse these fuels, work with them in the way of transmutation and partition, reduce the radiation of them so that you, if you store something at the end, you only have to store it for 200-300 years instead of 1,000,000 years. That is something where I believe we should have a second look to nuclear, especially when it comes to small nuclear reactors, to a new generation of secure nuclear reactors. So I believe the German policy has a lot of sense 10, 15, 20 years ago. It doesn't make sense today where we have new technologies. And for instance, my government in Germany, they say, well, final storage in Germany will be possible. We will find the place between 2045 and 2069. Then it will need another 20 years until we have built the storage. And it will take another 20 years until all the used fuels are stored there. So at the beginning of next century, we will end this work on our nuclear heritage. This is crazy. This is a hybris. Man cannot make decisions today for 100 years, and he is much more realistic with his 2030 or 2032. And we should look to those things and not forbid them as governments in Europe, and especially in my country, do. So we have so many chances, and let me add one more, and that comes to this. Also, it could be based here, and that is synthetic fuels for airplanes, for ships, but also for the individual traffic, with e-fuels, with A-fuels. That is a huge chance. And we should not say today, 35, no combustion engines anymore. We should say 35, no combustion engines which are based on fossil fuels. Yeah. But if you have them with synthetic fuels, green fuels, why not then use the combustion engine? It's not the engine that is bad, it's the fuel that is bad for the climate. So, in my point of view, we have to unleash this technological revolution like the US does with the IRA. And that's my final statement. I believe that we had a lot of competition on energy sources in the past. Who has the oil? Who has the gas? In the future, we will have a competition on the climate technologies. Who is best in producing hydrogen? Who is best to distribute it? To be able to have the logistics, the storage systems. So the competition of tomorrow, today and tomorrow, is on technology. And in the moment we have understood that these are the solutions and not the politicians in Sharm el-Sheikh, that's also nice, but it's not the solution, then I think we have a great chance to fight.
Thank you very much. This is wonderful. Finishing comment though. We are really pushing for time, but let me just see if there are some questions from the audience. Yes, Meshri Treat from Israel. The microphone working? No? Can you try to make the microphone alive as opposed to asleep?
Why don't you try to speak out loudly?
I think another microphone will come. Here we are.
What? No? Oh,
no.
yes.
There we go.
Thank you. I want to make a comment and a question. A comment is that I want to tell Mr. Fredberg that today there is no need for burying all these nuclear remains. There is today technology which can really deal with it without burying it. So it exists. It's working in the United States and different other places. So we can read of this let's say, junk of the atomic nuclear power stations without burying it. Secondly, I would like to ask Mr. Pion about what do you think the chances to have in the future, seems future, a cold fusion. That would change everything. If we have a possibility to arrive to cold fusion, then you have energy as much as you want without any remains.
That would be the magic grail, absolutely. Another question? Yes, gentleman here at the front. John, over there. Oh, Mr. Narayam first, and then... Okay.
This was a very interesting session, I must say, and I'm very thankful to. I used to be a member of the Indian Atomic Energy Commission. I also played a role in the India-US nuclear deal. My question is actually to Mr. Servan-Schreiber, because now I'm engaged in a thing to bring back the nuclear debate into India, because energy is one of our problems. How reliable is what you have said? Because I would like to know, and hopefully after this I'll have a further conversation with you, is it possible to really use this in a commercial way? Or is it still a pie in the sky at the moment? I understood what you said, but is a realistic one, because in my lifetime, I don't have too many years left, but I would like to see whether we can push it together. At the moment in India, I have a certain amount of traction still possible. So I would like to have a very honest and realistic assessment as to whether this is possible. And you hear so much about HALEU, thorium, new reactors and all that coming up. Does all this underwrite what you're trying to say? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And a final question here. Gentleman with the beard.
In addition to what Honorable Narayanan sir has said, my crux question is that is thorium is really viable solution, Franklin, a question for you. And a comment is that if there is a viable solution, then please share that under the technology transfer. Thank you very much.
Okay. And a final question from Mohammed there.
Merci. Alors, c'est une question qui aurait pu être posée aussi dans le
l'atelier sur les minerais. Alors, évidemment qu'il y a plusieurs types de technologies, mais certaines sont utilisatrices de minerais rares. Et un certain nombre d'analystes relèvent que si l'on devait convertir le parc électrique, le parc véhicule en Angleterre en électricité, il faudrait 2 fois la production mondiale de cobalt, 3/4 de la production mondiale de lithium, la moitié de la production mondiale de cuivre. Évidemment, je parle que du parc de l'Angleterre. Ça, c'est une équipe de chercheurs au muséum qui en parle. Et évidemment, la remarque, c'est qu'il n'y aura jamais assez de mines pour que la Chine, les États-Unis, l'Union européenne, la Russie rendent leurs véhicules électriques, gèrent le big data, la constellation des satellites, l'industrie d'armement. Alors la remarque aussi importante, c'est qu'une mine de cuivre peut consommer jusqu'à 40 millions de mètres cubes d'eau. Or, les 6 plus grandes entreprises mondiales exploitent leurs mines dans des zones qui se caractérisent par des manques d'eau. Alors, quand on envisage les questions technologiques, est-ce que ces politiques sont prises en compte? Est-ce que ces financements sont orientés? Est-ce que ce débat est organisé? Merci.
Mohamed, merci Mohamed, c'est une question très pertinente en fait. I think there may definitely be more questions, but I want to stop there because we really are running out of time. So we have questions: thorium, nuclear, and rare earths. And I think that was more or less, unless I've forgotten something. Who wants to tackle that? Let's go, Franklin. Is your thorium a pipe dream in the end?
First of all, yeah, well, it's a great question because, you know, I was skeptical. So this was not my idea. It's somebody else's idea. I just stumbled upon it, and I looked at it for almost 2 years before I jumped into this because I had a lot of experts tell me that it was viable. So yes, I can assure you that we have a very solid basis, that it's way beyond the research stage. We're in the engineering stage. It's just a different way to look at it. So yes, we are credible. And that's why we have those partners. Otherwise, they wouldn't come. And I just want to say one thing about fusion before, I think, Friedberg, you want to talk about fusion too. But, you know, something that I learned on my own, I had never read it anywhere. Fusion doesn't happen on Earth. Just doesn't happen on Earth. Doesn't happen in the stratosphere, in the atmosphere, on the surface, in the ground, in the core. Doesn't happen. Happens in the sun. Yeah. And the sun is 1,000,000 times bigger than the Earth. And it happens because you have heat and gravity pressure. So to replace gravity from the sun just with extra heat is not, to me, self-evident. I'm not sure this will ever, and I know I'm going against a lot of common wisdom, I'm not sure this will ever produce positive energy. How much energy you put into, how much energy you put out. That's my only way to say we should focus on what we know works, because we're in the urgency.
And that's a comment from someone living by sand. So it's interesting. So it's really fusion that is the complete pipe dream. Friedman or Nicolas?
I think Nicolas first, huh?
Okay. Perfect.
And very briefly, please.
Yeah, maybe I'm just going to try to attempt to answer your comment, at least on you know, minerals, etc. I think you're right. There's no other way to say it that no, we don't know how to organize a system without creating entropy. And so we are replacing in one, which was CO2 and GHG emissions, with another one, which is how are you going to sustainably mine all those materials. Yes, it will be an issue. I think, again, we're going to have to work on efficiency. We can't have the same amount of energy per capita that we had in the past. So we're going to have to work on efficiency. Recycling, circular economy is critical. And I think in that sense, both what Franklin and Frank are doing is critical. And this is the reason why I was saying, if we don't adapt our models, our investment models, to integrate externalities, we will never get it. I am fairly certain of that. And our model today are ill-designed for this because financial theory does not take into account externalities.
Frank, any comment on, I mean, you've got a real compliment from Friedbert, I think Friedbert is basically one of nature's natural skeptics in a way. He's a realist, but he was very praiseworthy of your, what's it called, A-fuel, I suppose one could call it. Perhaps you have the solution. Given that transportation is really the biggest single contributor to climate change at the moment.
Now, I tried to show with the presentation the global perspective so that we have the ability and we could be proud about our technology. It's photovoltaic, has a huge efficiency, and such a plant is in the end 50 times more efficient than a regular forest. And so we can really create our future, a real future for humankind. And I think it's wonderful to present this also and motivate also financing guys, companies who create to create the biggest business ever on this earth. And I think it's a positive
Thank you. Friedbert, I'm going to give you the final 30 seconds. I've just described you as a natural skeptic, which you're probably not. I mean, you may be a dreamer, I don't know. But are you feeling, I mean, this panel I think has been fascinating. Does it make you feel actually optimistic or
I'm
not sure?
Absolutely optimistic if we unleash the powers of technology. Yeah. And let me give you a little story. In 30 seconds, I hope. A German bestseller in 1922, the bestseller of all in that time, of a guy called Kellermann, and it's called The Tunnel. And it's about technology giving the possibility to pave a tunnel, to dig a tunnel between Europe and the United States. We had no planes, and at that time this was revolutionary, and they went for it. And they financed it, and it took them 25 years. Very difficult process. And at the end of this, they had a big celebration in Europe with all the trains coming, and suddenly they saw a plane. So in these 25 years, technological revolutions had happened which people could not foresee 25 years ago. And therefore, my main point, sir, is not, is it viable? We cannot decide about this. No. I think it makes a lot of sense what has been said here. But we should be open to these new technologies and not just say, well, we have solar and we have wind and that's it. No, there is so much more going around, and we should have an open eye and an open heart and an open brain for that.
Thank you very much, Sheila. I must say, at the very beginning, I claimed to be a human being. And I think the great thing about human beings is that, the real quality of the human species is that it has the ability to create and to think. So I think this has been a fascinating panel. Thank you so much. I think you deserve a huge round of applause. Thank you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now adjourn to the lunchroom. We will regroup in the plenary session room at 2:30 for our next series of sessions.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you, Mona. Thank you very much for braving the after-lunch panel, which is always a challenge. There's a lot to talk about. Unfortunately, someone who was on our panel, who was acting director of policy planning, has had to be called away.
J'entends, je n'entends rien. We can't hear a thing.
You can't hear?
No, we can't hear.
Put on the headsets then.
Oh, the other ones?
I mean,
these?
Yeah, put these on because then you can hear me and each other through the headset.
Really? Interesting.
Anyway, I regret Mr. Al-Naidi couldn't be here, but we have a lot to talk about. We're in the Middle East, after all, so it's only appropriate we have at least one real panel on the region. There's so much to talk about: the impact of Russia's return to the region, China's Belt and Road, the notion of US retrenchment, whether it's real or not, intensified regional competition. What does it mean for these countries to have a green, carbon-free world? Let alone wars in Libya, Syria, Yemen, big regional powers playing in the region, the repositioning of Israel, to put it mildly, in the Abraham Accords, and what public response has been, heightened tensions with Iran, the moribund state of the JCPOA, though no one dares to actually take its pulse and call it dead, because that would mean they'd have to decide what to do next, which they don't want to do. We have problems with Turkey, which is very much engaged now, making geopolitical forays. Then there's the quite interesting question of the return of Bibi Netanyahu at the head of a very different Israeli government. What does this new coalition mean for Israel, for the Palestinians, for Israel's reputation, frankly? Then there's the question of the health of Abu Mazen. What happens to the Palestinian Authority? There's always the sad tragedy of Lebanon, the influence of Hezbollah, the worry about another Lebanon-Israeli war, but with rockets, big, big rockets. And then we also have divisions in Europe toward the region. So we're going to try, since we started late, to end this on time at 15:45. And without one panelist, maybe we can get there. I'll try to have some time for questions at the end. But the idea was, because the topic is so broad and our panel is so diverse, wonderfully diverse, to ask people to speak for a few minutes about the topics I've mentioned that interest them. And I may then ask them a question or two, and then we'll go down. So, Mehmet Karakulugu, who I've mispronounced terribly, who, as you might tell, is a Turk. And he's the founding board member of Global Relations Forum and a founding partner of Kanunum, and also chairman of Koran Consulting. So, Mehmet, over to you.
Thank you. Actually, I'm a Turk, probably with an Egyptian name. Memduh is very Egyptian, as I understand. It's good to be here. It's great to be in Abu Dhabi. Great to be, again, a guest of the World Policy Conference. So I thank the organizers, Thierry, and of course, Abu Dhabi for hosting us. Whenever I'm invited to speak on a Middle East panel, I feel both anxiety and intrigue. Anxiety because my usual life during the year, I focus on issues like digital currencies, the global energy situation, so more the geoeconomics part of the world, or geotechnology. So Middle East, I don't have prepared remarks. I have prepared remarks for so many things, but not for this one. So that's the anxiety. And
maybe that's better.
Maybe that is better. That is the intrigue. The intrigue is that I know so much happens in this part of the world that when I sort of take a distance and look at the region for a full year, very unusual patterns emerge, and then I'm intrigued. It's just, it induces dopamine, the expectation that I will get something interesting at the end of it. I think I'm the only one from my panel of last year, and we ended last year, I was here again on the Middle East panel, saying that there is something in the air. There is something good in the air. That there is, the tensions are receding, and there is a sense of de-escalation. That proved to be, I think, reasonably accurate. This year, I mean, we did get the main tensions, quite a few of the main tensions sort of calm down, Turkey being at the center of quite a few of them, the Turkey-UAE, the Turkey-Saudi, Turkey-Egypt, then within GCC, the Qatari-Saudi. I mean, many of these tensions that burdened us seem to have softened at least. And that was the expectation. So I think we got that right. And there is a truce in Yemen, however tenuous. The Libya situation is, you know, again tenuous, but at least we're not in an active war situation. The Syria situation is complicated, but still, it is what I may call still a sort of a frozen state of affairs, not a sort of a war, a real war. So this year, my concerns are really, looking forward, are related to the Iranian situation and to the situation in Iraq and Lebanon. But let me go back to the synopsis of this. There is something in the air. I think it was accurate, but it was incomplete. Because what I didn't realize at the time is that the something good in the air was predicated on pragmatism on the side of many of these actors. It wasn't wise long-termism, but it was simple pragmatism. And what turns out to be the case, after looking at this past year, I think actually it was hyper-pragmatism. That is what we are facing. It is unanchored pragmatism. And that worries me, because I think that kind of pragmatism is ineffective to deal with long-term issues, it corrodes institutions, and it makes us unable to deal with these long-term challenges. Before I explain myself, let me just give you the punchline, because this year, more than before, I felt Thierry wants us to be precise, concise, open, get to the point. So let me get to the point.
Get to the point.
I'll tell you what the point is. I mean, now we are at a stage where Middle Eastern players, including my country, including Saudi, including GCC, these countries feel empowered for different reasons, and these countries are in a hyper-pragmatic state. Short-termism, swift maneuvers, deals, bargains, they are the currency of the moment. It is normal, especially for the West, but especially for Europe, to feel it's being left out of this game. But I think fast-paced bargaining is not the European forte or the comparative advantage. So I think this is a phase, and we'll need the European institutions and long-term structures to survive the phase that we are going through. I think that Europe should not compromise what it's good at. We'll need those norms, and it should use those structures in this phase to bring in the Middle East players to the table for long-term problems. Now, that is the punchline. That is my main theme. Shall I stop there, or do you want me to?
Couple more minutes.
Couple of more minutes. Briefly, where I stand, yes, we are in a phase of transitions. This is when we need foreseeability to coordinate actions, when everything is changing. But instead, we get anxiety across the actors. Everybody is trying to, it's a climate of mistrust, knee-jerk pragmatism is everywhere. And norms, balances, alliances that give some structure to this world are eroding before our eyes. So it's a world of nighty and uncertainty that we see. And I think we can see it, I mean, I can't go into it, but I won't. The global energy markets is a very good example of that, because I think the main axes of that structure have been broken, and everybody is after self-sufficiency, which makes that whole structure very inefficient. reaction. What can you do when all this happens? You can go for Cartesian rationality. I think that's what Thierry was hinting at. I don't think it's possible. You can push someone to absorb all the risk. That's America not happening. You can have by insurance, you can say, I'll give you security guarantees, you give me energy stability. That is not working. You can have portfolio of countries you work with, Russia, China, US. That is happening. And finally, you can just go for incrementalism, fast maneuvering, and that, I think, is the name of the game. Okay?
So, I mean, let me ask you a much more specific question.
Please.
You have Erdogan,
yes,
who's going to have an election soon, who
yes,
seems very shaken by this prospect. He's balancing on many, many powers. He's annoying a lot of people. NATO, America, Russia too. He's playing footsie with Russia. He's not doing sanctions. Can he keep going like this with a tanking economy? Or is he going to start another war in northern Syria or with Greece? What do you think?
No.
Just
I
breath.
mean, very simply, no, there will not. I do not think Erdogan or Turkey will start a war. I think these problems in Syria and in Greece, they are actually manageable under this hyper-pragmatism that I'm talking about. They are not, they can be contained within that framework. Erdogan has enough room for maneuver with all the actors and all the instruments he has that we can get security on our southern border, and I don't know what it is with Greece. That's a unnecessary problem. I think these can be managed without a war.
Okay. Do you think he will allow himself to lose the election?
Well, it's a democratic system. It's an election. So if he loses, he loses. Yeah.
You know, on verra, as they say in France. we'll see. Next, old friend Gilles Capel, who, as I think you all know, a very distinguished scholar of this region, of Islam, of what's going on in the banlieue of France, in the very complicated world of French relations with Islam. Gilles is, I'll read this, director of the Middle East Mediterranean chair of the École Normale Supérieure, professor at Paris Sciences and Lettres, and has worked sometimes as an envoy for various presidents, including Jupiter. Monsieur Macron, Gilles.
Well, thank you very much for having me. I know that had the results of the soccer game been different last night, I would not be here, and had Kyle prevailed on Killian, it would be my English opposite number who would be here in my stead. So I try to do my best. One thing which strikes me in our conference is that it took us panel number 19 or 20 to discuss with the Middle East issue. As if the prevailing, the present war between Russia and Ukraine was just a reenactment of some sort of East-West war of old. It is, to an extent, but it is not. And as you, Mamdouh, as you, sorry, I pronounce it the Egyptian way, as you rightly mentioned, the Black Sea, this war takes place on the Black Sea, and the Black Sea is part of the Mediterranean system. And, but you know, this is not the first time a war that was taking place in Europe also had a very significant extension in the East, whether it be Salonique during World War I, where my great-grandfather was a gendarme militaire, or Valentine's Day 1945, where FDR and Ibn Saud had their amour toujours conversation, my oil against your protection, my protection against your oil. So to a large extent, we have to take the region into much more serious consideration than I think we did until recently. And it's not only because of oil prices have skyrocketed, because The reason many of us came here, we have to say that frankly to Thierry, is that the climate is much better because we're freezing in Paris at 0 degrees tonight, and this morning many of us went to the beach. It's definitely, this is a very important issue, which goes back then to the Valentine's Day agreements. But there is also a very significant issue that we have not taken into consideration to a large extent, that as we mentioned Turkey, fortunately, which I believe is an extremely important actor with what you call hyper-pragmatism, which is a concept I will use and, of course, quote you in the future, where that means Erdogan changing sides every other day so that he thinks he will be re-elected. But this means also that he bought S-400s from Russia, sold Bayraktar drones to Ukraine, that the Iranians are helping the Russians with their own drones, and that nice guy, Mr. Medvedev, warned the Israelis, if ever you give the Ukrainians the means to down the Iranian drones, beware about the Syrian skies, and so on and so forth. So I think that this is not something we have really thought of, that the Middle East, the global Middle East, is also taken into something which, now as you had hyper-pragmatism, which was your concept, let me try mine, which is disaffiliation. Does that mean anything in English? That means that, you know, nothing has to be taken for certain. It would be hyper-pragmatism at the global scale. So, and like, you know, you mentioned the mission I did as special envoy to President Macron in some of the southern and eastern countries of the Mediterranean, and what I was being told by my interlocutors was that we do not think we're bound significantly by any former alliance. If Israel brings the best missiles, China the best whatever, Russia this and that, we're going to choose, we're going to do sort of cherry picking, which is okay if you think that the world is based on daily transactional things. But this may lead to not hyper-pragmatism, but hyper-tribalism, if I may say so, and then in a region where you have to have strong security. This is a major challenge that we are facing now, particularly in a country like the UAE, which is extremely dependent on security issues, which is part and parcel of the not the Valentine's Day agreement, but the Abraham Accord, or the Donald Accord, as he wanted it to be called, and particularly with what is happening in Iran. One other thing which we have to take into consideration is that, you know, authoritarian regimes are also being shaken in the process. What is happening in Iran, irrelevant, regardless of what happens with GCPOA, no GCPOA, post-GCPOA, and so on and so forth, is now being significantly different from whatever happened in the past. The Green Revolution, or whatever it was called, where the police arrested a number of people, sentenced them, put them in jail, and then it was put down. This is not happening. Yesterday, they sentenced to death and executed the first demonstrator as an Adu Allah, enemy of God, waging war against God, which is even worse. But this is definitely not bringing any quiet. This is something much deeper that has to do with issues of identity, of self, of women cutting their hair in public, something which has to do with the batin, with what is intimate in Shia culture, and they're clearly at pains finding a way to changing. And we have to foresee the fact that the Iranian leadership, in spite of the fact that they had this sort of hyper activity militarily on their borders, are in a state which is now significantly weakened, and we have to think of that for the future.
I mean,
very briefly, another issue is that what is happening in Russia also, the fact that they are unable to lead a military strategy which is winning, except bombing civilians, will also change a number of things in the region. A number of countries were willing to buy Russian weaponry. What is happening now is not a great showcasing for Russian weaponry. So all that is changing. And I think that there is a real need to interject much more of what happens on the southeastern fronts in this war, for fear not to really understand the stakes which we deal with.
Yeah, which is why I sort of started a bit by at least mentioning Russia's movement into the region, which, you know, isn't brand new, but is real and isn't going away. And I'm curious, you know, others may want to respond to this too, but what this does to Russia's intentions in Syria, other places. But I also am, you know, very interested, you know, seeing the demonstrations in Iran. I mean, I covered the Iran Revolution. I'd still try to follow it. The demonstrations in China, which are really interesting. We don't see a lot of demonstrations in Russia, I have to say, because perhaps many of the people who would demonstrate have already left. But I do wonder what this shakiness in Iran and persistent rumors that Ayatollah Khamenei is quite ill, how that will impact the rest of the region, and also what Iran sponsors, which is the thing we haven't really talked about. What do you think?
Well, on Khamenei's health bulletin, I have no answer. No. But what is interesting in Russia also is that you know, the mass of people who are sent to the front are increasingly people from the Muslim Republic or non-Russians from the Federation, not to mention the famous or infamous Ramzan Kadyrov, who repatriated recently to Chechnya the body of Abdullah Anzarov, who beheaded Samuel Paty in France and made him a hero of Chechnya. But this is going to, there's a price that is going to have to be paid for that by Putin, relying on those populations, so that because they're you know, citizens of a different nature, and this is going to probably lead to a problem within the State of the Union, but others here are much more competent than I am on this issue. Now, on Syria, I heard Mamdouh say that he thought nothing would happen from the Turkish side, whereas, you know, we had the drum beats all over the year, and was it your Minister of Defense or Interior, whatever, say it's going to start tomorrow, where we're going to wipe the Turkish terrorists out of everything. We're going to have our 30-kilometer deep buffer state. But nothing has happened. And even in your hyper-pragmatism concept, which I like, don't you think that at the end of the day, if you, as we say in French, you cry to the wolf and the wolf does not come, finally, you don't fear the big bad wolf anymore?
No, exactly. It's that famous Gaddafi poem, "The barbarians are coming, but they never arrive, so what must we do now?" They were a kind of answer.
We have to say that it is Gaddafi, the poet, and not Gaddafi, as many people have
exactly.
Can I take that?
Let's keep going. Sorry, just thinking of time. I apologize. Mona, long friend of this conference, senator from Egypt, advisor to the UN High Representative for the Alliance of Civilizations, which let's hope works. And so I think a lot about Egypt. Well, we haven't had many demonstrations in Egypt, despite al-Sisi also. And one wonders, say what you like, but is Egypt losing its important place in the Arab world? Is this a big issue at home?
You are making it a big issue.
Okay, no answers.
Okay.
Yeah. Say no.
But before I talk,
okay.
I want to thank Thierry for gathering us once more as a very special club here, Club of WPC. And I want to thank his team. I want to thank Juan for everything they've done, and of course the host country. Now, let me go to the new Middle East. As I had told you, this is what I would like to talk about. The first time this term, New Middle East, was used by Shimon Peres, if you remember, in 1993 after the Oslo Accords. This was a view that he has put out and an initiative, and I'm afraid it didn't work as we thought it would. Qu'est-ce qui arrive?
Vas-y, parle, on t'entend très bien.
Je parle?
Oui, oui.
Okay. So,
Calme.
At the time, many analysts concluded that complete and final conflict resolution must be achieved. And here we're talking, of course, about the Palestinian question, which was not mentioned and is not mentioned either today, prior to efforts at reconciliation. Now, I think that Shimon Peres was a man of vision, and that his ideas did not take hold is not his fault. But today, the move is to replace all these misconceptions in the Arab world, and there is a tendency to do so. This is what they want to do. Although I have seen some commentators lament that the Abraham Accord represent the obliteration of the Palestinian cause and the imperialist economic aims of Israel. I believe this is nonsense. That is why I think it is time today to turn to the Arab and Middle Eastern civil society, what we call, or what Joseph Nye called, the soft power. And this is where you really feel the pulse of the Arab world and of the Middle East, the MENA region. So, I believe that after, and what the West thinks of the changes that are happening in the Middle East. So, after reducing the region was reduced to global war on terror. For 2 decades, we heard nothing but that. This is what is their claim to fame. But today, the Middle East is now seen through the lens of the great power competition narrative. Increasingly, the Middle East is defined as a battleground between the US and China, and to a lesser extent, Russia. So, what is new is the trend towards Middle Eastern strategic autonomy, which mainly translates in that the diversification of foreign policies by US Gulf partners and allies such as Egypt and even Israel. Since 2021, most Middle East countries have worked towards de-escalation. De-escalation, and partly out of the realization that US disengagement, which I think this is a turning point in the Middle East, and I would think this was also the flashpoint, really, the disengagement of the US. Not positive, but negative, but taken very seriously by the countries in the region, seeing that they can't count anymore on the US partner. So the disengagement of the US from the region implied that countries in this region had to take matters in their own hand. And this is what they're trying to do now. So after the Gulf states and Egypt put an end to the Qatar blockade in January 21, a frenzy of diplomatic visits followed, and that momentum of de-escalation even involved Iran at one point, with Riyadh and Abu Dhabi toning down their hawkish rhetoric towards Iran. This de-escalation moment coincided with the Abraham Accords and the subsequent wave of normalization between Israel and several Arab states. More than anything, the Accords reflect the new foreign policy ambitions of Middle Eastern countries. In March, and this is important, Israel hosted a security summit in the Negev, attended by Bahrain, Emirati, and Egyptian foreign ministers. The summit illustrates how much the Middle East landscape has changed in less than 2 years. Notably, these developments are homegrown. They came from inside the region and not from outside. They're evidence of the growing desire of the Middle East states to shape their own regional order in their own terms. And the question is, what is the best way for the US to tamp down the Middle East from becoming a focal point of competition with Russia and China? I believe the more local actors grow confident about their own autonomy, the less tempted they will be to align themselves on the agenda of another external power. And this is shown in the Ukraine-Russian war, when the feeling is that some of the Western countries would like our countries to take sides. And they're not taking sides. They refuse to take sides today. They are not pro-Russian, but they're not anti-Russia either. So, we heard this from Minister Girgash, eager to diversify their partnership. On the part of the West, more realism is required. So I would like to present some of the salient points that I would see as prominent in the changed Middle East. One is the role of religion in daily life. Two is the advancement of women in the workplace. Three is prioritizing opportunities for young people to learn technological skills. No more are they pushed to learn political science or international relations, and this is the only thing that I know. So now they're pushed to new technology so as to be better equipped to participate in the 21st century. What is noticeable also is an enhanced role of the state. Today, China's model is looked upon with admiration in many of the Arab countries today, in many of the Arab Middle Eastern countries. Non-interference in other affairs, namely supporting each other's internal measures, be they authoritarian or not, to safeguard what is very important today in this region, which is stability and prosperity. So the belief is that jobs, economic growth, and oil wealth can be used to entice citizens to ignore demands of political pluralism, which the West continues to ask for.
Right.
So strained relations of late between the West and traditional allies in the region are bringing a central question into a sharp focus. Does the West really understand today's changed Middle East? What we're seeing today is that the leadership of the Middle East and the majority of its people have remained resolute to make progress on many fronts. But are these transformative changes being recognized in the West? I don't think so. Most of the public opinion suggests no. People in the West still tend to view the Middle East as backward and conflict-ridden, a region where progress is doubtful, and a place more likely to be a source of problems rather than solutions.
That's great. No.
2 minutes.
30
1
seconds.
minute.
30 seconds. It's been 8 minutes already. So.
One glaring example is the declaration of US disengagement from the region. This is really a turning point here, but it's underpinning change in the new Middle East. What do we see? Bold reform agendas such as Saudi Arabia's modernization program. Even the veil for women is no more obligatory. So in Egypt, if we take an example, for a majority are rejecting the ideology of politicized religious move. although Islamist extremism is still very well entrenched in most institutions of the society. But the youth are today favoring pragmatic governments that can create more jobs for young people, reform religious institutions, and enhance public services such as health and education.
Great, Mona, really, thank you very, very much. Shukran Aktir. Let's move on. We can always come back to these issues.
Okay.
And I'm very grateful to you. Thank you. Itamar Rabinovich was Israel's negotiator with Syria, among many of his other accomplishments. He was ambassador to the United States, which was not a bad accomplishment either. He's been a teacher, head of Tel Aviv University. He's vice chairman of the Institute of National Security Studies in Tel Aviv, among many other things. Itamar, you've been here many, many times. Israel has a new government, but a new set of relationships here. So over to you, please.
Thank you. I will begin with the new Israeli government and then talk more broadly about the region. 2 years ago was a very optimistic time in Arab-Israeli relations. The Abraham Accords were signed. It was seen as a milestone. Secondly, in Israel, for the first time, an Arab party and Muslim Brotherhood, the softer version of the Muslim Brotherhood, joined the coalition. First time that an Arab party in Israel was part of a government coalition. And it seems that Arab-Israeli relations were looking up. Nowadays, the perspective is far darker. The Abraham Accords are there. They did not develop into a larger regional structure. The summit of the Negev was mentioned. Some people thought that this would be the core of a Sunni Israeli coalition against Iran and its Shiite axis. It doesn't seem to be the case. The Abraham Accords are limited to actually very positive development in bilateral relations with the Emirates, with Bahrain, and with Morocco. Sudan is not so important in this context, but it's not the nucleus of any regional structure. In Israel itself, a good government that represented the gamut of Israeli politics all the way from the left to moderate right, and including an Arab party, collapsed after a year and a half, and not just the right wing, but the extreme right wing won the last elections. And it's probably going to form a very nationalistic government with probably negative implications for Israeli politics, Israeli society, Arab-Jewish relations inside Israel, and Israeli-Arab relations, Israeli-Palestinian relations in general. It is important to bear in mind that the elections were decided by very few votes. Actually, there was a plurality for the center-left bloc in the popular vote, but Netanyahu is a very good politician, election strategist. He put the right wing together in a very cohesive way. They did not lose a single vote. Center-left lost quite a few votes, and the result is that we have this far-reaching change in Israeli politics. Will it hold? I doubt it. I think that this government is likely to implode. The policies that the two extremist right-wing parties and the ultra-Orthodox parties are trying to impose on the country will lead either to implosion or to massive popular protest. I doubt that this will remain the case for very long, but we are in, I think, for a difficult year in Israeli politics, Israeli-Arab relations inside Israel, and the Israeli-Palestinian problem in a broader way. Now, let's remember one thing. Netanyahu is on trial. He is being tried for serious criminal charges, corruption, breach of faith, and what interests him the most is his own legal situation. He depends on these partners in order to be in power. He remembers that when Prime Minister Olmert left the government, he went to jail. He doesn't want to go to jail. And he wants to be in control, and he wants to reshape the legal system. This is what drives him in the first place. Let me now move more broadly to the region, and I would use the word flux. I think the region is in flux on all three levels of politics: domestic, regional, and international. Domestic, we have 6 failed states in the region, other countries on the eve of elections, as in Turkey, in turmoil like Iran, and so forth. Regionally, there is no structure. There used to be a structure. The last time we had a structure was during the Syrian civil war and the Arab Spring, when people spoke about the Saudi axis of Sunni states versus the Iranian axis. This is no longer true. There is no axis. What is very significant in regional politics is that the region has been joined by 2 large, powerful states, Iran and Turkey. They were not part of Middle Eastern politics most of the previous century. Only after the Iranian Revolution of '79 did Iran join Middle Eastern politics, and Turkey, with the first years of this century, when Erdogan realized that Turkey was not going to be accepted into the European Union, and he was looking for influence elsewhere, what is known as neo-Ottomanism. So we have 2 countries of about 100 million people with strong economies, highly developed civil societies, strong militaries that punch at their weight in the region. What is more recent and very interesting is that these 2 countries are now trying to play a larger global role. Turkey has been active all the way from Azerbaijan to Libya, in East Africa, in Yemen, and Iran now, of course, joined Russia very closely and became part of the war in Ukraine. So this is not something that we were used to. We were used to larger international powers coming to the Middle East to control the Middle East. Suddenly we see Middle Eastern countries trying to play a larger role. One point, you asked Mona about where is Egypt. I think there's been a shift in the Arab world from the traditional centers of Arab nationalism in Egypt, in Iraq and Syria. Egypt is sort of unto itself. Iraq and Syria are in basically 2 failed states. And I think the focus is shifting to this part of the Arab world, in the Gulf, where you have stable, wealthy, highly developed countries that are now playing a much more important role in the larger Arab world. Internationally, Russia will have to see what the implications of the war in Ukraine are for its position in Syria and its ability to be effectively active in the Middle East. And the US always raises the familiar question: is the US pivoting away or is it not? In fact, number of US troops in the region has not declined, but the message is not very clear. And the US has, I think, a hard time of finding a solution to what Minister Gargash presented eloquently yesterday, that is to say, the tendency of Middle Eastern countries to say, yes, basically we are pro-Western, but we allow ourselves sort of a polygamy that you, Washington, needs to be able to
handle,
to live with.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Can I bring you just back into the Israeli interior for a second, just with one question? The great experiment of the previous government, which was Israeli Arabs or Israeli Palestinians, whichever you choose to say, getting involved with an Israeli government, is that experiment over, or do you think it could come back again?
No, it's not over. You know, the Arab minority in Israel is going up to 21, 22%, and Israel, the majority and the minority will need to find a long-term way of living with one another. Now, inside the Israeli Arab minority, there are 2 contradictory trends. You see a growing middle class, a growing professional class. In my own university, Tel Aviv University, the number of Arab students rose from 4% to 16%. In the Technion in Haifa, which is Israel's MIT, it is 37% Arab students in the student population. So you see a trend of younger people moving up, becoming professional, moving to leaving their towns and settling in Tel Aviv and Haifa, and seeking integration. This is what Mahmoud Abbas and his participation in the coalition, in a way, represented. But there is a hardcore of people who still oppose the very essence of the state. And this will continue. It needs to be addressed by an Israeli government that will come to the Arab minority and say, listen, this is a Jewish state, but you are a significant minority of 20%. We need to find a definition of the relationship. Say cultural minority, but obviously this is not the government that will do that in the coming year.
Do that, yeah. And of course it would help if there finally were a settlement and two states, because then people could decide where they really belonged. But we don't have to get into that right now. Our last panelist is the distinguished founder of the Gulf Research Center, Saudi Abdulaziz Othman Sagar, who has also been a great interlocutor about the Arab world, the Saudi world, and I'm curious what you have to say to us since you're from the region, but I'm also very curious if you could talk a bit about relations with the United States and how they've turned. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. First, let me extend my deepest appreciation to my good friend Thierry and to the World Policy Conference for all the effort they put, and for the host country. I mean, this is great to see a lot of good friends and old faces together here. We understand what does it take to bring all this effort together because we are in the same. Okay, let me start by saying what are the key concerns, and the key pillars, in my opinion, that it is important. First, the U.S. relation to the region. And we see a softness approach, a confusing approach from the U.S. We don't know what they are up to. We have a different signal, confusing signal. On one hand, they said we are reallocating of our forces. On the other hand, we are reducing our forces in the region. On the other hand, you can hear a statement by saying we remain committed to the security of the region, but what is reality, we don't know. So there is a lot of confusing signal, unpredictable coming out of Washington there that really has an impact on the geopolitics of the region. Traditionally, we understood their commitment, and traditionally we understood where does the US and the rest of the West country stand when it comes to the regional security. Now, it's a bit confusing, honestly, and that confusion, forces the region to take different action, different play toward the other. Second, because of the confusion of the US policy, when President Obama said in Syria it's a red line, we will not allow, all of a sudden we have the Russian re-existent in the region. And the Russian re-existent in the region was due to the American unclarity of policy. They allowed that sort of intervention to happen. Where do we stand on the Ukrainian cases? I will come into that, but I think I will pass this one because I want to focus it in the key element. The third, of course, is the Iranian expansionist. And today we are still suffering from this real serious threat, from Iran. We still have the maritime security issue. We still have the energy security issue threatened from Iran, interventionist policy, expansionist, using sectarianism as a dimension, supporting militia. All of those issues remain as a key issue for us in the region. So where does the Iranian threat goes from here? That also have a very critical impact in our geopolitical issue. The Abraham Accord. Some Arab countries, including United Arab Emirates and Bahrain, based in their own national interest, they felt going and signing into the Abraham Accord and normalizing relation will bring a better peace to the region. Some countries in the region thought they need peace first before normalization. Some countries, they are negotiating quite secretly. So that is a sovereign state decision, but at the same time, this is a new element in the geopolitical side of the region. So the other thing, we have a conflicting issues, and we have a hot spot in the region, including war in Yemen, Syria, Libya, also the Israeli-Iranian vessels attack in each other. But at the same time, that did not change the geopolitics of the region. When people talked about the Syrian crisis, they thought Jordan will be taking over next day, but Jordan remains still there. Syria is still there. Turkish intervention on the north part of Syria is still there. We have the Iranian intervention in Kurdistan is still there, but that did not really change the whole geopolitical structure there. But that also is an important element in the geopolitics, to look at all these conflicts, all these issues that is taking place. What is interesting also to see that the region start making their own sovereign decision without really waiting for the instruction coming from the big country, from the superpower. And I think that's a very clear signal. You can see it in UAE, in Saudi Arabia. You can see it in Egypt, in Algeria, and many countries in the Arab world start saying, look, we need to protect our interests. We need to fight based on our interests, and we need to look at that one. So this is also an important dimension. Is that going to, since we are witnessing now a new Cold War era, is that independent decision and sovereign decision and so going to be challenged by the extreme two power? Well, in other words, our economy, 67% of our export goes to Asia. China is the largest importer from us. And China, the president visited recently to the region, he is making a statement saying we are the second largest economy. We would like to legitimize our economic relation by a political visit and by a political umbrella. And the US is concerned. If you read today the Washington Post, there is a concern in the US about the China-Gulf relation. I think it's legitimate concern, but at the same time, still it is an economic relation. It have not yet developed to a strong political ties or a strategic ties. China will not replace the US in the region, and China cannot provide the security that the region want or looking for at that area. But that also, because of the Cold War era syndrome or feeling that we have, that will put a pressure in the region. Where do you go, east or west? Whom should you listen to? Each one can exercise different pressure. They are a buyer of 3.6 million barrels a day from the region. So they are, Saudi Arabia, almost 20% of their export goes to China. Yes. Also the crisis on Ukraine. We were forced by the US to take a decision. I think there was misinterpretation of our balance. And I like yesterday when Dr. Anwar Gergash, he used the word not neutral, but balance. And balance today, Israel having a balanced position on the Ukrainian crisis. India, they have a balanced position. We in the Arab world have a balanced position. First, we are not compromising the unity of Ukraine, and that has been stated by all the four ministers. We're not accepting any intervention by using a military means. We're not accepting a territorial intervention or so. But at the same time, we have a similar case in Yemen where we understand the Russian concern. And the Russian concern comes from three things. They want a friendly government to deal with. They want to have a safe border that will not represent a threat to them. And they don't want to have a foreign military presence that can represent a threat. In Yemen, we have a similar case. We want to have a friendly government that we deal with, and we don't want to have a foreign military presence from Iran in our border that threat us and represent a threat to us. And also we want to have a safe border, also we share with them a huge one. If I look at, just the last comment, if I look at the 2023, I think there will be a similar issue still of concern to us. Number one, can we still keep our sovereign independency decision from the superpower? Can we really still state our position based on our interests, or that will be challenged? That will be a key issue also in the 2023. Can we continue in that? Iran and what will happen to JCPOA? We have a different scenario today. No agreement, status quo, modified agreement with minor changes, modified agreement with the major changes. All new agreement can be reestablished, and that one we don't know. So that remains a big challenge. Sure. And how Iran is going to act in terms of representing a threat, are they going to retaliate in the region, and how that is going to be?
Well, I could ask you many, many questions, but let me just limit myself right now to, do you think the disorder in Iran makes it more dangerous for the region, or does it work to keep them concentrated at home?
I personally belong to Hobbes School in IR, so I believe in a central government role will be far better than having a fragmented government, because we saw that in Lebanon and the outcome. But also, if I go back to my 2023, I think oil prices will be very important. What will happen to the oil prices? You see, because again, the region have a lot of important projects and a lot of expansion and development on the Tanmiya, what we call development. How is that going to be? And that will play also a price. Yemen, we're almost entering the 9th year. And what will happen? I think we are happy to have a settlement in Yemen, but based on two things. No intervention is from Iran in that one, based on the decision of the Yemeni people and the agreement that can take place. I think all of that really still represent the sort of challenge, to us in the region. But again, I'll go back and start from where I start. The U.S. relation is a key issue in this one here. Yes. We're not saying we need to replace it. We're not saying we have a ready alternative for that, and we are not saying we don't want it. In fact, it's a very important, very crucial. We have enjoyed almost a century of a good relation here in the region. What we want to have a more sensible approach in Washington when looking at the region here and respecting the
Yes, well, great, because I mean,
thank you, sir.
We've had different words for Washington, which we need a more educated policy, we need a wiser policy, we need more attention. But clearly, the region is sending messages to Washington also, as Saudi Arabia is. The visit of Jiang Zemin is a message. Yep. I mean, it's a very clear message to a very sensitive point now in Americans' view of the world. I promised that I would not, even though we got started late, there's a lot to do by the end of the day. So I promised to end this on the accepted time, which means I'd really like, we've got 11 minutes, that's all, but I would like to take some questions, please. Address them to whomever you like, because I would like to give the panel at least a couple minutes to respond. It's been a very rich conversation, but it's hard to draw a theme. So Igor, please, can we, perfect. And then after that,
thank you very much, Stephen. My question goes to Mr. Rabinovich. We were made to believe that without Russian army, Assad is dead. No regime, no power, nothing. So what happens now when the Russians' hands are full in another war? And what happens on the Turkish-Iranian confrontation there and Kurdish question?
Okay.
Igor, to your right, there. Okay.
Thank you, Stephen. Thanks to the panelists for these wonderful presentations. I would like to have a very short comment on what's happening in the Middle East today, as I see it as a very contrasted situation. On the one hand, you have the Abraham Accords that have triggered such a tremendous change in the area, and we're witnessing an unseen cooperation between Israel and the countries of the region. On the other hand, we have still questions that are unsettled. May I remind you that we have the Palestinian issue, the Lebanese issue, the Syrian issue, sure, the Yemeni issue, the Iraqi issue that are just pending, if I might say. So my question would go to ask the honorable panelist here, About one thing that is very much worrisome, as Mona has rightly pointed out too, we are witnessing the regionalization of Middle East. The intervention of the superpower, or the so-called superpower, is no longer here. I mean, the fading presence of Russia, even of the United States, of course, the obsolete maybe role of Russia in the years to come. So what is very much worrisome is the fact that in this region we have no regional institutions that might or may bring about a kind of settlement of all these conflicts.
Right.
I mean, you have the European Union, you have the ASEAN, you have the NATO, but in this region, which power, from your point of view, is the one that might be able to bring about a change or a settlement of in this region? Thank you so much.
There's another question, I think, from my Japanese colleague back there. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. Hiro Akita from Tokyo. My question is about the Arab states' relation with Russia. I understand that the Arab states have been taking a balancing behavior between West and Russia. But my question is, as Russian military situation get more and more deteriorated in Ukraine, will it affect the Arab countries' distance with Russia? Yeah, that is my question. Thank you.
Perfect. And last question, Jim Bitterman. Jim, stand up so they can find you.
It's just a question for the panel in general. I mean, it seems to me there's an inherent contradiction. It's a great panel, it's a great discussion. But when you start off talking about hyper-pragmatism and move on to polygamy, and then the desire for stability, those of us in the room with a certain age have a sort of a fondness, nostalgia for NATO and for these institutions, these brands institutions that come along. So how do you square that circle? How is it that you can have stability by making hyper-pragmatic deals and having multiple lovers?
Thank you. It's a very good question. So listen, I'm afraid we're not going to have tons of time, so I'm going to go back to the panel, ask each of you to respond as you like for no more than 2 minutes, please. You've got the clock. Also, you can see it, so let's please keep to the time. Okay. Over to you. And apologies for not getting back to you sooner.
Oh, that's all right. About Syria. Now, the situation in Syria, I think when and if the Russians sort of recede, it creates a new constellation. And that constellation could work to sort of put the pieces together, because there are two things: Syria's territorial integrity and not having Iran in Syria. Those two things can actually align quite a few actors on the field. I think the US, I think Turkey, what remains of Russian presence, those can be aligned. And when I talked about Turkey not engaging in a war in Syria, what I meant is that Turkey will not it will not be in sort of an outright war, but what is very clear and consistent and continuous from the beginning is that Turkey insists on the security of its southern border. Right. And so we have these sort of sporadic incursions to ensure that. And what is pragmatic about President Erdogan's approach is that he waits for the timing when the stars are aligned to find the point of least resistance. And I think we are very close to that point of least resistance because of the reasons I mentioned. That is one thing. I still have 45 seconds. And the second one is with the pragmatism, I think, yes, you're absolutely right. It is very difficult to hold it together. Now that we have sort of some room for maneuver, because of the oil prices, because of Turkey, because of the Ukrainian situation, creating some room for Turkey, for a while this can work. But I think in the long run it cannot, and this is a phase, and we will go back to the first search for stability, and that is why I think it is very critical that the Europeans don't feel that they're being left out of a fast bargain game. They should just sort of hold on to their guns. Their time will come. We should not lose credibility in the European ability for structures. Thank you.
Thank you, Memdo.
That was good.
Gilda.
One thing I was
Sorry, I mean, you
speak up.
Well, yeah, why don't you borrow that? Perfect.
Is it better?
Yes.
Fine. Answering in an attempt to answer Joe Mela's question, I wonder whether what remains of a regional institution, the only one that remains to some extent is the GCC. And I would like, of course, I would turn to Abdelaziz for more comments. Everybody considered that the GCC was dead and buried because of the Qatar blockade. This has ended for a number of reasons that many of you know about. And when she came to the region, he came to Saudi Arabia. All the regional powers or non-powers gathered to Saudi Arabia, and seen from China, the place where everybody was summoned, quote unquote, or whistled to come was the Arabian Peninsula. So to a large extent, the sort of the financial center of the region is more and more becoming its political center. And because particularly in a time when resources are scarce, where the price of commodities is growing, where hyperinflation is coming, the position of power of this part of the region is significantly increasing. So that would be my gut feeling, but I'd like to have not from the horse's mouth. I don't say you're a horse, of course, Abdelaziz, but you know, I mean, فم الحسان.
Okay, Mona, please.
I also would like to answer Joe Myla's question. We do have institutions. One of them, which is the main one, which is the Arab League, is unfortunately impotent. And the only one we can look at is again the GCC, which we thought that it was the most resembling, let's say, to the European Union. So we do hope that they will continue to do so. But what I want to say is that the main thing that exists, and nobody spoke about it so much, is the need from people of the region to have religious institutions be changed, be more pragmatic, be more, to have a dialogue that President Sisi had asked for 4 years ago, a reform of the religious dialogue. And this is not happening, unfortunately. And another thing is that the extremism, Islamist extremism, is very well entrenched in many of the societal institutions in Egypt in particular.
Okay.
Thank you. Itamar.
Okay. To Igor's question, I think Turkey will, first of all, Turkey is practically annexed about 8% of Syria. It will continue to hold this territory. Let's bear in mind that Turkey is the one preventing Russia and Syria from conquering the Idlib, the province of Idlib, in which you still have 50,000 jihadis. Turkey doesn't want an attack on Idlib because it will send another 1 million refugees into Turkish territory. So it will remain involved in a big way. As for the impact of a potential reduction of Russia's presence in Syria, there is a very close Iranian-Russian relationship now in Syria and in Ukraine, and the more or the greater the decline of Russian presence and influence in Syria, the greater that of Iran. The difference is that Russia wants influence in Syria, Iran wants to penetrate Syria, to turn the country in a very deep and a very profound way. Briefly to Jim Bitterman's question, I'm afraid I see more instability because there's another factor at work, which is population explosion. 320 million people in the Arab world today, numbers are growing, mostly in the non-rich Arab countries, and this would create further instability in years to come.
And they're very young.
Maybe I don't need to.
Abdelaziz.
Okay, yeah. Is it okay like this? Fine.
Yes.
let me answer by two things. I think in January 2021, when we had the GCC summit in Al-Ula, I think it was clearly stated that we resolve a lot of the dispute differences that have occurred between the Saudi Arabia, UAE, Bahrain, and Qatar. And I'm so happy as a Gulf citizen to see the relation is back to normal, even better. The last week we've witnessed the visit of His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed to Qatar. We have seen, Prince Mohammed bin Salman, the Crown Prince, being in Qatar for the World Cup, for the, opening ceremony. So that's also make us feel what brings us together more than the different. Now, in terms of regional security, there are several initiatives which include the US MESA, which include the Russian. MESA was rejected by the Iranian because they felt it was against them. The Russian was rejected by the American. Russia initiative was rejected by the American. The Iranian was rejected by the region because the Iranian initiative, although it's based in non-intervention, non-aggression, but they don't want to ignore the past and just deal from today and on. They don't want to deal with Hezbollah, with the interventionists in Syria. And by the way, in Syria, because of the Israeli military attack on the Iranian presence in Syria, that have reduced the Iranian capability since the beginning to almost 20% today. They don't talk about it, the Israeli, neither the Iranian they talk about it, but it is reality on the ground. And the Russian are providing clear rules of engagement in terms of military action from the Israeli against the Iranian presence in Syria. Now, we understand from a national security point of view the Turkish interest in North Syria, because in no way we will support a separatist group like the PKK, because we have also a serious situation here in the region if we do so. But we hope that will end soon and the Turk will just try to finish it as fast as possible. On the other initiative also, we have the Chinese now coming up with an initiative. But still, that Chinese initiative, we're not so sure that it works. So we have the American, the Russian, the Iranian, the Chinese, and the European. But the European focus on maritime security. What we need in any initiative in the region, three preconditions. Inclusiveness, so we need to include Israel, Iran, Turkey. We cannot exclude any one of these three. Second, we need to have the guarantor. First, we need to resolve the current problem in the region. We can't go into a security architecture in the region and we have the militia supported by Russia in Libya, and we have the militia in Iraq supported by the Iranians. So we need to resolve current problem in the region, and then we need to have the guarantor. And the guarantor cannot be only the UN. So we need the Security Council plus the UN, and find the right formula of the sort of guarantor that can be provided to have a better security architecture. But by the way, look at the different. We called the Jeddah summit, which was attended by President Biden, development and security. Here, we did not call it security with the Chinese. We called it development and sustainability. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And if I may, just for 1 second, let me thank Thierry, Song Nim, the organizers, the hosts, and especially the translators who have been working their butts off and done such a wonderful job. So as you applaud the panel, please applaud the translators also.
Bien. Alors, mesdames, messieurs, ceux qui ont le courage d'être encore là, je les salue. Je vous explique en 2 mots la situation. D'habitude, nous avons une séance finale. Nous aurons d'ailleurs une séance finale, mais qui ne sera pas celle d'habitude, parce que nous avons encore à traiter de la politique étrangère américaine et nous avons donc la visite, pour finir en fait, du prince Faisal bin Farhan al Saud, le ministre des Affaires étrangères d'Arabie Saoudite. Ce sera une visite en personne. Il vient spécialement d'Arabie Saoudite. Et je pense que ce sera particulièrement intéressant après la réunion de 3 jours, je crois, avec la Chine. Donc il y aura certainement des choses fort intéressantes à nous dire. Voilà. Alors, au lieu de la séance habituelle qui termine la World Policy Conference, nous avons choisi de donner la parole à 5 personnalités qui font partie de notre club et de leur demander à chacun de traiter en quelques minutes un point de leur choix, qui, à leur avis, n'a pas été suffisamment traité ou qui peut être abordé sous un angle différent. Voilà. Donc voilà l'exercice et je vais les prendre dans un ordre d'ailleurs qui est indifférent, mais puisque ils sont assis à ma gauche jusqu'à mon extrême gauche, n'est-ce pas, Fatallah? Mon extrême gauche est marocaine aujourd'hui. Et je vais commencer par Michel Fouché, qui est bien connu dans notre groupe. Mon cher Michel, qu'est-ce que tu veux nous dire en 7 minutes, avec une tolérance maximale de 15 secondes?
Je veux répondre à ta question, la fin des illusions, en me demandant si la diplomatie est aujourd'hui devenue une illusion, en 5 points, en suivant ta trajectoire du réalisme à l'idéalisme. La vie internationale comporte une conversation permanente entre les États. Cette conversation s'appelle la diplomatie. On y prononce bien souvent des mots trompeurs, on triche avec le langage, mais on ne peut pas le faire tout le temps, et sur tous les sujets, parce qu'on a besoin de comprendre et d'être compris. Quand Talleyrand, au Congrès de Vienne, propose que l'on insère dans le préambule une référence au droit public, il ne joue pas avec une expression consacrée. Il veut signifier que la force n'est pas tout. Que par exemple, la Prusse n'a pas le droit de manger la Saxe. Guillaume de Humboldt, qui parle pour la Prusse, ne s'y trompe pas et demande exaspéré que vient faire ici le droit public. Et Talleyrand, il fait que vous y êtes. Voulant dire qu'à côté de la force, il existe des règles qui gouverne la reconnaissance des États avec la participation à la diplomatie et aux décisions. Point 2. Je crois que la diplomatie a été une victime collatérale de la pandémie et du cloisonnement du monde. Les rapports internationaux, jusqu'au 3e trimestre 2022, se sont durcis. Tout le monde le constate. On ne peut pas négocier en visioconférence. On ne peut pas négocier à distance. La négociation est un négocium, ce n'est pas à côté de Dubaï que je vais dire ça. Il faut se voir, se juger, se jauger. Bien des dirigeants se sont enfermés physiquement et mentalement dans leurs certitudes idéologiques, Pékin, dans leurs rêves néo-impériaux, Moscou, Ankara, Téhéran. Mais en même temps, on constate donc des échecs et des avancées, même si à la fin de l'année 2022, il y a des progrès significatifs. Alors, je commence par les avancées. 3 exemples. Au plan bilatéral, on a cité tout à l'heure les accords d'Abraham entre les Émirats, le Koweït et Israël. Ce n'est que le début, mais c'est un peu en ordre dispersé. Ces accords, comme vous le savez ici, ont provoqué un regain de tension avec l'Iran pendant 2 ans. Et puis, je comprends qu'après beaucoup de discussions, l'ambassadeur des Émirats vient de revenir à Téhéran. Et il semble qu'au mois d'août, l'ambassadeur du Koweït va suivre. Mais il est vrai que là, les échanges économiques, financiers et humains n'ont jamais cessé. 1,5 million d'Iraniens dans les Émirats et des sommes de commerce qui dépassent les montants du fonds souverain Moudabala. Autre exemple qui n'a pas été cité, mais l'accord récent, fin octobre, accord très indirect, sans contact direct, pas bilatéral mais de portée bilatérale, sous médiation américaine pour la frontière maritime entre le Liban et Israël. Au plan régional et international, il y a eu une séquence très intéressante en Asie du Sud-Est, le G20 à Bali, et je trouve que le président Joko Widodo a pris son bâton de pèlerin, est allé à Moscou, est allé à Kiev, il a fait un travail tout à fait formidable dans cette culture de non-alignement rénové, en quelque sorte, non-alignement engagé, suivi du sommet de l'ASEAN à Phnom Penh et de l'APEC à Bangkok. Tout le monde a salué, au moins dans la presse régionale, le pragmatisme, même s'il a fallu à Bangkok une centaine d'heures de discussion pour faire adopter dans le cadre APEC les déclarations sur la Russie et l'Ukraine négociées à Bali. Et puis les deux présidents, chinois et américains, se sont rencontrés, comme on dit maintenant, en présentiel. Les échecs, la paralysie du Conseil de sécurité est flagrante. Un ministre cambodgien récemment me disait que sa crainte que l'ONU finisse comme la SDN. Le groupe de Minsk sur le Caucase a échoué à arrêter 2 guerres entre l'Azerbaïdjan et l'Arménie, pour ne rien dire des accords de Minsk qui sont morts depuis longtemps, après 120 réunions où la France d'ailleurs a joué un rôle très important. Alors cher Thierry, si le réalisme échoue, partiellement, il nous reste l'idéalisme. Je vais essayer d'avancer dans ce sens-là. Peut-on parler de coexistence pacifique ou souhaitée entre Pékin et Washington? Après tout, Kevin Rudd nous parle de compétition stratégique maîtrisée. Ma thèse idéaliste, pour l'Europe en tout cas, mais ça vaut aussi peut-être pour le Moyen-Orient, c'est que la réconciliation, le terme a été employé plusieurs fois ici, est sans doute la meilleure garantie de sécurité. Je ne reviens pas sur le processus de réconciliation, qui est beaucoup plus important dans la construction européenne que le grand marché et l'état de droit. En franco-allemand, malgré la France, avec la pression américaine et le rôle des églises, De Gaulle, qui met moins de 3 mois pour mettre fin à l'Empire, les accords d'Évian de mars 62 et le voyage chez Adenauer, la rencontre avec Adenauer. Un processus qui s'est étendu ensuite sous un format triangulaire, le triangle de Weimar, entre l'Allemagne, la France et la Pologne. Je n'insiste pas sur l'ampleur des contentieux historiques germano-polonais. D'ailleurs, ce n'est pas très consolidé. Et quelque chose de moins connu, ce sont les processus de rapprochement polono-ukrainiens, malgré le passé impérial de la Pologne dans l'ouest de l'Ukraine, malgré les grands massacres de 42-43, malgré l'opération Vistule de déportation de la minorité polonaise organisée par le capitaine Jaruzelski, ça lui a permis de monter en grade. Et ça a été l'effet à la fois du président Kwasniewski et de la revue culturelle Cultura, réfugiée en France, qui a tout de suite reconnu les frontières de la Lituanie et de l'Ukraine pour une raison interne, empêcher le révisionnisme polonais. Donc, avec la Russie, il y a une butée. En anglais, je dirais « there is a stopper ». Il n'y a pas ce type de processus. Il n'y a pas le plus jamais ça. Je n'ai jamais entendu le plus jamais ça de la part des élites russes. Il n'y a pas de commission d'historiens. Il n'y a pas d'examen critique du passé. L'association mémoriale a été interdite quelque temps avant le 24 février. Elle avait recueilli 1,5 million de documents écrits, oraux, des objets sur les crimes de Staline, avant Staline et après Staline. Donc il y a un problème avec la Russie, à mon avis, mais je l'ai écrit dans un texte chez Gallimard, il y a un impensé, il y a une pensée néo-impériale que nos amis africains perçoivent mal parce que c'est un empire d'outre-terre et non pas d'outre-mer, mais il y a aussi des empires d'outre-terre. Hein. Il n'y a pas eu d'examen critique, il n'y a pas eu de pensée des élites sur les raisons internes de l'effondrement du système russo-soviétique. Et il y a une impossibilité de penser tout cela. Hein. Et je signale quand même que le négociateur qui avait été nommé en mars-avril pour discuter avec les Ukrainiens, le négociateur russe choisi par le Kremlin, Vladimir Mezinsky, ministre de la Culture pendant 10 ans, est l'homme qui a réhabilité Staline et qui a réécrit le manuel d'histoire de terminale des classes russes. Et puis, je n'insiste pas devant vous, patriarches, sur le fait que quand vous avez voulu parler, je tiens ça du métropolite Emmanuel, quand vous avez voulu parler avec le patriarcat de Moscou, à Chypre en particulier, ils ont fait, je cite le métropolite, la sourde oreille. Il y a quasiment un schisme. Quand on sait le rôle des églises catholiques et protestantes d'Alsace et du Bade-Württemberg dans le processus de rapprochement franco-allemand à l'échelle de la société, et non pas des dirigeants, à partir de 1945, processus qui continue d'ailleurs, m'a-t-on dit à Strasbourg récemment, eh bien, on voit que là, il y a un canal qui ne fonctionne pas, même si vous êtes bien conscient de l'importance de ce canal. Je conclus. Ce travail est indispensable et, à mon sens, bien plus important que les garanties de sécurité de l'OTAN. La vraie sécurité, c'est la réconciliation avec le voisin, mais une réconciliation qui suppose de traiter des drames, des massacres, des contentieux, et tous les voisins en Europe en ont et ailleurs. Et ce travail, à mon avis, ne sera possible avec la Russie, je dis bien avec la Russie, qu'après un changement de régime, et l'histoire de la Russie montre que les changements de régime, depuis la guerre de Crimée, sont toujours liés à des défaites militaires. 1859, 1905, 1917, 1989, vous permettrez que je ne donne pas d'autres dates.
Merci. Merci Michel. 8 minutes et 20 secondes. Bon. Alors, juste avant de passer la parole à Holger May, pardon, à Tidiane Gadio, dans l'ordre de setting arrangements, on doit faire une remarque. Tu as repris l'expression réalisme, idéalisme. Moi, je suis un réaliste idéaliste. Bon, un réaliste idéaliste. Ce qui n'a rien à voir avec le cynisme, au contraire, soit dit entre parenthèses. Mais que certaines négociations n'aboutissent pas, ça n'est pas du tout, ça ne veut absolument pas dire que le réalisme ne marche pas. Non, ça veut dire que ça ne marche pas pour des raisons très réelles. C'est parce que dans le cas de Minsk, ça n'était acceptable finalement ni pour les Ukrainiens ni pour les Russes. Être réaliste aujourd'hui à propos de l'Ukraine, je sais que ça déplaît à beaucoup de gens, mais c'est dire que c'est la guerre qui en décidera, en grande partie. Oui, et cette guerre peut être gagnée ou perdue par les uns ou par les autres pour de multiples facteurs, y compris naturellement si dans un pays le régime s'effondre, et ça entraîne généralement la fin de la guerre. Mais je pense que ce n'est pas la morale et les leçons de morale qui décideront de l'issue de la guerre. D'autant plus que, comme on l'a vu d'ailleurs pendant cette conférence, tout cela, il y a de multiples aspects qu'il faut également prendre en compte. Bien. En tout cas, merci pour cette contribution. Et maintenant, je passe la parole à Tidiane Gadio, qui a une riche expérience africaine. Chère Tidiane.
Merci beaucoup Thierry. Moi je voulais parler de la place et du rôle de l'Afrique dans la géopolitique mondiale. Je trouve qu'on a fait beaucoup d'efforts à la World Policy Conference. Cette année on a eu une plénière et un atelier, c'est très bien. Mais comme disait l'autre, on peut encore mieux faire pour plusieurs raisons. Parlant des illusions, par exemple, je pense que l'Afrique a besoin encore de rêver. Et quand on a besoin de rêver, on a besoin de garder certaines de nos aspirations que d'autres vont présenter comme des illusions. Au début des années 2000, avec l'avènement de l'Union africaine, beaucoup pensaient que l'Afrique allait rejoindre le peloton des puissances émergentes comme l'Inde, la Chine, le Brésil. Et que donc l'Afrique aurait une chance de faire partie de ce qu'on appelait les World Global Players, les acteurs mondiaux importants. Malheureusement, ce n'est pas ce qui s'est passé. On est allé de crise en crise et on se retrouve aujourd'hui dans une situation où, par exemple, à l'époque, j'avais critiqué mes amis de l'administration Obama, quand Obama avait décidé de déplacer ses grands navires de guerre et tout en dehors de l'Atlantique, parce que pour lui, l'Atlantique n'était plus vraiment l'enjeu, il voulait se déplacer vers le Pacifique. Et j'ai fait passer des messages à son National Security Council qu'ils étaient en train de commettre une grosse erreur parce que l'Afrique va garder son poids dans ce monde, même si elle n'aura pas son rôle immédiatement. Et je leur ai dit que là-bas, vous allez vous occuper des Chinois et vous allez rencontrer en chemin les Chinois qui, eux, vont vers l'Afrique. Et donc, ça va être une contradiction pour vous. Vous avez besoin d'améliorer votre coopération avec l'Afrique, votre respect pour la Méditerranée, pour l'Atlantique et pour le continent africain. Le deuxième point qui me semble absolument important, je pense qu'il faut se défaire des leurres plutôt que des illusions. Les leurres, c'est on a fait croire aux Africains qu'ils étaient indépendants et souverains. Et ils ont joué cette carte. L'Union africaine est une union de pays indépendants et souverains. Moi, je suis pour des pays souverains mais interdépendants et qui acceptent l'interdépendance. La conséquence, c'est que nous n'avons pas fait avancer l'unité africaine. Nous nous sommes retrouvés dans énormément de problèmes et une bataille qui me semble tellement simple, qui fait que les jeunesses africaines sont révoltées un peu partout contre ce qu'on a appelé la souveraineté, l'indépendance. Ils nient tout, ils dénoncent tout aujourd'hui. Parce que comment 1,3 milliard d'habitants dans 54 États membres des Nations Unies, avec en plus l'aveu ou la reconnaissance que 70% de l'agenda du Conseil de sécurité porte sur l'Afrique et les crises africaines, les questions africaines. Comment peut-on encore concevoir que l'Afrique n'ait pas un siège de membre permanent au Conseil de sécurité, là où on discute de l'Afrique et de son destin, et l'Afrique n'a aucun pouvoir sinon d'être un membre, d'avoir quelques membres non permanents. Je pense qu'il faut le changer rapidement au risque de perdre le système des Nations Unies que nous avons aujourd'hui. Il y a une lame de fond qui se dessine dans le continent pour dire que si on ne nous accorde pas notre siège de membre permanent, il faudrait ou se retirer, ou réorganiser, demander qu'on réorganise un nouveau système mondial, parce que celui-là ne fera pas notre affaire. Et c'est une demande qui me semble assez légitime. Donc, de ce point de vue, je salue le fait que notre conférence, qui est une des conférences les plus importantes, je pense, dans le monde sur les questions de politique étrangère et de géopolitique, ait donné cette place à l'Afrique cette fois-ci. Mais ajoutons encore un peu plus, je pense que les femmes, et les femmes africaines en particulier, devraient être présentes. Il y a une grande intellectuelle tanzanienne qui a dit quelque chose de magnifique. Je vous mettrai en contact avec elle, parce qu'on l'invite un peu partout dans le monde pour s'expliquer. Elle dit que si vous voulez que le travail soit fait, il faut le confier aux femmes. Si vous voulez qu'on en parle, il faut le confier aux hommes. Et je pense que cette problématique est extrêmement importante, ce qui fait que si on avait beaucoup plus de femmes, je ne dis pas une majorité, mais en tout cas un grand nombre de femmes qui contribuent à nos débats.
Tout le monde va descendre, on amène 5 femmes.
Tout de suite, et je descendrai le premier. Alors, l'autre point sur lequel je voulais insister, c'est que véritablement tous ceux qui sont ici, les experts et tout le monde, doivent soutenir cette bataille de l'Afrique pour avoir un siège de membre permanent au Conseil de sécurité. Alors, Joe Biden est allé plus vite que la musique, parce que lui propose carrément qu'on donne ce siège à l'Union africaine. Je trouve que ça pose un sérieux problème. L'Union africaine ne va pas représenter un pays ou 2 pays ou 3, va représenter tous les Africains. Imaginez toujours qu'il faille bâtir un consensus entre 54 pays pour aller donner notre point de vue aux Nations Unies. Deuxièmement, ça veut dire que l'Union européenne, on commence à faire entrer des entités comme l'Union africaine, l'ASEAN, l'Union européenne, on ne s'en sort plus. Les raisons qui ont fait que la France, l'Angleterre, la Russie, la Chine et les États-Unis peuvent s'asseoir comme 5 membres permanents dans une organisation qui a besoin d'être réformée, ces mêmes raisons font que l'Afrique doit pouvoir désigner un pays, le Nigeria, l'Afrique du Sud, l'Égypte, quel que soit le pays, pour représenter la bannière de l'Afrique et travailler sous un mandat de l'Union africaine. Mais on n'a pas besoin d'amener toute une organisation pour changer la donne, où on réforme ou on ne réforme pas. Dernier point qui me semble extrêmement important, qu'on doit discuter davantage, le monde entier semble sous-estimer la gravité de la crise sécuritaire en Afrique. 2200 attaques terroristes en 2021, près de 10 000 morts. Et on nous révèle récemment qu'au Nigeria, de 2009 à aujourd'hui, on a 40 000 victimes du terrorisme. 40 000. Alors, comme disaient les autres, Black Lives Matter, est-ce que Black African Lives matter aussi? Parce que 40 000 morts, c'est une hécatombe. Le Burkina Faso, leur président a informé le monde et informé ses compatriotes qu'ils ont presque perdu leur territoire. Il dit, est-ce que vous savez que nous avons perdu notre territoire? Donc quand les djihadistes du sud de l'Algérie descendent jusqu'à Cabo Delgado, font ce qu'ils sont en train de faire à l'Afrique. Est-ce que le monde a pris suffisamment conscience? Et des djihadistes qui maintenant nous combattent avec des drones, où est-ce qu'ils trouvent leur financement? Qui leur donne ces moyens d'aller acheter des drones et sans aucune traçabilité leur permettre de venir commettre un début de génocide contre les Africains? En dehors du génocide culturel, il y a trop de victimes, il y a trop de morts. Donc le monde, et en commençant d'ailleurs par l'Afrique, tout le monde sait que ma critique porte d'abord sur l'Afrique et les dirigeants africains. Parce que quand vous avez un problème, n'attendez pas que le reste du monde se mobilise pour vous aider. Allez vous-même vous organiser, vous mutualisez vos forces et allez au combat et les autres seront plus heureux de venir voir. Dernier point, on a une donnée nouvelle, c'est la présence de la Russie en Afrique et qui est en train, avec son système des influenceurs et tout ça, de battre le pion, de damer le pion à tout le monde, à la France, à l'Occident et aux États africains. Nous, on se réveille, on réalise que nos jeunes sont maintenant sous l'emprise d'influenceurs russes qui leur font dire n'importe quoi, qui leur font faire n'importe quoi. Ce n'est pas ça le panafricanisme. Le panafricanisme, ce n'est pas aller négocier une nouvelle tutelle pour venir se débarrasser de l'ancienne tutelle. Le panafricanisme, c'est que les Africains soient au cœur des politiques africaines et puissent défendre leur continent. Merci.
Merci. Merci, merci Tadio et félicitations. 7 minutes et 25 secondes.
Bravo.
Donc, Marc, si vous arrivez à 7 minutes, ça donnera de chances que, je pense surtout à mon ami Fatallah, hein, que je taquine et que je salue. Bon, alors, sur le fond, il y a beaucoup de choses dans ce que tu viens de dire, Tadio. On te connaît aussi comme un militant du pan-africanisme dans le meilleur sens du terme. Je crois quand même qu'à certains égards, tu es pas mal du côté idéaliste. Et donc, 3 brèves remarques. Sur la réforme du Conseil de sécurité, il suffit de discuter avec n'importe quel spécialiste du droit international et de coupler ça avec un certain réalisme politique pour voir que une réforme du Conseil une réforme des Nations Unies de la Charte, dans le sens que tu viens de dire, est à peu près impossible dans l'avenir prévisible. Alors, on peut le déplorer, mais c'est aussi impossible que de voir le fauteuil sur lequel est assis Riyad Tabet au premier rang se soulever tout seul. Alors, je crois qu'il faut quand même être conscient de ça. Et je crois que c'est une question, d'ailleurs, qu'on pourra se poser une autre fois. Peut-être faut-il passer par une grande crise pour arriver à une réforme de la Charte. Alors, je crois qu'il faut être conscient de ça. Bon. Deuxièmement, tu as parlé des États qui veulent être souverains, ce qui est totalement légitime, et ce qui est d'ailleurs une caractéristique fondamentale du droit international. Et être souverain, c'est avoir la capacité juridique d'être maître de ses décisions. Ça ne veut pas dire qu'on l'est effectivement, c'est on a la capacité juridique, pas forcément la capacité réelle. Et il faut distinguer entre être souverain et le souverainisme, qui est une doctrine, qui est en quelque sorte le refus de l'interdépendance, qui est le refus des conséquences de délégation, on peut dire, de souveraineté. Alors ça, c'est un point, je crois, qui mérite aussi, pour d'autres fois, une réflexion approfondie. Enfin, tu as souligné l'importance de la question sécuritaire, le terrorisme, et je pensais à ce que nous disait hier Anouar Gargache, n'est-ce pas, dans son principe premier de la politique étrangère des Émirats arabes unis, qui d'ailleurs est le principe premier de toute politique étrangère, de tout État, c'est d'assurer la prospérité et la sécurité de l'État, et ceci dans le cadre d'un certain nombre de valeurs et de principes qui caractérisent l'État en question. Voilà. Et de ce point de vue-là, en effet, la question sécuritaire en Afrique est une question absolument majeure qu'il faudra sans doute qu'on traite de façon plus approfondie dans les prochaines éditions de cette WPC. Merci Tadio, et la parole maintenant est à Marc Ecker.
Merci beaucoup Thierry. J'ai voulu essayer de répondre à la question qui est la fin des illusions. Et pour répondre à cette question, je me suis demandé quel était le sens du mot illusion. Et en fait, il y a plusieurs acceptions, il y en a 3 exactement. Donc, je vais essayer de les reprendre et peut-être de faire écho à ce qui a été dit au cours de ces 3 derniers jours, en tout cas certains aspects. La première acception du mot illusion, c'est une interprétation erronée d'une donnée sensorielle. C'est-à-dire qu'on croit voir quelque chose qui n'existe pas. C'est un mirage. Par extension, dans le domaine des relations internationales, on pourrait dire que c'est une erreur non seulement de perception, mais aussi d'analyse. Ce qui renvoie aux travaux de Robert Jervis, que j'avais, je crois, déjà cité l'année dernière, Perception and Misperception in International Politics. Et si on regarde la guerre en Ukraine, je crois qu'on peut voir du coup la guerre en Ukraine comme un choc des illusions. C'est-à-dire qu'il y a eu énormément de mauvaises perceptions et d'erreurs d'analyse de part et d'autre. Il y a eu du côté des Occidentaux de nombreux dirigeants et de nombreux analystes qui se sont trompés, qui pensaient que la Russie ne passerait pas la frontière et n'interviendrait pas en Ukraine. Finalement, c'est ce qui a eu lieu. Et si ces analystes se sont trompés, c'est notamment parce qu'ils pensaient que les Russes et Vladimir Poutine ne commettraient pas un certain nombre d'erreurs de perception. Et ces erreurs de perception étaient liées notamment à la vision du Kremlin de la faiblesse de tout un tas d'acteurs, faiblesse de l'Ukraine, faiblesse de l'Europe, faiblesse des États-Unis, après notamment leur déroute en Afghanistan. Donc là, il y a eu vraiment une conjonction d'erreurs de perception et une conjonction d'erreurs d'analyse qui contribuent à expliquer cette guerre. La deuxième acception du mot illusion, c'est une appréciation conforme à ce que l'on souhaite croire, mais qui est fausse par rapport à la réalité. On prend ses désirs pour des réalités, c'est un rêve. Et dans le domaine de la littérature, ce sont les illusions perdues. C'est Lucien de Rubempré qui rêve d'être un grand auteur et qui n'y arrive pas. Dans le domaine des relations internationales et de ce qui a été traité ces 3 derniers jours, je crois que ce qui s'en rapproche le plus, c'est l'illusion de la puissance. Et l'illusion de la puissance, là encore une fois, je pense qu'on peut dire que la Russie a eu cette illusion, s'est crue plus forte qu'elle n'était réellement, pensait véritablement qu'en 3 jours, elle pouvait soumettre un pays comme l'Ukraine, et elle s'est heurtée au mur de la réalité. Mais ce n'est pas le seul acteur ces dernières années, ces dernières décennies à s'être heurté à ce mur. On a parlé de guerre contre le terrorisme il y a quelques instants. Les États-Unis se sont heurtés à ce mur et leurs alliés en Afghanistan. Les Français, dans une certaine mesure, et leurs alliés, nombreux, il y avait quand même plus de 10 000 personnels dans la MINUSMA, se sont heurtés à cette réalité et n'ont pas réussi à stabiliser la situation en dépit des efforts humains et financiers qui ont été consentis. La troisième acception du mot illusion, c'est un effet créé par le moyen d'un artifice ou d'un trucage qui donne le sentiment du réel ou du vrai. Là, c'est une illusion avec un illusionniste. Et on entre dans le domaine, pour le coup, des manipulations, de l'intoxication, de la désinformation, de la propagande. Et dans le domaine de la stratégie, on a un spectre extrêmement large, qui va de l'influence à la guerre psychologique ou à la guerre hybride. Et évidemment, on a des exemples nombreux. Certains ont été donnés au cours des 3 derniers jours. Je pense notamment à ce qu'a dit Zaki Laïdi sur la désinformation en Afrique, sur la question de l'insécurité alimentaire et sur le fait que les pénuries auraient été en quelque sorte orchestrées par les pays occidentaux, et sur les efforts qui ont dû être déployés par un certain nombre de pays occidentaux et par l'Union européenne pour tenter de contrer cette désinformation. Là, c'est toute la thématique des fermes à trolls qui ont existé depuis des années et qui continuent à être extrêmement actives, notamment sur le continent africain. Maintenant, la fin des illusions. Qu'est-ce que ça veut dire, la fin des illusions? Je vais dire que c'est une notion très, très subjective.
Avec un point d'interrogation.
Avec un point d'interrogation. Alors la question, en fait, c'est qui a eu quelle illusion, au pluriel? Et là, bon, je ne vais pas m'aventurer à répondre, ça pourrait être très long. Il y a eu un certain nombre d'illusions collectives qui étaient plus présentes à l'ouest que dans d'autres parties du monde. Des illusions sur l'universalisme des valeurs, des illusions sur le déploiement de la démocratie et des droits de l'homme, des illusions sur la pacification possible des relations internationales. On pourrait en discuter longuement, mais je crois que pour tenir dans les 7 minutes, je ne vais pas me lancer dans ce débat-là tout de suite. J'aimerais plutôt arriver tout de suite à la dernière partie qui est à quoi la fin des illusions peut-elle conduire? Et je crois qu'elle peut conduire à 3 types d'attitudes. La première attitude, c'est le déni. On ne veut pas croire à cette fin des illusions et on reste dans l'illusion. On a beaucoup parlé de changement climatique au cours des derniers jours, ce qui m'a fait penser au fameux film de Netflix Don't Look Up, où c'est vraiment la définition du déni. Mais on a aussi parlé hier, lors d'un atelier, de ce qui est une version atténuée de ce déni, qui est l'effet NIMBY, Not in my backyard, c'est-à-dire qu'on prend conscience qu'il faut agir, mais dans le fond, on ne veut pas vraiment agir, en tout cas pas chez soi, et on déporte les solutions sur des voisins qui ont également cette attitude, Not in my backyard, ce qui fait que, dans le fond, on ne traite pas le problème, on ne fait que le repousser. L'autre extrême, c'est la désillusion. Et là, j'aimerais attirer votre attention sur un sondage qui a été fait par l'UNICEF juste avant la COP27 et qui a été fait auprès de 250 000 jeunes dans 163 pays et qui traduit vraiment une désillusion et même un désespoir lié au changement climatique. Un des points les plus frappants de ce sondage, c'est que 2 jeunes sur 5 ne souhaitent plus avoir d'enfants. Et ça monte à 44% dans cette région, au sens large, Moyen-Orient et Afrique du Nord. Donc c'est vraiment une traduction très concrète de la désillusion et du désespoir. Et puis la troisième approche, elle est plus pragmatique, plus volontariste, et elle consiste à considérer les illusions non pas comme des illusions, vous avez une formule avant que j'ai oubliée, mais plutôt comme des ambitions ou des objectifs manqués à court terme, mais qui peuvent être encore atteints à plus long terme. Et donc il s'agit de ne pas se décourager, mais au contraire de se retrousser les manches pour essayer de traiter ces problèmes. Je pensais notamment à ce qui a été dit ce matin sur la faim dans le monde. Pendant plusieurs décennies, quand même, on avait des tendances à la baisse, et puis depuis 2015, on a une tendance qui remonte à la hausse. Les objectifs qui avaient été fixés par l'ONU en 2015 d'éradication de la faim en 2030 s'éloignent, mais ça ne veut pas dire qu'il faut se décourager et se laisser aller à la deuxième attitude, le désespoir et la désillusion. Au contraire, ça veut dire qu'il faut relancer les efforts et essayer de les traiter. Bref, pour tenir dans les 7 minutes, je conclurai par une formule qui est la vôtre, qui est réalisme à court terme et idéalisme à long terme, mais avec quand même une question que je vous pose qui est: comment définissez-vous le réalisme? Et je pense qu'il serait intéressant d'y répondre parce que je constate que, en particulier depuis le 24 février, cette notion de réalisme est beaucoup utilisée, a des sens très différents et est sujette à controverse, voire à malentendus. Voilà, je m'arrête là et je vous remercie.
Bien, merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup. 7 minutes 45. Bon, c'est pas mal. Alors, merci aussi d'avoir pris au sérieux le titre, ce qui est effectivement une bonne approche. Alors, je vais vous dire que comment j'ai choisi ce titre. Ça m'a pris quelques secondes. Bon, j'aurais pu dire la fin d'une ou la fin de l'illusion au singulier. Et j'y ai pensé. Et s'il avait choisi ce titre-là, ça aurait été l'illusion de l'ordre néolibéral consécutif à la chute de l'Union soviétique, c'est-à-dire le monde plat. Mais ça n'est pas innocent, parce que les gens qui aujourd'hui encore parlent de l'ordre mondial, du fait de la rupture de l'ordre mondial, oublient simplement qu'il n'y a jamais eu d'ordre mondial, parce que l'ordre de Bretton Woods et de la Première Guerre mondiale n'a concerné qu'une partie du monde, en réalité, puisque très vite, on a eu la division du monde. Donc ça aurait été à ce moment-là une invitation à prendre conscience, à se désillusionner justement sur ce qu'a été véritablement le monde après la chute de l'Union soviétique. Alors, en disant la fin des illusions, c'était effectivement pour permettre à chacun de l'interpréter, et merci d'avoir fait cette typologie. Mais je voudrais juste rebondir, avant de passer la parole à Holger May, c'est là, je voudrais rebondir sur un point qui est l'illusion ou les erreurs de perception dans les mois ou les semaines qui ont précédé l'invasion de l'Ukraine. Bon. Moi, je pose une question, et je me la pose. Alors peut-être que quelqu'un dans la session suivante y répondra. C'est pourquoi... Alors, il y a eu certainement une méfiance par rapport aux renseignements donnés par les Américains. Et cette méfiance, elle nous ramène évidemment à 2003, et aux affirmations américaines à l'époque de la détention par l'Irak d'armes de détention massive. Mais la question véritable que je pose, c'est pourquoi, si les Américains avaient, ce qui est manifestement le cas, et montré de plus en plus des informations extrêmement précises sur ce qui se préparait, pourquoi n'ont-ils pas réuni leurs alliés pour dire comment est-ce qu'on s'y prépare ensemble? C'est une vraie question, et une question, à mon avis, très sérieuse. Voilà. Alors, en tout cas, merci d'avoir mis un peu d'ordre dans cette notion d'illusion. Et maintenant, sans aucune illusion, je passe la parole à Holger May. Alors, Holger May, we are going to switch to English with Holger. He could speak German, which would, but I can tell you that he speaks excellent English. His French is not yet as good. So we will move to you, Holger. You are a very old friend, and you are a great technology expert. So we have covered a number of aspects of technology during the last 3 days in various sessions. So I am sure that you have something new to tell us.
Well, let's see, but I want also to pick up the title and illusions. Some year or so after 2014 and the annexation of Crimea, I had a dinner with some parliamentarians, including from the Foreign Policy Committee in the German parliament. And, well, the guy said, well, we were then all disappointed by Putin and disillusioned about Russia. I said, well, my spontaneous reaction was, well, you can only be disillusioned if you had illusions in the first place. And how can one have illusions about Russia, I wonder. Also, probably for your private life, it's a good recommendation, not if you don't want to be disillusioned, don't have illusions in the first place. 24th of February this year, our foreign minister, Baerbock, said in the early morning, now we woke all up in a new world. And here we go again. I wonder in which world she was living before. Probably in a world of illusions and wishful thinking. And in particular in the Green Party, they had a steep learning curve, as you might have observed. I think one of the key problems was the lack of understanding of the continuous role of military power in international relations. There was so much talk, in particular in my country, about soft power and civil power and everything. But if I have 3 generic scenarios, and in particular with referring to Russia, if Russia falls apart, I think we need lots of forces to manage somehow the chaos in the East.
Exactly.
If Russia regains strength and becomes confrontational, antagonistic to the West, we need lots of forces for containment and deterrence. We did that during the Cold War quite successfully, and the Cold War is a million times better than a hot war. So nothing wrong with that, but we need military power. Now, my preferred scenario is Russia one day becomes a friend and partner to the West. And I say, well, then we need a lot of military power. And people look at me, why that? And say, because we need to be a strong partner of Russia and never, ever be a weak partner of Russia. And I think those who understand that best are our Eastern European friends and perhaps also in the North. Referring to Finland, I think Finland during the Cold War, we were all blaming for Finlandization, which probably sort of Chamberlain's appeasement politics, but I think they understood that it doesn't make sense to kick the Russian bear into whatever every second day, but every other second day, the Finns reminded the Russians that during the Winter War, for 1 dead Finn, there were 10 dead Russians, and they probably shouldn't try that again. I think this is exactly how to talk with Russia. It's, speak friendly and carry a big stick. And I don't blame the German governments for seeking cooperation with Russia, but I blame them for not doing it from a position of military strength. And I don't blame them for buying cheap gas in Russia, but I blame them having allowed to become fully dependent on it. And that's, I think, the problem. Militarily spoken, it's never put all eggs in one basket. Now, history I would interpret as a combination of continuity and change. And with the end of the Cold War, of course, it wasn't the end of history. Right to the contrary, history was back, as we saw in the Balkans. Basically, everything that happens today, we know very well from history. Is very little surprise if you look at the Peloponnesian War and read that book. I mean, it's actually current day-to-day politics, I guess. So in a sense, if you take continuity and change, we are, in one way, can refer to the Roman Empire plus cyber. Yeah, there's something new like nuclear weapons, something new in the tech sector like nanotechnology, biotechnology, robotics, artificial intelligence. But my military friends told me, well, why should the Russians ever attack with tanks and artillery? They can do it with cyber. And of course they use cyber, but they also use tanks and artillery. So I think we forgot about worst case analysis, which I think is pretty sound to do, and wonderful if it turns out to be better. But I think the analysis should be, first of all, worst case analysis. And most of the younger officers, they start writing in military journals and magazines, and they always start, well, we the Army, we the Air Force, we the Navy, systematically prepare for the most likely scenarios. And I think this is a big mistake. You should prepare for risk. And risk is the combination or the product, actually, of likelihood times damage level. And you should look at the low probability, high impact scenarios. And I think we, and particularly in Germany, completely failed to do that, as you see when we start dismantling our military and now have to rebuild it. You don't have the fire insurance because it's so likely that your house burns down. It's because of the consequences, and that's what we need to keep in mind. And so we prepared our armed forces to be efficient for peacetime and unfortunately forget to prepare them to be effective for wartime. The German armed forces have an ammunition supply for, believe it or not, for 2 days of war, and then it's over. So this is quite sad, and so I would submit this is the world of illusion that has to be over now. And like 2,000 years ago, when we had no democracies but republics, during long peacetime periods, they never paid enough on defense, and then later on paid with money and blood. Thanks.
Thank you, Holger. 5 minutes and 48 seconds. So we have time to ask you a more specific question. Going back to our own past, when we were working together with Albert Volstetter on some scenarios, war scenarios in the 80s. Actually, in the 80s, it was after the first oil shock, and in those years, the Americans, the US, and us, the Europeans, were discussing a scenario of what we used to call the 1.5 war. That was the idea of having to conduct a major confrontation with the Soviet Union, plus a regional war, and that was in the Middle East, in those scenarios after the first and the second oil shock. Today, the situation is different, but my question is the following one. You mentioned as one possibility the collapse, that Russia, the Russian Federation, falling apart. This actually was about to take place in the 90s. And this is why the Russians wanted a strong man to come in power. But suppose this scenario happens again as a consequence of the continuation of the one of the possible scenarios with the continuation of this war. Now, Russia could fall apart either from within, that could be as the Soviet Union fell in 1991, or it could be falling apart as a consequence of the extension of the war. And from the Russian viewpoint, Putin tries to justify his invasion by the fact that he felt threatened by the increasing Western activities in Ukraine, to do it shortly. So now, if there is a scenario like that, in your judgment, don't you think that it could be a case where the Kremlin could consider that it's the vital interests of Russia are at stake, which could therefore justify, from their viewpoint, the resort to nuclear weapons? I'm talking of a scenario which is very, very different from the scenarios that have been discussed in the past few weeks.
Well, let me first of all say that the reason why I took these scenarios, which I take as entirely generic, is because I wanted to show that no matter what happens, it has to do with military power. And it's very sensible to have military power as an element in international relations. So if I would advise the planners in the armed forces is plan in a way that the result is largely insensitive to huge assumption variations. I mean, it's going to be perhaps a different enemy than you thought. He might be stronger than you thought. He might have weapons you didn't know he have them. He might have allies you didn't know they get along with each other. They might use tactics and methods that are against international law, but they do it anyway. So I have to prepare for all these things. I mean, soldiers always act into the unknown, and they are trained for that, and they need the mental furniture for that. And so, yes, indeed, it might be they might recourse to nuclear weapons. I would not exclude that. How likely it is, I don't know, but we better are prepared for that. And the better we are prepared, the less likely I think it will be that they do that. But one of the scenarios, or the most important scenarios we were looking at the Cold War, and we also try to look at it the same way now, is that, okay, the Russians want to conquer, and they don't want to destroy what they want to occupy. They say, what if this assumption is wrong? They don't want to conquer, they just want to destroy. They want to get rid of your opponent. And I think Putin made it very clear. If Ukraine wants to become a member of NATO, there won't be any Ukraine. And for me, it was absolutely beyond any doubt that if Ukraine moves closer to the West, Russia will attack. I had absolutely no doubt. At the time, I had to admit I could be wrong, but now I know I was right. And the question is, okay, could we have been prepared differently? Yes, I think so. In particular, Germany could have not sent 7 Panzerhaubitze 2000 to Ukraine, but 70, because we had enough, but we didn't have enough. So, I mean, yes, I mean, we could have been prepared differently. But the scenario, again, is look at worst case. And the recourse to nuclear weapons, I would definitely not exclude at all. Again, despite the question of likelihood, but it's the typical low probability, high impact scenario, definitely.
Thank you very much. And talking about the end of illusions, maybe the most, perhaps the most profound interpretation of this is to remind that history is indeed tragic. Rappelons-nous ça, l'histoire est tragique. Alors, cher Fatallah, c'est un grand plaisir de t'avoir parmi nous. Je rappelle, tu es bien connu aussi de la World Policy Conference, ancien ministre de l'économie et des finances du Maroc, ancien maire de Rabat et auteur de nombreux livres très appréciés. Je crois que le dernier, à ma connaissance, était sur la Chine, il y en a peut-être eu. Et actuellement, donc, Senior Fellow au Policy Center for the New South du Maroc, de Rabat. Donc, tu as la parole.
Merci Thierry pour l'invitation. Je dirais aussi en même temps bravo pour le succès de cette session. La conclusion que je pourrais tirer de ces 3 jours, c'est que nous sommes dans un monde bipolaire, et ce n'est pas bon, c'est même dangereux, un monde incertain et fragmenté, et c'est inquiétant. Un monde bipolaire fondé sur une nouvelle bipolarisation différente de celle du XXe siècle, les États-Unis et la Chine. Je voudrais me référer à deux documents connus, publiés en octobre 2022. Le premier est américain sur la stratégie de sécurité nationale à court terme. Le président Biden voulut contrer la Russie qui a agressé l'Ukraine pour lui démontrer que les États-Unis restent la première puissance et le leader de l'Occident. Mais dans ce document, l'essentiel, c'est la Chine, parce que c'est la Chine qui a les moyens économiques et technologiques pour changer l'ordre mondial dominé par l'Occident. Et les États-Unis veulent aujourd'hui endiguer la Chine sur le plan technologique, comme ils l'ont fait dans les années 80 pour l'URSS sur le plan stratégique. Le deuxième document, c'est tout simplement le discours du président Xi Jinping au 20e congrès du Parti communiste chinois. Un moment rouge, un moment dans lequel le chef de la Chine a dit qu'il est important de renforcer le parti pour permettre à la Chine de devenir demain la première puissance du monde sur tous les plans. Cette bipolarisation est apparue à Bali. La réunion du G2 à Bali a éclipsé la réunion du G20. Et dans cette réunion du G2, les deux grandes puissances ont acté leurs divergences, Taïwan et autres, mais en même temps, ils se sont mis d'accord sur le fait qu'il est important qu'ils travaillent pour que leurs contradictions n'amènent pas à une confrontation directe. Donc, à la limite, l'interdépendance l'emporte sur le découplage. Un monde incertain. Il est incertain du fait de la succession en 22 ans de 4 chocs. Le 11 septembre 2001, la crise 2008, la crise sanitaire 2020 et la guerre d'Ukraine. Et du fait aussi que le monde traverse 4 défis. Le réchauffement climatique, les inégalités et la pauvreté qui s'amplifient, la montée des radicalismes et des séparatismes et les dérives des nouvelles technologies. Et je pense que ce matin, on n'a pas beaucoup relevé cette question des dérives de nouvelles technologies. En plus, cette incertitude est amplifiée par la montée du protectionnisme commercial, technologique essentiellement, de la part et de la Chine et des États-Unis et maintenant aussi de l'Europe. Un monde incertain, bipolaire, mais un monde fragmenté. Parce qu'à côté de la Chine et des États-Unis, à l'occasion de la guerre de l'Ukraine, on a constaté que les pays émergents du G20, du BRIC essentiellement, de l'Organisation mondiale, de l'Organisation de coopération de Shanghai, veulent agir, veulent aussi avoir une certaine influence, à partir bien sûr de la Russie. La Russie, qui est une grande puissance nucléaire et qui cherche une certaine revanche à partir de ce qu'elle dit, les humiliations de l'URSS. Mais cette Russie s'éloigne de l'Occident et elle s'éloigne de l'Europe. Elle se rapproche de la Chine, mais il est certain qu'avec la Chine, les rapports entre les deux pays vont être des rapports inégaux à la faveur de la Chine. L'Inde, qui est en conflit stratégique important avec la Chine, mais qui tient à garder des rapports d'interdépendance économique avec elle. Le Japon, la Corée du Sud, l'Australie, qui font partie de l'Occident, mais qui font partie aussi de l'asiatisme et ont des relations d'interdépendance économique, avec la Chine. La Turquie, qui veut rénover avec son héritage ottoman. Et l'Arabie saoudite. Tout à l'heure, vous allez recevoir, cher Thierry, le ministre des Affaires étrangères de l'Arabie saoudite. L'Arabie saoudite qui, certainement, a beaucoup de rapports stratégiques avec les États-Unis, mais qui a démontré qu'elle tient à son leadership de l'OPEP avec la Russie. Et elle a démontré hier, il y a 3 jours, elle a reçu, comme en 2016, Xi Jinping, mais cette fois, non pas seulement au nom de l'Arabie saoudite, mais au nom des pays du Golfe et même au nom des pays arabes, essentiellement. Donc, et puis l'Indonésie. L'Indonésie qui veut garder de bonnes relations stratégiques avec l'Occident, mais tient à des relations économiques avec la Chine. Il ne faut pas oublier que l'Indonésie a été l'hôte de Bali et l'hôte de Bandung en 1955. À côté de ça, bien sûr, d'autres pays en dehors du G20. Je pense à Israël, qui est une puissance technologique, mais qui a besoin de résoudre la question palestinienne pour son propre équilibre à long terme. Je pense aussi, bien sûr, à un certain nombre d'autres pays qui peuvent agir. Donc nous avons une sorte de fragmentation. Cette fragmentation est inquiétante. La bipolarisation est dangereuse. Le monde a besoin de quelque chose de nouveau. Le monde a besoin d'une multipolarité. Et je pense que c'est à l'Europe de jouer son rôle, mais à 3 conditions.
Encore faut-il.
C'est peut-être l'illusion. La première condition, c'est qu'elle renforce ses intégrations. La deuxième condition, c'est qu'elle s'autonomise relativement des États-Unis. Et la troisième, et pour moi c'est la plus importante, c'est qu'elle s'intéresse à sa géographie, c'est-à-dire au sud, c'est-à-dire à l'Afrique, c'est-à-dire au monde arabe, c'est-à-dire à la Méditerranée, pour faire en sorte qu'avec la Méditerranée, un 3e pôle d'équilibre et de partage se crée à côté des autres pôles et pour faire en sorte que la multipolarité dépasse l'effet dangereux de la bipolarité et l'effet inquiétant de l'incertitude et de la fragmentation. Merci.
Merci, merci infiniment, cher Fatallah. Je dois dire que pour ma part, ce que tu viens de dire à la fin correspond exactement à mon idée de l'idéalisme. Dans le bon sens du terme, hein, c'est bien ça. Mais nous en sommes loin. Mais c'est exactement ça. Et donc, puisque Sa Sainteté, le Patriarche, est là devant nous, on va invoquer le Saint-Esprit pour qu'il insuffle les idées pratiques nécessaires aux Européens pour que l'Europe cesse d'être le ventre mou qu'elle est actuellement pour agir dans ce sens de devenir une puissance, parce qu'il faut être puissant pour agir, et une puissance qui prend en compte l'aspect vital de sa relation avec ce qu'on appelle le flanc sud ou le flanc sud-est, c'est-à-dire l'Afrique et le Moyen-Orient, qui sont nos flancs sud et le flanc ouest. Donc, merci infiniment pour cette contribution. Merci pour chacune de vos interventions. Je vais arrêter ici parce que il faut respecter l'horaire de la dernière session qui est la politique étrangère américaine après les élections de mi-mandat, qui va commencer tout de suite, enfin dans les minutes qui viennent, car il est impératif que la véritable dernière session, donc avec le ministre saoudien, puisse commencer à 18 h et que nous respections également l'horaire de la fin de cette journée, de ces travaux, avec la visite du musée du Louvre à Abu Dhabi. Même celles et ceux qui ne l'ont pas encore visité, ça vaut la peine de le visiter plusieurs fois. C'est un véritable magnifique endroit. Donc, merci infiniment. Et toutes ces idées nous nourriront aussi pour les éditions futures de la WPC.
Avec la photo. On est en photo ensemble, c'est bien.
Ouais, la photo.
Well, good afternoon. Thank you all for hanging around for this, the last panel of the conference this year. Not the last event, however, because we've got coming up the Saudi foreign minister, and because of that, we're going to be real tight on time, and we'll be watching the clock just as assiduously as Thierry did. I was astounded in this session 2 sessions ago to learn from Steve Erlanger's panel, astounded that there's confusion about American foreign policy. So we'll straighten that out before we're done here this afternoon. You can all go home knowing exactly what the next 2 years are going to be like under Mr. Biden. I must say that if you liked the last 6 years of American foreign policy, you're going to love the next 2 years, or at least you can appreciate it, because maybe appreciate it more, because the next 2 years will have the competent team that Mr. Biden has installed instead of the rather chaotic team that the former guy installed. Now, we have a very competent panel here in New York and Washington who's going to guide us through this. Just to remind you about the midterm elections, which is the subject of this panel, just to remind you, the Senate, when we came here on Friday, was very much inclined in Mr. Biden's favor, 51 to 49 seats. And then on Friday, one of the senators, Kristen Sinema from Arizona, decided that she didn't like being a Democrat anymore. So she's now an independent. So that gives Mr. Biden the same problem that he had in the first 2 years in the Senate. In the House, it's a little different. Things are inclined against Mr. Biden, but not so much. I mean, there was a lot of prediction about perhaps a landslide in the House against him. It didn't turn out to be that way, but it isn't against him. It's 222 Republicans in the House and 213 Democrats. And you would think with that makeup of Congress, you'd think that this could be a disaster. The next 2 years could be a disaster. They might be, maybe not though. It may not be as bad as everybody predicts, especially given Mr. Biden's deftness at negotiating and handling things. And given the fact that there's a lot of bilateral agreement on the main 2 issues that the U.S. views are confronting the world today, China and Russia, Ukraine. So that's my thought, but hey, that's just me. What about the panel? Let's talk to some of the people that can help us through this, and I think I'll start with Stu Eisenstadt in Washington, who can take us into the weeds a bit and just tell us how the impact is going to be on the new, with the president and the new Congress. Stu?
Thank you, Jim, and thank you for permitting me to participate. First of all, the decision by the electors in the midterm election was really quite astounding. Normally in an off-year election, the president's party loses an average of 25 to 35 seats in the House and 2 to 4 in the Senate. In this election, the Democrats lost no seats in the Senate, in fact, picked one up, and lost only a net of 7 seats in the House. This is remarkable given the fact that polls showed that 70% of the public felt the country was going in the wrong direction with high inflation and with the lingering pandemic. The biggest loser in the election was clearly Donald Trump. His endorsed candidates almost universally lost, and it was a win for moderates, both in the Republican and Democratic parties. The most recent poll, just taken a couple of days ago, shows that the Florida Governor DeSantis now, for the first time, has a quite decisive lead among Republican voters for a hypothetical 2024 election return. And one symbol of how fast Trump has fallen is the Rupert Murdoch-controlled New York Post, which, in announcing Trump's decision to run for president, had at the bottom of the first page,
26.
Florida man decides to run for president. See page 26. Nevertheless, although the Republican hold on the House is very slim, they will control the House agenda and all the committees. This means an end of Biden's domestic legislative agenda, and that he will have to govern in the next 2 years domestically by executive order. Many of those steps will be challenged in court. The Republicans have the subpoena power, and they will hold hearings galore, starting with Hunter Biden, the president's son, and trying to implicate the president himself in his son's dealings with China. There'll be hearings on the Afghan withdrawal and many more. Now, one thing that I think this will lead to is the president becoming a more foreign policy president. He will spend much more time than he did in the first 2 years on foreign policy, where he has much greater flexibility as commander-in-chief. And that, I think, is a good thing for the United States engaging the world. Now let's look at what is likely to happen on foreign and trade policy. First, with Ukraine. The administration is seeking, as we speak, a $37 billion supplemental appropriation for Ukrainian arms that will last a full year. This is done in anticipation of the fact that when the Republicans take over, there will be a significant percentage of the new Republican majority which holds Trump's nationalistic, America first, neo-isolationist policy, and which is more skeptical toward aid to Ukraine. So they want to get under their belts at least one more full year of a major aid package to Ukraine. Now, having said that about the House Republicans, the Senate Republicans under Senator McConnell as the minority leader can continue to be expected to support aid to Ukraine, if anything, to be critical of the administration for not sending enough sophisticated weapons. Putin's policy is clearly to divide and weaken the West, to make it war-weary, to create higher energy prices, and in Ukraine itself, a darkness and a lack of electricity, to force a territorial compromise. My fear is that many of the Europeans going through this rough winter will press Zelensky for just that type of North Korea, South Korea, DMZ type compromise. The president is not likely to follow that path, and I think will follow Zelensky's lead. With respect to China, even with the midterm elections, there is bipartisan support for a hardline position against China. I think this will continue, and Biden, going into a potential presidential race, is not likely to want to be seen or to be criticized by the Republicans as being, quote unquote, weak on China. In many respects, this is unfortunate because the president has kept many of the same policies toward China that Trump put into effect. In particular, there remain $200 billion of tariffs against Chinese products coming into the United States, which I believe the administration was prepared to drop before Speaker Pelosi's visit to Taiwan, but given the very heavy blowback by China, they backed away from that. That would be inflation reducing, and it would be at least some bow toward China. In the recent summit between Xi and the president, they sort of put a floor under the collapsing relationship, but it has declined very substantially. China is running rings around the United States in Asia and in the Middle East. Xi has met with some 37 heads of state. His visit to Saudi Arabia was in sharp contrast to Biden's, in which the Saudis laid out the red carpet and gave him a much warmer relationship than was extended to Biden. They signed a strategic partnership agreement, which was unthinkable only a few years ago. And while the U.S. remains the main arms supplier to the Saudis, clearly the Middle East suffers from a vacuum in American leadership. So does Asia. When Trump pulled back from the Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement, it left a huge vacuum. The remaining 14 countries signed their own trade agreement without the United States. In 2020, they signed an additional tariff-reducing agreement among 15 Pacific and East Asian countries, and it left the field open for China's own comprehensive economic trade agreement for many of those same countries to join in China's initiative. So what was intended to be an instrument to increase U.S. leverage was left in the last few months this year to a sort of weakened Trans-Pacific part, U.S.-led, called the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework for Prosperity. And that is thin gruel compared to the TPP. It involves some actions on digital standards, on supply chains, on clean energy, on dealing with anti-bribery and money laundering, but no tariff reductions, Jim, no market access to the United States, and it is very thin competition. It is not the kind of pivot that will let the United States compete with China. The centerpiece of Biden's foreign policy was and remains rallying the democracies against autocracies. He's done that with a democratic summit this year. There will be an African summit coming up in the next few weeks. And that is all to the good. As shown by President Macron's recent visit, the first state visit in 21 months in the president's tenure, there was a good deal of tension over the Inflation Reduction Act's huge subsidies, but not going to any non-American country unless they have a free trade agreement with the United States, which most European countries do not have.
Stu,
so that is a source of tension with Europe at the very time we need European cooperation with Ukraine.
Stu, if I could just interrupt for just a second, Stu, I would like to get to some of the other guests here, and we've got a very limited time frame here. But I think those points are well taken, and the whole thing, your point about the Middle East vacuum, we just heard from a panel here 2 sessions ago about sort of the clamoring from some of the Middle Eastern countries about where is the United States and where is the leadership of the United States. I'd like to turn now to someone right here in Abu Dhabi, and that's Joe Jaffe, and a longtime observer of American policy and the author of a book called The Myth of the American Decline. I wonder if that is true still, the myth of the American decline, or has it been disproven? Is America in decline?
No, it isn't, but that's not the issue. I was going to actually follow on right here. And the question was, what's going to happen the next 2 years? And in a moment like that, I take refuge with the greatest American baseball players of all time, Yogi Berra, who said, I never make predictions, especially not about the future. And the reason we are confused, so often confused about American foreign policy, is that it keeps going through cycles. Just in the 21st century, 20 years ago, we've gone to 3 or 4. You get George W., who lives in a unipolar world, no checks and balances, so Gulliver Unbound throws his weight around. He is then followed by the retrenchment by, and this may surprise you, retrenchment by both Obama and Trump. Now, why do I say that? Both of them pulled troops from Europe. Both badmouthed the Atlantic Alliance, one calling it obsolete, the other one complained about the Europeans being free riders, which aggravated him. 3, both Obama and Trump veered toward protectionism. We just heard some of this. And 4th, both of these strange mix of characters, flirt with the bad guys in order to reduce the cost of America's global role. So Obama hopes to rope in Iran, cold shoulders Israel, and Saudi Arabia, and Trump, as you know, plays footsie with Putin and Kim Jong-un. So here's the cycle. The reassertion of American power under Bush is followed by retrenchment, softly under Obama, brutally under the demolition man Trump. And of course, these shifts don't work. Bush dreamed of democracy promotion, no more war, of nation building. Well, that receded into dreamland. And under Obama, Iran keeps expanding from Iraq to the Mediterranean, working diligently on the bomb. Putin grabs Crimea and Ukraine's southeast. So now the prize question, what about Obama? And I told you, American foreign policy is confusing. Where is he on the cycle of reassertion and retraction? In honor, some of the French among you will know Pierre Hasner, one of the most brilliant guys in the business, Paris, who perfected the philosophy of the either on the one hand, on the other hand. And in his honor, I will imitate him, his great style. So on the one hand, Biden immediately stops and reverses the pullout from Europe. Instead of bad-mouthing NATO like Obama and Trump, he mends fences. Next point, on the other hand, he picks up on Obama's Iran approach, trying desperately to revive the deal. On the one hand, Biden tries to tighten the bomb with Japan, South Korea, which Trump neglected, also tightening the alliance with Australia. On the other hand, Biden poo-poos Trump's most significant foreign policy achievement, the Abraham Accords. If you notice at contemporary verbiage that comes out of the administration, the word Abraham Accord doesn't appear. Toward China, we heard of it, something with Stu, Biden is far tougher than were Obama and Trump, but on the other hand, this time, the pivot to Asia, which never took place strategically, is for real. On the other hand, Biden rules out a clear commitment to Taiwan. The key word is ambiguity. On the one hand, Biden does cozy up to Europe, On the other, we've heard this, the Inflation Reduction Act is protectionism with another name. The gist is that non-US companies will not profit from the lavish subsidies, which will put them at a competitive disadvantage. Finally, on Ukraine, which you're most curious about, on the one hand, Ukraine, remember that, would be a goner by now if it hadn't been for the immediate American intervention with money and arms. Yeah, 50-some billion by now. And that made the Europeans, very reluctant Europeans, come along, even the French and the Germans. Why? Because once the US assumes leadership and extends protection, it's easier for smaller power to take the risk. On the other hand, the last November has seen US feelers to the Kremlin when Biden suddenly threw up the term compromise. And a few days ago, when Macron was in Washington, Biden said, I'll quote, "I'm prepared to speak with Mr. Putin if, in fact, there's an interest in him deciding that he is looking for a way to end the war," unquote. So the gist of these oblique offers is, as the Russians are trying to annihilate Ukrainian cities and civilians, while preparing, by the way, for a new offensive, such hints are the wrong moves at the wrong time. And I'm glad what Stu Eisenstadt just reported. The old Congress will probably put through a bill for $37 billion in aid. So who's Joe Biden, given his predecessors? Is he a retractionist like Obama and Trump? An American firster like Trump, who wanted to make America great again by cutting costs and commitment? Remember the similarity. It was Trump who engineered the pullout from Afghanistan, which Biden executed. It's another similarity between the far right and the moderate left is that both Trump and Biden are twins when it comes to American welfare and workers. These come first. So on this level, bitter ideological enemies like Democrats and Republicans are two peas in a pod, left and right together. It will further weaken the free trade system that the United States built and maintained after the war, after World War II. Almost done. So my beloved Pierre Snell, who would not be off the mark with these dialectics, one hand, other hand. American grand strategy has never followed a straight line. The cycles of reassertion and retrenchment are as American as apple pie. Entanglement starts right away in the revolution with the French alliance. Once that was over, America retracts into isolationism. It had much more interesting things to do, namely to conquer a whole continent without entangling with great powers. So this, because of these gyrations, only fools would make predictions. Plus, a Western alliance as a whole, that may be tiring, maybe, of the war. But the good thing about Biden, I'll conclude with that, though he is an ideologue on domestic politics, he does understand how the world has changed from unipolarity under Bush to this 2.5 power world today, America, Russia, China. It is a fierce competition with power, both military and economic, as hardest currencies. Biden's mentor, Obama, didn't quite fathom these arising dynamics. So, last point, on balance, I think Biden has performed better than all of his three predecessors. Now, the new name of the game is a balance of power restored, the containment of the revisionist trio, China, Russia, and Iran, not Gulliver Unbound, as I said before, but Gulliver in the service of world order. In this new epoch, we are talking about a long haul, longer than the next 2 years, obviously. But my best news, I'll conclude with those, because of what I just said. We'll have lots to talk about over the next 5 of these conferences. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. And I'm not sure that
how do we? Yeah.
I'm not sure President Biden would like being known as a pea in the pod with Donald Trump, but you
hey,
never
that's
know.
journalistic license.
Right. I'd like to turn now and go back to the United States to Jean-Claude Rouva, who's in fact embedded in the United States and a longtime observer of American foreign policy and domestic policy. Jean-Claude?
Yes, good afternoon, good morning for me. I'm delighted to be able to speak to you today and to listen to some of the panelists who's expressed themselves before me. I'm sorry I couldn't be in Abu Dhabi, but I'm glad at least I can spend some time with you. Let me start by talking about the midterm election. You've heard my Democratic friends on the panel talking about the fact that it was really not what we were expecting, that effectively a surge or a wave or a tsunami of Republicans was expected. The reality is that things are not exactly the way it's been described. If you look at states like Florida, where Governor DeSantis was re-elected with a margin of 20% when he was barely elected the last election, when you look at Texas, when you look at Georgia, effectively, as one of the panelists said, this is not a defeat for the Republicans, it's a defeat for Trump. And that's quite obvious. Even in my state of New York, the Republicans made significant progress, and we were discussing that with you a couple of days ago. So the midterm election, yes, we have a slight majority of Republicans in the House, we have a slight majority of Democrats in the Senate. Now, what's the impact on foreign policy? I'm not going to make predictions. I'm simply going to state two things which, to me, are the result of the election. Number one, and that's true, particularly the Russia-Ukraine conflagration, the United States has largely benefited from this conflict through the United States, and the foreign policy of the Biden administration has been to support the Zelensky administration from the very beginning with massive financial and military aid. But the US have largely benefited from that for a variety of reasons. Number one, and thanks largely to the last administration, the US are practically energy independent. And they are exporting LNG to Europe, as you know, and they are benefiting from that. So this is one aspect. The net effect of that is also to attract investors to the United States. Some European companies have already shifted several of their operations from Europe to the US to benefit from the subsidies and benefit from the tax incentives that the Biden administration is granting to those that are operating in the United States, and this is part of the so-called Inflation Reduction Act, which I agree with the other panelists, is not really a reduction of inflation, but is purely another form of protection. And that's benefiting not just the US, it's also benefiting our partners in North America, like Canada and Mexico. So this is another aspect of this benefit to the US. Also the fact that the contribution to defense that was a request of the previous administration, whether it's the Obama administration, the Trump administration, and the Biden administration, has now taken effect in Europe, where several countries have announced that they will increase their defense spending, starting with Germany. I mean, but the benefit also for the US is that they are not spending by buying or European equipment from France or forming joint venture alliance, they're buying F-35 from the US. So that's another benefit from the US. NATO, which was questioned by the previous administrations, also is now threatened by the inclusion of Sweden, and Finland, which would have been unthinkable if we hadn't had the conflagration in Ukraine. So we are in a situation where effectively the US has greatly benefited from, this is in a way a paradox, but this is the reality. Second aspect, second point that I would like to discuss a little bit is the fact that there might be changes in the foreign policy, simply because there is a change of control in the House of Representatives. As you know, the House of Representatives has the power of the purse, what we call the power of the purse. They control finance. So if they want to pass legislation, if the administration wants to get more money, he has to get it from Congress. And Congress starts with the House of Representatives. Without a majority in the House of Representatives, money won't be spent, money won't be authorized. So I have to remind you that there is a tradition in the United States of isolationism. It started many years ago, and it's still alive. You know? One on the left and one on the right. It's not just one side. You have the traditional part of the Republican or the libertarian-leaning part of the Republican Party, represented by somebody like Senator Rand Paul, who, for example, has been all along opposed to intervention in Afghanistan, but also intervention to a large extent in Ukraine. And he was one of the few in the Senate who opposed the $40 billion that was proposed in May this year. And his argument was that we shouldn't spend money that we don't have, and we should spend this money, if we can get it, on domestic issues instead of spending it far away from home without any direct benefit for the security of the United States and its inhabitants. And his argument was that we spend money that we don't have and we borrow it from China. One word on this, because there is a lot of misconception about the impact of the Chinese involvement in the United States debt. As you know, the United States has 31 billion of debt, and 6 or 7 billion is really held by government agencies, the Trust, the Social Security, the Federal Reserve System. The rest, 24 billion, more or less, trillion, sorry, is held by the public, and a part of it is held by foreign. And there's the percentage of foreign debt, the public debt of the United States held by foreigners is much less, for example, than in France. In France, it's well over 50% owned by foreigners. In the United States, it's barely 30%. And the Chinese represent less than 1 trillion now. Contrary to what many people think, the Chinese are not the largest foreign holder of United States debt. This is the Japanese now with 1.3 trillion. So we are not that dependent from China, and this is something that has to be taken into account when we discuss the overall relationship. I'm not going to spend any time talking about China. I know people talked about it, and some of the panelists do. So also on the foreign policy, you remember when Biden was elected, he said that I will have a foreign policy for the middle class. I never really understood what he meant by that, but some of you may have a better explanation. Effectively, there's not been so far very many changes. Of course, there's been more emphasis on human rights. There was this meeting, first meeting with the Chinese in Alaska, which was a disaster. There was the pullback from Afghanistan. Personally, I support the pullback from Afghanistan. I simply consider that it was done in a dreadful way. And there are many people who feel that it could have been handled in a much better way. That had an impact because the confidence of some of the allies in the United States has been severely weakened by the way the Biden administration managed to pull back from Afghanistan. And that has certainly an impact on the position of China vis-à-vis Taiwan. So the Biden administration may say they will support Taiwan and they will defend Taiwan, but there's still a question of how is that going to be implemented if, God forbid, China tries to invade Taiwan. I'm not going to spend more time. I think I've probably used most of it. I just wanted to give you this sort of balanced view that the U.S. has benefited particularly from the Ukraine-Russian war, and at the same time, we are entering a period of 3 years that's going to be a little bit more challenging, and where we might see the impact of this divided government that ultimately is the characteristic of the U.S. system.
Thank you very much, Jean-Claude. And those are interesting comments, especially about the debt. I had no idea. And now we turn to the hall here with Renaud Girard from Figaro, no stranger to these conferences. Renaud, your president just spent 3 days in the United States. Did he unlock the secrets of American foreign policy?
Alors effectivement, je vais exprimer le point de vue d'un Européen, d'un Français, sur comment je vois cette politique extérieure américaine, en tout cas sur les 2 prochaines années. Et je vais m'exprimer en français, qui est une vieille langue européenne, diplomatique, dans la mesure aussi où en Europe, finalement, il n'y a plus que 4 millions d'Irlandais qui parlent l'anglais, mais là, puisque les Britanniques ne sont plus membres de l'Union européenne, donc je vais m'exprimer dans cette vieille langue européenne, vieille langue diplomatique que parlait à la perfection Frédéric de Prusse. Alors, comment je dirais, qualifier cette politique extérieure américaine? Eh bien, je pense qu'on peut dire qu'il s'agit pour eux, pour les Américains, d'engranger les fruits de la divine surprise. Engrangeons le cadeau providentiel, engrangeons les fruits de la divine surprise. Vous vous souvenez que lors de notre dernière conférence, qui était d'ailleurs à Abu Dhabi, l'influence américaine était au plus bas en Europe. Les Européens leur en voulaient beaucoup pour leur gestion de l'Afghanistan, dont ils étaient partis de manière calamiteuse, alors que les Américains avaient impliqué au début de l'affaire afghane les Européens. Les Européens se souvenaient de la crise des subprimes, et la crise des subprimes avait laissé des traces de 2008-2009, où, grosso modo, les Européens d'ailleurs avaient payé un prix supérieur aux Américains sur la crise des subprimes, alors qu'ils n'avaient strictement rien à faire dans l'ingénierie de cette crise, qui était une crise où les Américains avaient décidé de faire du logement social en passant par les banques. Une idée assez, pour un Européen, assez saugrenue, mais c'était quand même l'idée. Et certes, les banques européennes avaient eu la naïveté d'acheter ces produits dérivés américains, mais les conséquences ont été beaucoup plus fortes en Europe qu'elles ont été aux États-Unis. Et les États-Unis n'ont pas du tout proposé d'aider l'Europe à, si vous voulez, de compenser ces dommages provoqués par le système financier américain à l'Europe. Ils ont un peu répété ce que Connolly, le secrétaire d'État Connolly, avait dit lorsqu'ils avaient unilatéralement brisé l'ordre financier international qu'ils avaient eux-mêmes créé à Bretton Woods. Je parle évidemment de la décision de Nixon du 15 août 1971 abolissant la convertibilité du dollar. Connolly avait dit le dollar, c'est notre monnaie, c'est votre problème. Et là, les Américains, sur la crise financière, nous ont dit Wall Street, c'est notre système financier et c'est votre problème. Voilà. Et donc, on avait ça. Et enfin, évidemment, les Européens se souvenaient de l'intervention calamiteuse américaine de l'invasion en Irak, auquel d'ailleurs la France et l'Allemagne s'étaient opposés. Donc, l'influence américaine était au plus bas, influence politique, diplomatique, militaire. On avait même vu l'Allemagne désobéir pour la première fois à l'Amérique en continuant son projet de gazoduc Nord Stream 2. Et Joe Biden, d'ailleurs, finalement, avait cédé. Et à Genève, en juin 2021, lors de son sommet avec Poutine, il avait donné sa bénédiction à Nord Stream 2. Donc les choses, l'année dernière, en octobre l'année dernière, se présentaient assez mal pour l'influence américaine en Europe. Et puis a surgi cette divine surprise. La divine surprise, c'est que Poutine a donc commis la plus grave erreur stratégique de l'histoire contemporaine de la Russie. Ce n'est pas le propos d'en discuter aujourd'hui. Mais surtout, ce qui n'était pas prévu, la divine surprise, c'était que les Ukrainiens résistent aussi bien. Parce que finalement, les Américains ne pensaient pas que les Ukrainiens allaient résister. C'est d'ailleurs pour ça qu'ils avaient publiquement offert à l'asile, comme il avait offert au général Thieu du Sud-Vietnam, l'asile à Zelensky aux États-Unis. Et donc, divine surprise pour nous, Américains, qui, pour une fois, avons des résistants que nous avons armés, que nous avons formés, qui résistent, qui ne sont pas comme les Sud-Vietnamiens de Thieu contre le Viet Cong, qui ne sont pas comme les Irakiens de Maliki contre Daesh, qui ne sont pas comme les Afghans d'Ashraf Ghani contre les talibans. Des types qu'on a formés, qu'on a armés, mais qui résistent. Quelle divine surprise! Et en fait, nous, Américains, nous nous rendons compte que nous avons surestimé la force des Russes et sous-estimé nos propres qualités, c'est-à-dire la qualité de la formation que nous avons donnée et des armes que nous avons données, la pertinence des armes, les fameux Javelin que nous avons données aux Ukrainiens, et aussi, surtout, la qualité de notre contre-offensive cybernétique, c'est-à-dire qu'à partir de 2014, les Russes commencent à attaquer les Américains dans des attaques cyber, mais il va y avoir une grande contre-offensive américaine, et cette contre-offensive américaine dans le cyber va donner le fait que les Américains, en fait, réussissent à pénétrer tous les ordinateurs importants en Russie, y compris ceux de l'état-major général russe, ce qui leur permet de donner heure après heure les plans de l'état-major russe à leurs alliés ukrainiens. Alors, en février-mars 2022, donc les Américains constatent que toute l'Europe panique. La Suède et la Finlande veulent se précipiter dans l'OTAN. L'Allemagne fait son mea culpa. Qu'avons-nous été naïfs de reposer sur le gaz russe et change de politique à 180 degrés. À Madrid, nous avons la réunion de l'OTAN et nous avons affaire à une Europe qui est complètement maintenant otanisée. On oublie évidemment les initiatives ou les principes français d'autonomie stratégique européenne ou de défense européenne. D'ailleurs, les Allemands font un plan de 100 milliards d'investissements. Il n'est pas question d'acheter des armes européennes, c'est que des armes américaines. Et lorsque Scholz a fait un discours à Prague sur la défense européenne, il n'a même pas mentionné la France. Et il a parlé d'un bouclier qui voulait constituer une sorte de bouclier antimissile, mais sans même associer, sans même parler des efforts déjà entamés par la France et l'Italie dans un tel bouclier anti-missile. Donc on oublie complètement l'autonomie stratégique européenne. Alors, quelle va être la politique, maintenant que l'Europe est vassalisée, quelle va être la politique du suzerain? Et je vais conclure là-dessus. Donc le suzerain américain va continuer évidemment à vendre ses armes. Il va consolider l'axe Paris-Berlin Varsovie-Kiev, qui était déjà dans le livre de Brzezinski, Le Grand Échiquier, lorsque Brzezinski a préconisé d'exclure complètement la Russie de l'espace européen, il a dit qu'il fallait constituer cet axe. Il est aujourd'hui constitué complètement sous influence américaine. Lorsqu'on reproche aux Polonais d'être les esclaves des Américains, ils disent c'est pour notre intérêt. Et d'ailleurs, les Polonais ne sont pas tant les esclaves des Américains parce qu'eux-mêmes, à cause des communautés polonaises aux États-Unis, influencent la politique étrangère américaine. Alors la France, des prochaines années, qu'est-ce qu'elle pourra faire? Sera-t-elle encore le village d'Astérix résistant à la vassalisation européenne? Je crois que la France n'a pas la moindre chance de jouer ce rôle. Tous les chefs d'État européens rêvent de jouer à De Gaulle, c'est-à-dire de se montrer indépendant et d'avoir à la fin Nixon qui vient de leur baiser la babouche comme il est venu fin janvier 69 à Paris. Macron n'a pas une seule chance de réussir ce rôle, d'être l'Astérix européen, pour trois raisons. Premièrement, il n'arrivera jamais à convaincre les Européens. Pourquoi? Parce qu'il s'est fâché avec une grande partie des Européens en donnant des leçons. Il a donné des leçons, vous vous souvenez, aux Polonais, aux Hongrois, aux Italiens, etc. Et les autres ont dit on n'accepte pas vos leçons. Et par ailleurs, Macron avait parlé de la mort cérébrale de l'OTAN. Donc là, il n'est vraiment pas suivi par ses alliés européens. Et enfin, et c'est ma dernière phrase, rassure-toi Jim, et enfin, la France n'est plus respectée par l'Allemagne parce qu'elle n'a pas respecté ses propres obligations, notamment financières, à l'égard de l'euro. Ses finances publiques sont dans un chaos inimaginable. Et donc, les Allemands ne la prennent pas comme un partenaire sérieux. Et je pense que c'est quelque chose que nous avons oublié et qu'a oublié, donc rebondis sur ta question, sur Emmanuel Macron aux États-Unis qui veut faire une grande politique étrangère. Mais en fait, il a l'intelligence pour faire la politique étrangère, il a les idées, mais il a oublié qu'une politique étrangère ne pouvait fonctionner si vous n'aviez pas l'ordre à la maison, si vous n'étiez pas vous-même exemplaire. Et hélas, je pense qu'avant de reconstruire une politique étrangère crédible, Emmanuel Macron devrait remettre de l'ordre chez lui.
Well, thank you for expanding the panel here to Macron's foreign policy as well as Joe Biden's, and creating a couple of new words for my French vocabulary, like vassalization. In any case, I think what you're saying is a bit what Jean-Claude was saying from New York, and that is that basically the Americans have won a number of things with the war in Ukraine, even if they don't particularly like to think of it that way. I wonder if, Stu, do you think the Americans feel like they're winning in the Ukraine because the Ukrainians are winning?
Yes, I think we are showing real solidarity, but I want to say this more broadly. Biden has really, in 2 years, totally changed Trump's foreign policy. He's reinvigorated the NATO alliance. He's reinvigorated the U.S.-European Union relationship. He has re-engaged in a very serious way on the climate change negotiations. He has dropped the Section 232 national security sanctions against European steel and aluminum. He has begun to re-engage, not as much as I would like, but certainly begun to re-engage with Asia through the new trade arrangement. He made a visit to Saudi Arabia. So I think we're going to see more of that. And the Ukraine situation will be a real test because the Europeans are going to want to cut a deal with Russia, and Biden will be against that unless Zelensky agrees to it. But I think the long and the short of it is that Biden has re-engaged with the world, and I think in the next 2 years, particularly because his domestic agenda will go nowhere with the Republicans controlling one of the two houses, he will be even more of a foreign policy president and will re-engage even to a greater degree with the world. And I think that's to the benefit of all the democracies. He feels very strongly about supporting democracies against autocracies, and I think that will remain a centerpiece of his foreign policy, as will engagement on climate change.
Okay, I think I'd like to get some questions from the hall here. We've got a number of spectators who would probably be curious to ask a few questions. Anybody have a question out there? It's dead silence. I guess we've answered all the questions on...
There's one.
Okay, right here, yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Mr. Cohen. Right here. Right here.
On va un micro pour Monsieur Cohen-Tanuji.
Hey.
No, it's not a question, it's just a comment, because I wouldn't want our foreign, non-French friends to think that Renaud Girard's position represent the position of France, or the position of other, or let alone of Europe. I think it's his position, and I certainly do not share it, and I just wouldn't want people to think that this is the position of France. I don't think it is. Thank you.
So not everybody
Oui, non, évidemment, je vais répondre à mon ami Laurent. Non, évidemment, c'est une opinion personnelle. D'ailleurs, c'est pour ça qu'on organise ces conférences, c'est pour que chacun s'exprime sur les opinions. Mais je pense que il faut prendre les faits tels qu'elles sont. La vassalisation dont je parle, c'est une vassalisation volontaire et assumée d'ailleurs, complètement assumée. Il ne s'agit pas, l'Amérique ne va pas utiliser la coercition comme contre l'Angleterre en 1956 sur Suez. L'Amérique ne va pas utiliser l'insulte ou la menace, comme elle avait fait contre la France sur l'Irak en disant nous allons punir la France, forget Russia and forgive Germany. Non, c'est un fait. Cette vassalisation est un fait, elle est assumée, elle est volontaire. Est-ce qu'elle sera mauvaise pour la France? Je pense que Macron obtiendra, je pense qu'il n'y aura aucune attaque américaine contre les grandes entreprises françaises, que ce soit Airbus, comme il y a eu par le passé des attaques, ou Orano, ou Total, etc. Je ne pense pas. Je pense que l'extraterritorialité du droit américain restera, ça tout à fait comme un instrument extrêmement fort. Mais je crois que sur l'IRA, par exemple, puisque tu te posais la question de la visite de Macron aux États-Unis, je pense que Macron a demandé des waivers, ces dérogations que le président des États-Unis peut donner à une loi, et je pense qu'il y aurait une bienveillance américaine, et je pense que Biden a été sincère quand il a dit qu'il accorderait des waivers, et je pense que si la France ou d'autres pays européens demandent des waivers sur le IRA, je pense qu'ils les obtiendront. Mais mon constat est très simple, c'est que la situation américaine en Europe est aujourd'hui 100 fois plus favorable aux Américains. L'influence est 100 fois plus importante aujourd'hui qu'elle ne l'était en octobre dernier lors de notre dernière World Policy Conference.
Okay. Joe, you
if there's no question from the audience, I would like to ask my French colleague, what are you trying to tell us? First of all, who's the enemy? Is the enemy Russia or is the enemy the United States? Is the America's influence going down or is it going up? It seems like if somebody, as we've heard from Stu Eisenstadt, if somebody is re-engaging in Europe in a systematic way and shelling out what will be close to $100 billion, to Ukraine.
100 billion.
Is that a side?
$100 billion.
Well, there have been 54 so far, plus another 40.
Yeah.
Whatever. Let's not quibble. 90, 100. Okay. What is your complaint about the United States exactly? Do you want to go back to 1958 and Monsieur de Gaulle? Do you see any chance that another de Gaulle will unify Europe under French or German or Franco-German suzerainty? What are we supposed to, concretely, what are we supposed to do in Ukraine at this point? Au point.
Alors, je vais vous répondre très clairement. D'abord, j'ai rendu hommage à la clairvoyance américaine, très clairement dans ma conférence, en disant qu'ils avaient même sous-estimé leur réussite en matière d'information, d'intelligence, qu'ils n'avaient pas sur la guerre d'Irak, et en matière de formation des forces ukrainiennes. Ça, c'est la première chose. Deuxièmement, j'ai parlé d'une erreur stratégique, de la plus grave erreur stratégique de l'histoire de la Russie. Alors, je pense que, voilà, je l'ai dit clairement, mais ma conférence n'est pas sur la Russie. Alors, est-ce qu'il s'agit d'une attaque qui viole toutes les lois internationales? La réponse est oui. Est-ce que les Européens de l'Est ont raison d'avoir peur à nouveau de la Russie? La réponse est oui, quand on a une... troisièmement, est-ce que les Américains ont provoqué cette guerre? La réponse est non, puisque j'ai parlé de l'entretien de Genève en juin 2021, où Biden fait ce cadeau important à Poutine du Nord Stream 2, donc je n'ai pas pensé. Les Américains ont envoyé William Burns, qui est allé dans le bureau de Patrouchev à Moscou. Ils sont parlé sur l'écran avec Poutine. William Burns parle russe. Il a averti solennellement les Russes de ne pas faire cette bêtise. Là, c'est tout à fait certain. Et donc, je comprends tout à fait. Est-ce que je critique la Suède? Est-ce que je critique la Suède et la Finlande pour avoir rejoint l'OTAN? Non. J'aurais été suédois ou finlandais, j'aurais fait exactement la même chose. Ce que je dis, c'est qu'il y a eu des velléités d'autonomie stratégique européenne qui ont été exprimées par le président Macron. Il y a eu aussi des velléités franco-allemandes de résister à l'extraterritorialité du droit américain, c'est-à-dire lorsque BNP finance des exportations de pétrole soudanais, elle est condamnée à 9 milliards de dollars, alors que Goldman Sachs n'est pas condamné quand Goldman Sachs aide le gouvernement grec à maquiller ses comptes publics pour entrer dans la zone euro. Voilà. Donc ça, évidemment, c'est l'état de la vassalisation. Est-ce que je pense que le président Macron a eu raison d'aller à Kiev et de livrer des armes à l'Ukraine? La réponse est oui, parce qu'on ne peut pas accepter sur le sol européen, même nulle part dans le monde, mais certainement pas sur le sol européen, une agression comme celle-là.
I'd just like to get over to Jean-Claude here, who got up at 8 o'clock this morning and to be with us. So, Jean-Claude, did you want to jump in on something here? Oh, we can't hear you. We're not hearing you.
The answer, what?
Okay, now.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes now, yeah.
Well, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if the Biden administration has the capability and the authority to grant waivers on the Inflation Reduction Act. I was in New York discussing with the French ambassador to the US, who was part of the delegation of the Macron visit, and he told me that they had the session with Congress where this point was discussed, and he felt, and I'm just quoting the French ambassador, he felt that there was little interest in granting specific waivers to countries that wouldn't be part of a more broader type of agreement. So I'm a little bit suspicious on this one. I wish Renaud is right, but I'm not quite sure whether this is something that's legally possible. Could the administration do it without Congress? That's one. Particularly, and I don't think it's going to happen during what we call the lame duck session, which is between now and beginning of January. And I think the House of Representatives, with a majority of Republicans, is probably less inclined to grant this type of waiver. That's the point I wanted.
Okay, Jean-Claude, I just want to get over to a colleague over here who's had his hand up for a long time. Yes, sir. What's your question?
Well, my name is Im Sung-jun, former Korean ambassador. We have to remember that there is a very dangerous geostrategic flashpoint. That is the Korean Peninsula. North Korean, somebody talked about Kim Jong-un, and this year he launched, the biggest number of missiles, including ICBMs. Recently, he sent out a picture with his daughter, besides the Hwasong 17 ICBM. They think that is the most advanced weapon in the world. And since Biden became the president, we expected some positive policy to reduce the tension on the Korean Peninsula. But many people, in South Korea think that he doesn't pay the, attention as much as he should pay. So what do you think, Biden should do, to reduce the tension and, prevent, the, recurrence of hostilities on the Korean Peninsula?
Let's turn to our Washington insider here, Stu. Stu, what do you think? Is there going to be any change of U.S. policy on North Korea?
I don't think so. Obviously the policy that Trump proposed of meeting with Mr. Kim with no preconditions and no preparation was not successful, number one. Number two, our leverage with China, which is the main lever we have against North Korea, has evaporated because of the poor relationship with China, and it's one of the reasons I think we need to have a modicum of better relations. And so there really is very little that the administration sees that it can do with Mr. Kim. I think that it is important that President Biden, in the second half of his first term, go to South Korea, go to the DMZ, make it clear that he's willing to re-engage with Mr. Kim to reduce tensions, do the same with Japan as well, and try to re-engage with China on this issue. But Mr. Kim sees launching missiles as the only way to gain attention. He's got a collapsing economy, and this is his only way. So I think there's very little room for leverage by the United States, but we should certainly try again, and I think and hope that the president will do so by a major visit to South Korea.
Thank you very much, Stu, and thank you, panel. I think we've got to now end it right here because we have the Foreign Minister of Saudi Arabia who has arrived. And if you're confused about American foreign policy, I just remind you about a foreign policy concept that's as old as Richelieu, and that is constructive ambiguity. So maybe it's just a little ambiguity on the Americans' part. Thank you very much, all.
Well, I want first to thank very much Prince Faisal Al Farhan to have come here, especially from Riyadh, to talk with us tonight. And immediately after our discussion, he will fly back to Riyadh for a dinner. I would be totally happy if you had invited me for dinner in Riyadh tonight. But nevertheless, it is such a present to be here that nevertheless I am very pleased.
Well, Thierry, thank you. I'm extremely pleased to be able to be here and to have a conversation with you. I always enjoy our conversations and is glad to share it with all of your friends here. And you have an open invitation to come have dinner in Riyadh anytime you want.
Thank you very, very much. Now, I am grateful to you for a second reason. I apologize for your collaborators because I understand that you had a very good speech prepared. Maybe it could be distributed, by the way, to us later on, but you have agreed to replace the speech by a discussion between the two of us. So let me start by a simple question. Everybody understands that you have been extremely busy the last 3 days. So what can you tell us about the meetings you had in the last 3 days, especially on China?
We had an excellent group of meetings. We actually had 3 summits yesterday. One was just our regular GCC summit, which again focused on continuing to improve and to grow inter-GCC cooperation. And actually, something I did want to point out is that we announced in that summit, His Royal Highness announced that we will be proposing a renewed vision for the GCC. We already have what we call the King Salman vision for the GCC program, which resulted in a lot of the economic integration that we've already seen, and we are now working on presenting basically version 2.0 of that. After that, we had the GCC China Summit, and then we had the Arab China Summit. Both of them were inaugural events, the first of their kind, and for us, of course, it's an incredibly important prospect to continue to increase our cooperation with our main trade partner. China is the main trade partner for not just Saudi Arabia, but I believe for almost all of the Arab world. And having this dialogue with the second largest economy in the world is, for us, critically important as we continue to build our partnerships in the global environment in a way that fosters the opportunities for growth and prosperity for all.
So in this global environment, how do you position yourself in the current increasing tensions between the US, China, now the war in Ukraine, and so forth and so on, and particularly as far as the oil production is concerned?
So for us, from our perspective, polarization is the last thing we need right now. We already see tremendous pressures on the global economy. We see inflation, other issues, food security, and more polarization is not a way to solve that. It's only a way to exacerbate it. So our opinion is that we need to build bridges, that we need to strengthen connections, and that we need to find areas of cooperation. The China Arab World, China GCC Summit was one iteration of that, just like the Jeddah Summit with the US was. It's our attempt to continue to build bridges with all of our international partners. The Kingdom is this year the 15th largest economy in the world. It is the fastest growing economy in the world. We will be, hopefully this year, the first time reaching $1 trillion in GDP. So we are growing in importance in part of as part of the global economy, and our position, the Kingdom's position, but also the GCC's position as really a bridge between East and West is something that we want to emphasize, that we want to build on, so as to address all of these challenges that we are facing. And we live in a complicated world, a difficult world. There are always going to be issues that need to be addressed, but the best way to address them is through dialogue, is through interaction, is through cooperation, and that's our approach.
Would you, to describe your own foreign policy, would you accept to use the word that the Indians use, multi-alignment, or maybe multi-non-alignment? Maybe you would prefer that.
It's not about alignment. It's about finding areas of cooperation. For us, our foreign policy is driven by our need to build sustainable prosperity first for the Saudi people, but then for the people of our region, and we hope for the people of the world. And we look for every opportunity to build on that goal. So if there is an opportunity to work with a partner on the global stage to further our ability to strengthen our economic programs, our social programs, to strengthen our region, and that can happen only through cooperation, we will follow those avenues.
But if you are interested in contributing to reduce tensions in this, as you said, highly more and more complex world, since you are not or not yet a superpower, the main interlocutors, I'm thinking of the US and China, have to agree with the idea that reducing tensions is a desirable goal. So do you think that today the US and China are willing to reduce tensions on the whole?
I can't speak for whether or not they're willing, but I can tell you that it is our firm conviction is that they must, and that a rise in tensions is not just detrimental to them, but of course to all of us. And here it's important that we, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, as a leading economy, as we just said, 15th largest economy, we expect by 2030 to be at least in the top 10, if not ahead of that, but also as a part of the developing world, to galvanize the voices of the developing world, to galvanize the voices of those countries that are most interested in a brighter future, in talking to all of our partners to say, look, let us focus on the future, let us focus on cooperation. Competition is a good thing, but competition that leads to conflict is a bad thing. It's bad for everyone. It can only be destabilizing. It can only raise the prospects of starvation in the developing world, of deprivation, all of these things. So we need to focus on building bridges. We need to focus on cooperation. We need to focus on how do we build sustainable prosperities for us as individual countries, but also for the global community.
You did not answer to the question of oil production, because after all, President Biden, as far as you can understand, visited Saudi Arabia somewhat reluctantly, but he did so, well, if I read the newspapers, he did so because he expected that OPEC and yourself would agree to increase production. So what can we say about that?
We can say that Saudi Arabia, OPEC, OPEC Plus have a very consistent policy. Our policy is to maintain a stable market. And we have worked very, very hard to ensure that market stability in very difficult times. If we go back to 2019-20, when we had COVID, we had a serious disruption in the oil markets. We saw prices in some areas go to negative, which disrupted investment in the production of energy, which led to constraints on the markets. We intervened. We brought markets back into balance. We continue to do that. And if you look at the oil market compared to the gas market, for instance, or compared to coal markets, whether in Europe or elsewhere, you will see that oil has been relatively stable compared to all other sources of energy, even renewable energy. And why is that? Because we have been actively engaged in maintaining stability in the market. We have talked to all of our partners, the US, others, and we have explained very much our approach. And the recent OPEC Plus decision going back to October now, where we announced the $2 million cut, I think we can now see, given where prices are, that that decision was entirely justified. And one of the things we have to remember, the price has to be fair to consumers and suppliers, because without a fair price for suppliers, suppliers will stop investing. And we are already seeing significant lack of investment in the hydrocarbon space because of the green agenda and other issues. But in the long term, that may be okay. But in the short and medium term, that is a problem, because we are seeing spare capacity continuing to come down. If we see a significant recovery in China, which we all hope economically will benefit, will happen, if we see the prospects of a recession dimming and global economic growth going up, we will see significant reductions of spare capacity because of the lack of investment. The only way we can ensure that there is enough investment and enough spare capacity to cushion us from supply shocks in the near and medium term is if the price is fair to suppliers and consumers. And I would argue that the price at where we are now is fair. Most important is it's stable, which means that investors, whether it's governments or major companies, can see the prospects of a stable oil price now and into the future, which means that they can make their investment decisions based on that stability. We don't see that in other energy markets, and that is our core priority. That is the mandate that OPEC and OPEC Plus have, price stability.
Thank you very much. This is a very precise answer. More generally, what can you tell us about Saudi-Russia relations?
So we have had relations actually since after the first Gulf War, and we have continued to have strong relations, good relations. We've tried to improve them. We work very closely together, of course, within OPEC, OPEC Plus historically, and that, as I just explained, has delivered benefits to the energy market, to the oil market. Obviously, the situation, the conflict with Ukraine is something that is of great concern to all of the global community, and we have expressed our opinion that in the United Nations General Assembly. But we, as I said in my first remarks, believe in dialogue. So our priority is dialogue, and that includes talking to Russia, who we still consider as someone that we can deal with, that we have a good relationship with. We have seen that relationship help, for instance, in some prisoner swaps. So you can build on these connections, these relationships, these trusts to help dialogue. We have tried to continue to foster a dialogue between Russia and Ukraine. We continue to have an engagement. Something that many don't know is that we actually have, commercially, our relationship with Ukraine is, our trade relationship before the conflict with Ukraine was larger than it was with Russia. So we have a strong relationship with both of those parties, and we are focused on continuing to foster the potential for dialogue. This conflict will only be, in the end, resolved through dialogue, and we need to focus on that.
And well, now many experts and commentators complain that the US policy in the Middle East is not totally clear, to say the least, which of course might have some serious implications because, as they say in physics, nature bore void. So could you comment on that?
I certainly think that the US has an important role to play, and that part of that role is, of course, in our region, is being very engaged. I think they are engaged, and I think we are having a very good conversation with our partners in the US. But we do need to have a real strategic dialogue, and that's something that's happening. It's happening on the bilateral level, but it's also happening GCC, US, it's happening Arab world, US. So I think the US is playing an important role and will continue to play an important role in the region, especially from a security perspective.
And if you compare Biden to Trump or even Obama, are there noticeable differences?
Every president will have difference in style, every administration will have differences in approach, and certainly policy is very different between a Republican administration and Democratic administration, so there will be clear differences. But in the end, I believe US interests are the same, whether a Republican administration is in office, a Democratic administration in office. They may approach those interests differently, but we have had a strong relationship with the US through multiple administrations, Republican and Democratic, so we are very accustomed to dealing with changes in approach. In the end, the joint interests that bind the US to the region are the same. They continue to exist, and I believe they will continue to exist in the future, and that means that the space for cooperation between the Kingdom, the GCC, and the US will continue to be very solid.
So to continue this tour d'horizon, as we say in English, what about the JCPOA? A double question, in fact. Is there, in your judgment, is there still a chance that the treaty will be saved? Or is it now inevitable that Iran will become a nuclear power? And if so, what do you do?
So, is there still a chance? Certainly there is always a chance. I cannot say there is no chance. What I will ask you, does necessarily reaching a JCPOA mean that we will not have a nuclear-armed Iran? I am not so sure. We are quite skeptical about the JCPOA. That said, we continue to support an engagement on the JCPOA and a return to JCPOA on the condition that that be a starting point, not an end point. So it be a starting point to addressing some of the deficiencies within the JCPOA and some of the other issues of concern. The signs right now are not very positive, unfortunately. We hear from the Iranians that they have no interest in a nuclear weapons program. It would be very comforting to be able to believe that. We need more assurance on that level. If we don't reach a JCPOA, I think we enter a very, very complicated period in our region, a very dangerous period that we should avoid. That said, even if we did come back to a JCPOA, I'm not sure that that is the end. I think we need then to look beyond that to a stronger agreement.
Can you elaborate a little further?
On what
happens if they get an operational nuclear weapon?
I think clearly if Iran gets an operational nuclear weapon, all bets are off. We are in a very dangerous space in the region. We have already seen significant activity from Iran. We could see much more risk from that. And of course, regional states will not want to be exposed to such a threat without a reaction. So you can expect that regional states will certainly look towards how they can ensure their own security.
A few words on Europe, Saudi, European Union, France in particular, because France is my country, so this
of
is
course. We have started last year, actually, we signed a strategic framework with the European Union, between the GCC and the European Union, which has already brought significant progress. We restarted our FTA talks after they had been stalled for many, many years, so that's a positive sign, and I think Europe is still one of our main trade partners, and it's a very important technological partner, so there's a lot we can do with Europe. I would say that Europe needs to be more engaged in this region. We have a lot to offer Europe in this region. We are, of course, already a very important energy partner, but we are also a very important partner for the energy transition. So Europe cannot achieve its carbon neutrality goals without this region, because you cannot produce enough renewable energy in Europe. We are investing, the Kingdom, others in the region, tens of billions, hundreds of billions of dollars in developing green hydrogen capacity, in developing solar energy capacity, wind capacity, the capacity to export that green energy to Europe and elsewhere. So we will be a key partner for Europe well into the next century. So we want to build on that partnership. The relationship between the Kingdom and France is very, very strong. I can say that we can see President Macron is very engaged in the region, is very active in trying to work with France's partners in the region, and we have built an excellent working relationship with our French counterparts across the board, whether it's in the economic side, but also the political side, dealing with regional files, whether it's Lebanon, Iran, etc. So we look towards strengthening that relationship, and France has been, as I said, very proactive, and that's something that we appreciate.
So I would like to spend the last few minutes to say a few words about the domestic situation, because I think not so many people in Europe in particular understand what is going on in Saudi Arabia, and a lot of things are going on. But before that, is there any important question on foreign affairs that I did not ask?
I would not presume, Thierry, to tell you what is important in foreign affairs. That's what I call you and ask.
Well, but if anyone here thinks there is one important question that I did not ask, which is very possible, you know, because, but apparently 1, 2, 3, no, I am talking of global affairs, no. Well, apparently, I don't see. Oh, yes. Maybe your record, Abraham Accord. That's a good question.
Sure. What's the question?
Huh?
What's the question?
What is the answer? Because, you know, if the question, it's better to start from the answer.
Sure.
Because after all, you have today a big effort also.
I can tell you what the answer is.
Yeah.
The answer is a Palestinian state.
The answer is?
A Palestinian state.
Yes, yes. Yes, I remember the discussion in Paris on that, and that's a very serious point. So next time we have the pleasure of being with you, perhaps we should concentrate with a few others on the issue of the Palestinian state.
Wow.
Well, now if I think we have maybe 5 more minutes, something like that. I think we should. It would be good to take the opportunity of having you, because you are typically representative of the new generation of leaders in Saudi Arabia. If I may remind you, of course, Saudi citizen. Your father is Saudi citizen, but your mother was German citizen. You speak Germany as fluently as English. His English is extremely good too, I must say. So you are very international. There is a new generation of business people open to the world. So can you just tell us a few words about how you see your country today and the dream of the young Saudis for the next generation, let's say?
First, I'm actually already relatively old, because I'm in my late 40s, and 70% of Saudis are under 35. So I'm actually one of the later generation, but I'm happy to contribute as much as I can under the leadership of His Majesty the King and the Crown Prince to setting up the future for this younger generation. And I think it's a tremendously exciting time to be working in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We are undergoing breakneck change. We are, most importantly, working under a clear roadmap, under a clear vision, and I referred to it earlier, building sustainable prosperity for the Saudi people. And that is the absolute priority, the absolute driving ethos of everything that the government of Saudi Arabia does, whether it's domestic policy, whether it's foreign policy. So my mandate as foreign minister is very clear. My mandate is to support and to enhance the prospects of achieving the goals of that vision. Sustainable prosperity for the Saudi people. And that's what I spend most of my time on, and that's tremendously exciting to have a very clear direction, what you're working on, what are the goals, what are the objectives, and of course, we could go into any number of details, but we mentioned one of them, the fact that we are this year going to probably reach $1 trillion GDP size for the first time in our history. The fact that Saudi Arabia, with all of the challenges that this region presents, is the fastest growing economy in the world, that we are on track to being the fastest growing economy in the G20 for the next 5 years, according to our estimates. The fact that we have plans in place that will likely mean that we are, by 2030, in the top 8 economies in the world. All of that means that it's a tremendously exciting time to be part of the government under the leadership of the King and the Crown Prince, and it means also that we have a lot of expectations to live up to. But we have a fantastic team, we have fantastic energy within the government to work that, and most important, if we hope you can visit us in the kingdom, and all of you here, you can see the energy in the kingdom. And that energy is infectious. You can see people really being excited about the future. You can see people being engaged in the future. Unemployment numbers are down. Home ownership numbers are at historic highs. We are now already very long around on the path towards diversifying our economy away from a dependence on oil. All of these targets are moving steadily ahead, and that is contributing not just to the success of the kingdom, but also, we hope and we believe, to the regional success.
Of course, the country is extremely young, as you reminded us, but do you still have resistance, some kind of social resistance from the oldest generation?
So as one of that older generation, I can tell you that...
No, I am talking my generation, for instance. My generation of Saudis.
Yeah. You would be surprised. This is something that's, I think, everything that the kingdom is doing, because we are doing it in a very, very well-studied way, because the leadership has taken care to study every decision, and base it on a clear logic of numbers, a clear logic of necessity, everybody understands and everybody is excited. Even the older generations, people that are older than I, people are very, very engaged. And I hope, when you visit the kingdom, Thierry, you will see how engaged everybody is across the board. Everybody will have their opinions, but in the end, the energy, the prospect of moving towards the future, I think what you will hear most of most people is, we've been waiting for this for many years, and we're just so happy that we get to see it.
So a very last question. We could spend a lot of time with you, but you already were very generous. But a very last time that would bridge the two topics, that is foreign affairs and domestic affairs. There is a very classical subject, very much discussed by professors, that is the relationship between domestic and foreign policy. So in your position today, how do you see this relation?
Absolutely key. So I alluded to it earlier. My mandate from my leadership is very clear. Saudi Arabia's foreign policy is a tool for its domestic prosperity. That is the top priority. How can we deliver sustainable prosperity for the Saudi people? Everything we do on the foreign policy issue must be focused primarily on that. And that, of course, means protecting our interests, building partnerships, but it also means building a stable, secure region, because you cannot build prosperity in a turbulent region. It also means working with our global partners to ensure global stability, because as we have seen from the conflict in Ukraine, a crisis anywhere in the world can have impacts all around the world. So we must, if we want to protect our pathways to sustainable prosperity, we must be engaged in the world. So one of the results of that mandate is that we are trying to be more engaged, not just in our immediate region, but globally, in a way that serves our interests, but that serves the interests of the wider global community, with a focus, I have to say, really on the developing world. Because for us, we feel very strongly that the developing world's voice has not been heard enough. And we are, of course, part of the developing world still. And we see that the global agenda historically has often been set in a way that has ignored the interests of developing countries, most of the time out of the best intentions, but still they have not served really effectively the developmental path of those developing countries in a way that is most effective. So we want to be part of the global conversation in a way that ensures everybody has a pathway to prosperity, because we, even in the regional context, we have taken an approach that it is absolutely key that our immediate neighbors are not just stable, they are also prosperous. Because if they have growing economies, if they have growing markets, that is for us an opportunity. And vice versa. If we are stable, if we are growing, we provide a great market for them. So that's the key focus for our foreign policy.
At a different scale, it seems to me that the formulation, your formulation, is very close to that that we had yesterday, the similar discussion with Dr. Anwar Gargash on the UAE foreign policy. So your general philosophy is quite similar.
I think if you talk to any GCC foreign minister, you will hear the same message.
Yes.
And this is just a reflection, again, that we are very much a strong, unified bloc, and that we work together very effectively, that we have very similar visions. Our leadership in the UAE, in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, our various countries' leaderships are very close to each other. They work together. They work towards ensuring prosperity for not just their countries, but the region. And we're going to continue to do that.
I will ask our European Union friends to follow your example.
We are happy to share our experiences.
Well, it's time to end this session. Thank you very much. I think you were great, if you allow me to speak in this way. Excellent discussion, and I wish you all the best for you personally, for your country, and I hope that Saudi Arabia will be more present in the World Policy Conference in the forthcoming years. Thank you very much. Have a safe trip back, and I hope you will be back on time in Riyadh for this dinner to which I am not participating.
Well, thank you very much, Thierry, and thank you all.